Ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here today to watch Optivlam kind of carry me through this cast yet again. And yes, welcome to your first debut on Age of RTS.
Well, thank you. Very excited to be here. Think we got some amazing games upcoming. There are some top players gonna play some amazing games, and yeah, I'm ready to hop into it.
Now, you encounter these players a lot because, of course, you guys run weekly or monthly events to make sure that these guys stay in top form. Now, either of these players, Baltoon and B, are they regulars over there in your world?
Not really. Like we run a lot of the War Chief Club, and we do have some regular top players like Myriad, Saz, Valdi. Those are a couple of guys who play a lot in our tournaments. B doesn't really do that, and Bolton is more of a team player than a solo tournament player. So it's fun to see him in this tournament.
Now, Baltoon being a team player, we see in his 1v1 playstyle. So, funnily enough, with Baltoon, you have a man who is very committed to the units you only see in team games, aka night only compositions, the thing that plagues every team ladder out there. But now, today, he needs to prove to us that he's ready to take down Mr. B, and you guys know B has been looking fierce. And for both of these players, it will be their first time in Serbia, so let's see which one will make it through. Do you have any predictions here today?
Oh, that's really tough because B is known as a top player who has a very specific play style, and Bolton's just solid. Like he's so consistent and he just plays a lot. From what I've heard, he did train for this tournament, so I've high hope for him. Yeah, I think it can go either way. It can go either way.
Okay. Well, in my case, guys, I am a huge believer for this one because, especially with his current performances, he's just shown us constantly that he is someone to be feared. But at the same time, I also want the tuna to make it all the way. But guys, we do have our first two civilizations, Golden Horde and Rus on Gorge here. Now, Rus, a few seasons ago, I remember the trauma we get from just seeing all those horse archers flourish around. But guys, we'll talk about that a little bit more as these two are ready for us to roll right in. So ladies and gents, let's go on in. Game number one. Ooh, and I need to
Okay, let's
switch.
do some proper introductions, I guess. Yeah, so in the south, in the color red, playing as the roots, it's the fish, it's Baltoon.
I love how passionate you are always with your introductions, Optivlam. It's an inspiration here.
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah. It's like the ready to rumble kind of vibe, you know? Do you want to do B or shall I?
no, let me take the man who's making all the buzz around here, the brother, the only, a fellow Slavic man who wants to come to Serbia, yes, Mr. B of the Golden Horde. And as we know, these two civilizations, we're not expecting any crazy shenanigans from them in the early game, but the big question we usually have for ourselves is how does this early scouting pay off, especially when you know your opponent is going for multiple scouts?
Oh yeah, the scouting is always a huge issue on most maps, but on HC Gorge it's kind of fixed. So if you watched the map beforehand, you can kind of know where the sheeps are, you know, in the neighborhood. So you can already plan out your plotting before the games even begin. So I expect them to have about the same amount of sheep after the scouting phase.
Now it seems like Baltoon was a little bit more sneaky with those scouts, out scouting B, and B, he's been a guy who's really good at this early scout game especially. He knows his roots, he knows exactly what to prepare for, but in this case it looks like Baltoona came out on top. Now there's a 5 sheep difference, and of course Baltoon is the man who most likely is going to go for that professional scouting situation. I was about to, oh my goodness, he changes his mind, Optivlam. But this is going to be a crazy one. We finally see a little bit more of the Kremlin. Time and time again, we have been seeing the Golden Gate, but slowly but surely, people are changing their minds, though.
Yeah, Kremlin was pretty popular when Roots went into 2TC play. We did see a double hunting cabin opening for Baltoon, so he's got some additional gold income. He can make scouts while he's researching professional scouts. Kremlin, really nice defensive landmark. It shoots arrows, it can garrison villagers. You can even spawn some gremlins. These are like spearmen who can defend your base against any cavalry aggression. Yeah, good landmark in general.
Yeah, Kremlin, we have seen a lot in the earlier stages of the game, but what the Kremlin provides is actually something a lot deeper. It's the protection, of course, so that you can go into that fast castle. Now, the 2TC play is making a bit of a comeback here for Mr. Tuna, though, and he's not saying anything about going fast castle. He wants to go straight for that second TC, already putting 8 out here. He knows the power of Golden Horde to be able to do something in the early stages, especially with that Khan that they get out pretty early on. But interestingly enough, we've seen building cards twice now at this event, and B is the one taking number 3 and going for that building cards as well. Now, I'm excited about building cards because it just gives you such a heavy presence on the map early on. And sure, your Khan and your tour goods are not cheaper, but building cards, they make real units.
Yeah, and the building cards just give you a kind of tempo and to start a feudal age or even at castle age. Like they spawn additional buildings when you get castle age, and you can immediately drop down your monastery to get those relics. And you can turn those relics into Uvu, which gives you a lot of stone income, and Golden Horde loves this stone.
Now with those stone upgrades, we've been seeing Golden Horde just spiral out of control here, but the Uvu is already under siege quite well. We do see an archery range being the weapon of choice and a barracks. Again, same type of play we've been seeing from most players on the Golden Horde, time and time again. But now, scouts will need to be a little bit careful as the Khan has made his way onto the field. Now, looking at the movement speed, you guys can see these guys are pretty much equal, so they're not going to be able to do any crazy shenanigans. The Khan is just gonna have to respond to everything around, and a spearman is called to the fight because he knows he needs to do something about this. If they get the Uwu or just get a lot of idle time on a villager trying to repair it, it's already pretty massive.
Yeah, and a nice thing about the barracks and archery range, you immediately got your triple composition because you got the Khan and the turrets from stone from your golden 10, and you got your spearmen from the barracks, your archers from the archery range. So you've got all the 3 components of the army composition, and that's really difficult for the opponent to deal with.
And the scouts are still causing a lot of havoc, but there's some shenanigans happening. The man is going for a very far out TC, and this is something we saw from Rus yesterday as well. Feeling quite confident about this, but B, he doesn't go in blind, and you can see that he knows what the potential is. When you're not going for pro scouts, of course, you have to make sure that you do capture a bit of the deer. Because with the deer, this is just something Rus loves to get, because that bounty, the sweet, sweet bounty of hunted meat.
Yeah, and this was an easy decision for Baltin, because that's the nice thing about having 3 scouts. He didn't have an eye on the Khan, on the Batu, so he knew the Batu was in the base and could safely go out for the deer pack. Getting as much outer food as possible for farm transition is always good for you, because you can invest those resources into more military. But we see 2 villagers coming out from B. I wonder what they're up to.
Now those villagers are usually going in packs of 2. You want to secure that tower pretty well, but Baltoon fast on the reactions and the tour goods, taking a little bit of arrow fire already, but it already tells Baltoon that, hey, this man might be playing quite aggressive and I can't just sit there and not make anything. Now behind this though, he goes for survival techniques, not needing that pro scouts, and the production buildings are finally added in. Those 2 vills though, they're still looking at a nice target to put that tower on, and it looks like it will be the gold. But these tour good numbers, they are scary enough even under 1 TC.
Yeah, and Balt's gonna defend with his own units, because we already saw a stable coming up and an archery barracks, I mean. So Balt's gonna make units to defend his base and slowly build up his eco, because he's on 2 TC, so he's scaling, like he's making more villagers than B is. And at some point he will have more resources and more army to defeat B. That's probably the plan.
Now, with the farm transition already coming in from Baltunia, I love this. Seeing those early sneaky farms, of course, when you had more sheep, when you have the deer pack, it's great, but only 8 villagers can gather under this TC, and he knows this. This is going to be constant pressure. The fortified outpost making its way up. Now, this bad boy is pretty expensive, of course, and this is a significant investment for him, but definitely worthwhile forcing your opponent off of the gold. With him not going for the golden gate, it doesn't put him in a great spot regarding being able to switch over some resources, but with those farms, he's just extending his food for so much longer.
Oh yeah, in theory it's really good if you can add in like 2 or 3 farms every couple of minutes, and you get a way more easier farm transition. You don't have to like build 20 farms in like 5 minutes and your food eco is gonna drop and then you have to wait a couple minutes before it gets going again. Getting cut off gold is kinda bad, you know, it's not something you like. There is a gold vein on top of the second TC, but then your eco is very widely spread. It's more difficult to defend your base. So I'm guessing just a lot of units, and we also see a ram coming in for B. He's going for it.
Already being aggressive enough at 9 minutes here. Now, I always talk about the timer, and a lot of people, when they watch these games, they're like, oh, 2TC, you have to punish it. Yes, you do. But you do have a little bit of a timer in your mind here, and it's usually around 11 minutes. By 11 minutes, you need to have done some damage to this second TC or the economy significantly. Otherwise, it has paid off. Now B is looking at doing that a lot earlier, fully investing into his units and already getting the +1 ranged upgrade as well. Doing a little bit of the clown bar shenanigans, but we do see that Baltoon is in position and already getting that secondary tower to make sure that there can be more villages safeguarded around this area.
Yeah, the additional tower and the wooden fortress for roots, it's a little bit stronger tower than your average tower. Really helps a lot with the defending. You can even pop some gremlins at the TC with the Kremlin to defend his base even more easier. It's gonna be really difficult for B trying to take this TC down.
Now getting into a little bit of a sneak, he gets closer, but we can see that is going to be a +1 range defense almost coming in. He does pull back, he doesn't want to risk anything here, but the spearman numbers are scary enough for him to have to respect this. When you have a ton of archers, it's okay, but those spears, they are going to make quick work of these tour goods, and you can see Baltoon does not look too panicked at all. He's making the units he can, getting into a few archers himself, but you can see completely deterred from that gold, not going to be focusing on that at all. He's getting the passive gold from all of this, 100 gold per minute, just passively from gathering food, getting the hunted meat, and, of course, but leaving the ram alone for a moment here, and it already takes a significant chunk of damage. Getting the ram down is going to be massive at this stage of the game, because that's exactly the main thing you're going to be fighting against. But does not get that lucky. B will be getting that ram for a bit longer, and most likely reinforcing with yet another one. But behind it, he is floating those resources a little bit upwards, though.
Yeah, maybe even going for a castle transition, like he recognizes that the push isn't gonna be able to do anything. Baltoon going really heavy in the spearmen, already 20 spearmen on the field, trying to protect his eco. Ram going in and coming down, so that's goodbye for the ram, and that's gonna be the end of B's push, and we're gonna see a castle in a moment.
Getting a castle age for Golden Horde feels good, usually. The thing is, it just doesn't feel like B is able to really break through this yet. Baltoon is going to be able to rotate those units elsewhere if they need to, and that's exactly what happens here. Gets the militia to try and burn down this fortified outpost, but you can see with that extra HP, it's taking a long time to get there. The militia, though, they definitely are going to be able to put a decent chunk into this, and it forces the army of B to respond.
Yeah, and what B managed to do is keep Baltoon in his base, so he doesn't have that much info about what B's doing. He also made Baltoon invest in a lot of units, so he needs that time, because getting to castle age takes time for Golden Horde. It's not like you build it with 10 villagers, 8 villagers, 30 villagers. It's the same like with Abbasid. It has just a set time for the age up, and you have to wait that out.
Yeah, Muscovy Yasak being the age up of choice here. And of course, when now Baltoon sees this type of response, he's going to be able to go for castle pretty quickly. Now, it doesn't look like he's reacting just yet to go back onto that gold. Still slowly doing that farm transition. I am in love with this spot. This is disgusting. You're putting yourself into the late game already. You're just making sure that your constant presence is not going to be able to be challenged. But the moment he hears that age up, he is going to need to speed up himself as well. But he's got the advantage now, and he could be pushing out with almost a 20 villager advantage. This doesn't feel bad at all.
Yeah, Belgium smelling something fishy because the pressure is off, so he knows he's doing something else and investing into units, and he's gonna take a look. So he's probably gonna arrive at his base just when the age up finishes, which is a really good time to be at your opponent's base because they need gold for the upgrades, they need time for the upgrades, and you can get some value from that position. It's gonna be an exciting moment.
Now we do see that B is preparing himself for the dives that will be coming soon. Already getting 2 fortified outposts on this gold, but the Uwu might just pay the price. B now investing into a bit more archers with this age up being pending. And it does push Baltoon away for a moment here, but behind it we see he's already reinvested his villagers onto gold, and he's planning for going castle himself. Now getting a few blacksmith upgrades as well, the +1 ranged armor coming in, especially with this heavy archer focus from B.
Yeah, Baltoon also getting his walls up, so he's got a safe place to hide behind. He's getting more tunnel the opponent's army into a certain spot, which is easier to defend. It's just getting those relics gonna be an issue. I hope he doesn't give away all the relics and tries to contest a couple of the 3 knights that he has.
Now we do see a poor little villager paying the price, but Baltoon says, I've got a lot more to spare. You can keep doing this. I'm just getting my walls up and delaying it as much as I need. Now, with the building cards, I was actually trying to take a look to see exactly what he went for, but I've got no clue, but this poor guy, he is keeping that a secret, but Abbey of Trinity is coming on out. And honestly, after having your farm set up like this, it makes a ton of sense. You want to get out and get those relics as quick as you can, knowing that your opponent is most likely thinking about that as well.
Yeah, like the high trade house gives a lot of gold, but he has plenty of gold that gives deer, but he already has his farms and opportunity and some special resources for the warrior monks, which buffs the army even more if you manage to add a couple of it to your army composition. And if they hit an opponent's unit, they will buff a lot of your units. So they're really powerful if they are used correctly.
Now, getting into a spot where you're fighting under the main TC is usually not where most people want to be. Now, these units in front here, they're also not of the variety that can take a lot of shots. A lot of these being unarmored units, so he should be able to just target fire the things that he wants to thin out. But we see Baltoon already doing a little bit of a switch here. He's going straight for that man-at-arms, and it makes a lot of sense. You're dealing with a guy who's very happily diving into you. And men-at-arms, they are going to provide the front line you need to make sure your archers and those handful of spears are going to be able to do the work. Spears being the main focus here to get up to veterancy, but the tower will pay the price. Luckily, the tower was the only thing that went down there.
Yeah, one will pay this price onto the farm, but we've got a big engagement now. There's a lot of arrow fire. Veterancy not in yet. Kind of early to fight, but I think it's gonna be fine because, like you said, all those units, they don't have much high ranged armor against all that arrow fire from those TC and from that tower. And Belgium trying his best to take down all these units, but it seems there's so much and there are even more streaming in. This is gonna be troublesome.
Oh, this is looking very scary. For a moment there, I thought Baltoon was fine, but the men-at-arms are just not doing what they need to, and Baltoon taps out. That was a very quick surrender after it went wrong.
That's just because he knows how it's gonna play out. Like he can still play the game and let all the wheels turn, and but you lost your army. You're not that long in castle yet, so units are gonna keep on streaming in, and it's really difficult out of that situation of constant units streaming into your base, especially if there are knights or men-at-arms or other high armor units.
So this is usually where things can go wrong when you hit that castle age timing and you just don't have the units out to survive the push. But honestly, I did not think this was going to go as well for B. It felt like he zoned in, he knew exactly what he needed to work through, and he did it. Perfectly. So, yeah, Audrey Bird saying in chat that he had a good window opportunity and he got it. Exactly. I don't think Baltoon was emotionally prepared for that, especially not the amount of pushing that came out of it. It was wild. Now, after being a little bit surprised, we are still catching up to these two. So, guys, we get to go into the next game as well with China against JD. And, of course, JD as a civilization, I would like to see more on Baltoon's side, but B, the sneaky man, he picked it away.
So we're on Dry Arabia, the driest of Arabia's maps. I see a lot of small woodlines on the left side of the map. B immediately going for the deer in the middle. This is a crazy wood spawn if you can't take control of that section of the map. Like, how are you gonna get wood?
Yeah, these are nice to go between if you have a bunch of knights just trying to circle and throw off any attackers on top of them. But now, Baltoon playing China. China and JD are two civs that you usually don't see in most matchups, mostly because China is banned, but also with the knights, I don't always expect this to go too well for China because they just don't have that early game presence as we do see from the JD. Of course, with China, you like to go for pro scouts. Back in the day, JD also always going for pro scouts, but now with a move like this, you can already see that B is not planning at doing anything like that.
Oh no, B's are probably planning on aggression like most French and JD players. They just want to fight it out a feudal with their royal knights and some archers as backup against the spears. China, they like the pro scout so they can get some food in and then jump up to castle, because if you manage to get to castle kinda unscathed, you can go into lancers, and lancers beat both the royal knights and the archers, because you got H3 knights fighting against H2 knights and archers don't counter knights. And that's gonna be the critical thing, probably getting up to castle without too much of damage.
Oh, and that is going to be a tough one. When you're playing against an aggressive player like B, we can already see from the previous game exactly what he has in store for his opponents today. And what I love about this build from B, he goes for survival techniques into the wheelbarrow because he knows at some point he might be forced off of these deer and he doesn't want to waste too much time having to run back slowly. So he knows he doesn't need to get out there as quick as possible, but does start rushing it up for himself here with the School of Cavalry. Now, of course, nothing else was expected. This man was always going to go School of Cavalry. But now the big question is going to be, where does the first knight strike?
Yeah, and Dalton going for an Imperial Academy because he can make Imperial officials. Imperial officials can supervise your mill or your mining camp or your lumber camp, and you get additional resources. They can also supervise military buildings, so they increase production speed, and they also collect tax. That's a little bit of extra gold income, because all Chinese players have to pay tax.
Now, of course, reminding us a little bit about real life here. Realizing, hey, maybe tax payments are the norm. Ooh, but this scout is being a little feisty. B, face checking this pretty heavily. But Baltoon does go put down that stable. And let's see, did B... I think B may have just been out of vision for that second when it plops down. But of course, he's doing this for one specific reason. We see that reason already starting to stack up with the resources as he is thinking about going for pro scouts himself.
Yeah, Pro Scout probably gonna be the play because you got a lot of safe food underside your TC at your mill. You only have to supervise that mill because all the food is there. So your other IOs can either collect tax or supervise military buildings. Already 4 Imperial officials, that's a lot already in between 5 minutes. So that's a big investment. China does have Imperial Academy, so Imperial officials are a little bit cheaper and they don't block any villager space in the TC. Like with Sushi, you have to sacrifice a villager to build an Imperial official and be going for a tower.
Now, this is the responsible choice, and I like the fact that we have a knight that didn't go for the harassment, because of course China, they have a very tight base. This is not something you usually get to raid too early on if once they've pulled off of gold. And this is kind of what B knew he was going to be running into, especially considering he delayed his first night by just getting more more upgrades and slowing himself down a bit. And with that one horse, he's able to do a little bit of damage here, Boltoon. And he might not be able to get a villager, but it just gets a little bit of a reaction from B. Behind that, already going for the pro scouts and following up with a nice little barracks to respond to those knights that will be imminently charging in under the TC.
Yeah, getting those horsemen on the gold, it forces idle time, forces distraction. You got the knights chasing those horsemen, so the knights won't be at your base. We do have Jeanne d'Arc, the melee version, so it's got cleave. It's probably gonna hunt some boars for experience, because Jeanne d'Arc is a special hero unit JD has. It has some abilities like Consecrate. It makes your military buildings produce cheaper. It has cleave. It does a lot of damage or surrounder. It has an heal. And if it ages up, it even gets stronger. And she's chasing away the scout from the deer right now.
Now, this is great to slow down your opponent, but we have to keep in mind, Boltoon does have another pack out on the other side. Now, B already in position to shut that one down, and we had an eye a little bit on this knight to see what the plan was, but with the amount of spearmen we see here from Boltoon, he's not really ready to contest this, and JD, she's just providing that layer of protection you need to make sure that she does, or that your knights don't get taken down by the spears. But the scout here, it will pay the price if it stands around for too long, but no, B is a fast man, and quickly pulls the scout away. But of course, the knight will be here to also put that presence down. The problem is just, there's not any spears to contest the other ones.
No, B doing really well with the scouting. He knows exactly where Boltoon is and what he's doing and what he can expect. And trying to prevent the pro scouting as much as he can. The spears are of course really good against the Royal Knights, but they have to watch out for the JD, because the cleave, it could hit like easily 5 to 6 spears and do massive amount of damage if he doesn't care.
Now, with these two screens, you can see there is a little bit of an in and out when it comes to the knights from both sides. He's trying to make a nice good old sandwich, and that's just B in a nutshell for you. Someone who can attack on every single corner all the time. He's reading this game like a book, and luckily for him, this book is written in Russian because it's fluent. And now we can see JD already snacking on a bit of experience here on the side. Ooh, getting a horseman kill behind this, but frontlining for her knights, making sure the army is still kept safe.
Yeah, be actively using those consecrations. It's 0-4, so you got a couple of buildings that produce units with less food, so we can put those villagers on other resources. He only has 16 on food. That's for JD or friends ain't that much. And JD loves to fight it out in feudal, because every fight you take is XP for her. And if she gets to level 3, it's gonna be a massive increase in her powers.
Now, with the units from Boltoon, he's got the pro scouts, right? So he is the one with a little bit more food coming in. The problem is just he needs to find a way to do some real damage to these knights, because of course B has gotten his value from his deer and now on to the next pack. So with the food split being kind of even in the end, it still feels a little bit better here for JD. Like you said, those cheaper units, she gets to call out to the skies, make sure that there's a discount on these. And now a knight is not 140 food, it's just 105, like a chunky little horseman.
Yeah, that's a huge difference, and B's just poking around. You already got a couple of eco upgrades, because for instance JD has cheaper eco upgrades, and they do increase 15% of your villager gathering rate. So horticulture, double broad axe, the mining upgrade are really good to have. And we see him poking down and forth, but not really engaging, both just, testing each other like, am I stronger, are you stronger, what are we gonna do?
Now, we can see behind this, both of them are starting to stack up a little bit of gold. Now, of course, there's constant knight production from B, but this is what we see from B pretty often. He's a guy who looks at his timing, he keeps producing, he's very responsible about this, making sure that he's got enough units on the field without slowing down, and then just naturally start going up. But Boltoon as well, floating quite a bit of gold here, so needs to make a decision if this is just gonna be turned into actually going for, a dynasty. But aside from that, or just going for pure castle age as well. Now, with Baltoon moving out here on the map, of course, going for the boar, you need the extra food. You need any way to get that extra bit of food. But the problem is your opponent, he's got that mobile army and he's looking straight at you.
Yeah, and the mobility is such an important statistic in RTSs because you can decide when to fight and you can run around in circles around somebody's base, trying to get value and not really the engagement, like it's poking again, but not really committing. Belton's trying to commit because he notices he has the bigger army. A big cleave by JD there.
But not enough to actually do the significant damage. And the problem is JD is next on the chopping block. She might go down here, but the Knights, they have something to say about the JD healing up everyone, but going down herself, just getting that last hurrah down. And B losing a lot of units here, but not panicking, not making too much more behind this. Now Baltoon, he's taken a very favorable fight. B realizes, I can't keep doing this. He's going straight to find some damage.
This was an amazing fight by Belgium, like this is huge. He now has a way bigger army. Be trying to distract him and keep him in his base by running around, but you just want to scare the Knights away with your reinforcements and you want to go to his base. You don't want to get distracted. B is even trying to transition to castles, but I don't think he can do that anymore because he has a huge army in front of his base.
And he realizes this, quickly queuing up a handful of knights here. But you can see that knight raiding party is supposed to be made to throw Baltoon off. And Baltoon, he sees all these spots where the villagers used to be. But B, he does not want to lose anyone in this. So quickly walling up, just making sure that everyone is safe. And he's going to be able to rotate around here pretty fast. Baltoon sniffs those villagers, but will not find anyone to kill unless he pushes deeper for those berries.
Oh, this is amazing cat and mouse game between units and villagers. The villagers trying the best to hide in the forest, duking and running away, and the military sniping one villager right there, chasing them off as gold as well, and B's under pressure.
Oh, B is pulling everyone to safety, really hoping for a miracle here, but at the same time, Baltoon is not finding a significant amount of damage. That, to be said, is something that's still pretty scary for him. Because, of course, with JD's discounted units, it starts to stack up. And those knights, they're causing a lot of idle time out there for the China. And we see a market coming down for B. He needs to get alternative ways of getting the resources for those knights.
And that position time coming in for Baltoon, he's floating a lot of gold. He could invest that in a couple of eco upgrades. He could even trade it out with the market as well. Also a lot of wood. He could think about castle. There's so much he can do. He's like in a pole position. He can dictate the tempo. He can dictate the pace. The boat is going to decide what we're going to do next, and B has to follow.
Now what B's doing really smart here is keeping his army at his base. Yes, the knights got cleaned up. But at some point, this army is going to be completely disconnected, and that's exactly what happened here to Baltoon. His army, all the way out here on the map, means that the ones that were reinforced are still going to be on his side. Now, B just feels a little bit more confident about taking this fight. JD is in position to snack on some experience as well, because that's a scary amount of knights.
Oh yeah, this is the mobility issue that we were talking about earlier. Like you said, we had reinforcements on our base trying to defend the raiding party, but then you have two small armies on the map, and B can just mess up again, and that's he has a big enough mess. He tries to engage again, and Baltoon doesn't really want to. He just wants to get home.
Oh, he wants to get to those reinforcements as well, but the spears are not just going through the archers. JD is just snacking on some free experience without being punished. Now getting to the front, she's starting to take quite a bit of damage, but every single time the archers fire, they lose another man or two. Now the spear's just not able to make that connection as is needed, and B, he's investing into chivalry already, so even if these knights do take a bit of damage, he is not going to be worried too much. JD does pay the price though, and that's a pretty big loss, but B feels, hey, this is important, I need to bring her back, and she's already back onto the field, straight back towards the fight, and this tells us exactly what B is thinking. We're going to keep on pushing.
Yeah, losing JD again is huge because B really needs to force something with his military advantage right now. Baltoon playing defensive, cutting some walls up, cutting some control of the map, and he can just sit back and let B come. It's like a wave trying to hit the rock every time again. And at some point, Belgium is just hoping that the wave just stops.
Now, Baltoon heading up to castle. This is a risky move, and it might just be the risky move that we saw from the previous game as well, because him going up to castle would mean that he stops making units, and that's exactly what he started to do ages ago. But B is still fully focused on that feudal, ensuring that he is going to be able to handle anything that comes out of Baltoon's base. Baltoon doing that farm transition here at the back too. We see this from Baltoon now more than once. The man is not scared to go early farms. He wants to extend that food source. He needs to make sure that his army is nice and fed. But the Imperial Palace is coming up. The problem is just the moment it does, there's going to be a pretty heavy push here.
Oh, and JD getting a lot of damage again. Not going down, but a big chunk of her health is gone already. I love how Belgium is picking up a couple of these knights, like baiting the braids, and if he gets the knight or two, he immediately pushes past the knight so he can take them down and they can flee and heal themselves up. Castle coming in for Belgium, immediately the archer upgrade, we got a ranged attack upgrade coming in, and now Belgium just needs a little bit of time. B trying to get his castle as well, trying to get as much damage in and as much value as he can, but has to back off.
Now, with the veterancy for the archers, I'm left asking myself the question, were the archers really the best choice here? Now, of course, JD losing her life.
Again.
Yeah, no, this girl, she was overextending again and again.
Third time already.
But she's back. You can see B knows the value of this woman. He respects his wham and ensuring that she is alive on the field and ready for that fight the moment he ages up. Now, with the veterancy in for the archers, that's great and all, but we know knights, they don't really care about 30 archers, especially not when they are veteran variety. And already queuing that up, that's exactly what B is going to be waiting for here. These spears are still very much feudal age, and sure, we're getting a handful of lancers, but 16 knights, this is not something that those 34 archers are going to have any chance at.
I think the archer is nice simply because it prevents B from going into spears himself. It's not really typical for JD friends of going into spears, but Belgium is adding in lancers now, so he's got this knight archer composition, and if he just gets his mass up of lancers, I think he can do a lot of damage.
Now, we do see a Barbican being plopped down. It is going to be forward. Now, with the Barbican, you get access to your extra gold here at the front right now. There were some smaller ones. This one is a little bit more risky. But with the veterancy about to kick in, not just for the knights, but the archers too, these are going to be scary. And what I'm really surprised about is Baltoon is still stuck on those feudal spears. So the feudal spears, he might be going for 2 lances total, but those feudal spears are going to have a pretty hard time against these knights. And you can see he knows this. He's ready to take this with the knights already stepping forward. Archers, they're tickling. And of course, you don't want to get your knights picked off, but the numbers, the sheer numbers are going to be so scary. And more spears being queued up, and finally the upgrade as well.
Yeah, nice cleave about JD, and JD getting level 3, so she's got her horse now. She also got some bonus units she can spawn now. That's a big cleave again. That's like 2 cleaves in a row that are doing massive amount of damage, and Belgium is stuck in front of zone gate.
Now, it does sound like there was a wall of law going over the back here, but we can see those spear numbers completely cleaned up. And that's the beauty of fighting against feudal age spears when all your units are already of the veteran variety. Quickly, Baltoon learning we cannot take a fight like that. And game number 2 also going to be, guys, let this not be a 3-0, because Baltoona, we've been waiting to see his rise, but that did not look like a rise at all.
Now some massive cleaves by JD. We lost JD a couple of times, but in the last fight we got 3 huge cleaves, and all those units clumped up together. You get such insane amount of damage. That's just really difficult to stop.
Yeah, the castle age for both these games, it feels like that castle age is the breaking point for the tuna. And honestly, looking at our next civilizations, I feel that maybe B cooked here. He cooked this draft significantly. Now, and again, we see him on a civilization that would be one of Baltoon's favorites to go for, and that is the French. Now, getting into Oh, it's a best of 7? Oh yes. Oh.
Yeah, it's the best of 7. Like I was like,
Ah,
I won't say anything, but yeah,
yes.
he has to win 4 games.
Okay, so it won't be a 3-0, guys. Who knows? Is B on the way to getting that 4-0? No, I believe in the
It would
tuna.
be really funny, like being 3-0 up and then just leave and DQ because he didn't know he had to win 4 games.
No, but B is a man of flavor. He knows how to cook right, and on top of it. Now, of course, with B being such an aggressive player, Baltoon is playing against something that's not always in his element. He's usually the one in the driving seat. But guys, let's hop into game number 3. Baltoon and B on a nice all. What is this map called again? Now I gotta ask
This
you,
map
Bart.
is Coastal Cliffs.
Coastal Cliffs, yes, of course. Yes, guys, sometimes it does escape the brain. In the red, on the Ilalu, I don't know, the Ilalu Chad civilization, we just have the Malians with Baltoon in the driving seat. He is looking at making this a better day for himself than poor Max Verstappen had this morning.
Yeah, on the east side of the map, in the color green, playing as a French, we got the one and only Treaty B.
Now, with Mr. B on the French, we are expecting to see a lot of raids. And with raids, we gotta talk about them spawns. Because
Did you
Bart...
just say B just wants to be friends?
Oh, nobody wants
I
to
don't
be
know.
French. Calm
He
down.
wants to be friends.
Ah, there we go.
Eh.
Sorry. Nah, it's okay. I just missed the pun. I'm sorry. It's because I
Yeah,
have some... Yeah?
yeah, I have to drop some dad jokes here and there, of course, because I'm old, so I'm allowed to.
Oh yes, and you have kids! Oh my goodness. I just have Gigi Dog. And giving birth to Gigi Dog was definitely hard work enough.
Yeah, but you know what they say, in the end, it gives a lot of back, you know? You get a lot of back from your kids.
Now, with the dad jokes in the arsenal, I need to be prepared because I recently did a DNA test and I found out I'm very German. So unfortunately, I might miss
Ja,
those.
Deutschland.
Yeah.
Ja.
A lot of
Hä,
Dutch.
wie geht's?
A lot of Dutch, but maybe the German is destroying my humor. Sorry, guys. It's the genetics all coming together. But I want to take a second here and look at the fact that we now see Pit Mine here with that extra house. Because a lot of the times players are either just going for that first tree, not the second one, but with this you do get that extra bit of wood. And that wood that you get, it just means another house, a lot more extra gold. And when you do see that, you know that the follow-up is naturally getting that triple cow pretty quickly. Now, the difference of that wood, usually this means that you are a little bit delayed in getting that first ranch, but you do have your cows on standby already. But of course, School of Cavalry coming out from Mr. B, no surprises there. And again, the man, he loves his deer.
Yeah, that's what you do as a player. Try to play as greedy as possible and then try to then not get punished for it, because if you play greedy, you got yourself set up better for later stage of the game. And if you don't play greedy, you're just gonna fall behind. But yeah, play too greedy, you get punished for it. Going for the 7 houses for the early cows, that's Belgium's way of playing greedy because he's not expecting any Dark Age aggression. It's not really typical for friends throwing those Dark Age spirits to try and burn down those houses and pit mine. So it's like, yeah, I can get away with it, so let's do that.
Now, of course, Baltoon is going to see what's going on here. And now with the boar information also on his side, this is massive. Getting this info already puts him in a spot where he's like, okay, I need to be present on this map. And you can see that scout, he's already got a victim in mind. And this Malian spicy scouts, they are eventually gonna be victims, but we do see they fight back just in time and the scout needs to back off, at least for now. But that low HP villager, he's a sitting duck.
It's only 2 HP, like that's just 2 hits from a regular scout. And for a warrior scout, I don't know if Belton already has the upgrade, I don't think he does. Oh no, he's going barracks, he's going defensive donzos.
And this, it makes sense. Of course, getting your donzos is going to be very important when you're up against the Nightman, but it still feels pretty rough knowing that you are the one who wants to shut down a little bit of a greedy move here. And even greedier from B as he decides to bring more villagers to be snacking on the deer and the boar.
Yeah, if he knows Belton is going into defensive Donzos, he can just go out on map for more resources. Second pit mine coming up. Belton going for the defensive macro play, and you know, French is once again just gonna be banging on this door trying to kill him, and Belton's gonna sit back and be the rock.
Now, with this knight making his way across the map, you gotta ask yourself, where does he want to strike? Because, of course, with this knight, you wanna at least do a bit of damage. Damage with Malians can be denying that second pit mine. It can be just getting a villager, plain up. But at the same time, you just want to slow down the Malians' economy. Now, French, they don't struggle like other civilizations to stay up to date with Malians because they just get more villagers. But, ooh, this looks like Baltoon overstayed his welcome, and the first villager will go down. That was the damage that I was talking about.
Yeah, nice pick off by B. Donzo being out of position just for a couple of seconds, just a couple of tiles, and immediately get punished for it by losing a villager.
Now the second night is underway, and B is very quick to switch to that archery range already. Most players, when they play French, they love to go for that secondary stable, just pump out a bunch of knights. But on a map like this, you don't have the same area space where you can run around and raid. You actually need to be quite conservative about this. So he knows this. Already having that archer there provides an extra layer of denial as we see that villager having to pull back yet again. The Donzos, they get a good stick, but at the same time, they still have to be careful of that archer pushing forwards.
Yeah, the spearman against Night Battle is so difficult. Just like you saw, he did a melee charge on those Donzos, so they got a lot of damage because the distance was too short to do a brace. They're trying to pick off the archers with their spear throw that's on a cooldown for like every 15 seconds or something. But it's really difficult because the knights have the mobility, they just can run around, and the spears have to follow them, and it's really difficult to have a good engagement with them.
I love this. Look at that. Baltoon just putting back. He knows the limitations of the Donzos, and he also knows the strengths. And he says, all I need is more Donzos. I'm just going to keep on sniping. And we can see them going off of cooldown again, almost ready to get that next hit on the archers. And the archer numbers are not big enough to contest this just yet. But Baltoon is going for a unit we haven't seen in a few days, and that is the Javelin Thrower. The Javelin Thrower dealing with archers so quickly, but of course costing gold, which is why a lot of Malian players just prefer to go for cows instead of good old javelins.
Yeah, Javelin, they're the counter against archer because they do additional damage against ranged units. They have a kind of slow attack speed and fuel, so they're really good in small amounts, so in small masses. But once you get to this big masses, it's so difficult because you tend to overkill, and it's hard to kite and stuff like that. But you know, if you just can chase away B with the knights and archers, you can just chase them back again and maybe hop to castle or something. There's a lot of stuff you can do.
And you can see quickly with these Donzos, he's just providing that layer of protection that javelin, single javelin needs to keep on poking these archers. The archers themselves are really doing good work against the Donzos, but the problem is just, it requires a lot more micro from B than it does from Baltoon.
Yeah, nice getting a lot of damage in. Another big melee charge by those 5 knights. So Donzos are kind of low on HP, but I see a lot of them already renewed, so they died and new ones already on the field. Second pit mine coming up now, and even more production.
And going for that second archery range, I like this. Now, I hope for his sake that this is not just a bunch of javelin throwers, because of course, javelin throwers are great, love that, but at the same time, it's so scary to control them as the game goes on. But B is actually, I was going to say, he's not investing that much into more archers, but he does get another scout, because time and time again, we see the pro players say one thing consistently, and that is, vision is the most important thing in this game. So now with Chivalry, he's going to be able to just heal those knights up that may have taken a little bit of poking, and finally get into a spot where these knights are going to be able to go in and get out, hopefully unscathed. The problem is just, Donzos are so good at punishing this.
Yeah, and we have more and more Donzos and Javelin throwers coming in. Maybe even getting a Farimba and Castle Age, but already 9 cows are out. So we already have 3 cattle ranches filled. We got some walls on the east side of the base, on the west side of Belgium's base. So knights are there, but they won't get any value. They will be stopped by walls. That's one of the best counters against knights, just having a lot of walls.
And those knights, they're looking for a
Oh,
way
it's not
in.
finished.
Oh, there's a hole in the wall. Oh, and they're gonna find a victim, but only one victim. Oh, I saved just one victim, but I cursed the poor man. These villagers, oh, he doesn't want to commit to this. The TC fire deters him just a bit and doesn't want to sacrifice any more knights. But if he knew there was a whole army out of position here, he would have been very happy to continue.
Yeah, this is the thing against spears and knights as well. You always have to be on top of the knights with your spears, but if you're out of position one time, you can easily lose like 2 or 3 villagers, and the French can just back off if he sees a lot of spears. B, adding a little bit more resources, they're piling a little bit up. I wonder what he's gonna do.
Now, we do see that there's one knight that got left behind that threw our split or a little picture-in-picture off completely. Because with that group of knights, you of course want to have your major fight. But at the same time, while your opponent's distracted, that's where this bad boy will come in and do the work he needs to win this for him. But now, a lot more javelins in this army, but a ton of donzos. This is not going to be an easy fight, and especially against this 11 cal Malians, it's still so risky. A knight paying the price pretty quickly, with these donzos just throwing their sticks pretty aggressively.
Oh, it's gonna be so difficult for Belgium. B had such a big army. Archers picking off so many donzos, and knights do pretty well against donzos as well. If they manage to get a charge off and if you micro them properly and they can heal up again. Wall still denied, and Knight not going in for the wood line as of yet. B backing off a bit and trying to, you know, get the state of the game again.
And thank you, Demu, for the big raid. Appreciate it, good sir. But now, with these javelin numbers, it's getting scary. I don't know if B is gonna find a way through that front line of the donzos. He's got a ton of archers here, but of course, with the donzos, he's trying to use this thing on cooldown the moment they step into the range. Quickly making their move forward, but it looks like the knights, they just want to find some damage. Usually with knights, you're like, if they're standing still, they're just not doing their job. But now going straight for the charge, they pull back, they don't want to get impaled. Javelin throwers getting an archer every single time they poke their heads out. The javelins are doing the work.
Oh, and B has to think about what he want to do next, because Boar is gone. First deer pack seems to be gone. Second deer pack is already being snacked upon. So sometime soon you do have to add in a couple of farms, and that's gonna delay your push. That's gonna lose you some tempo, because if you invest into farms, you're not gonna be able to invest into army.
And that's the problem when you're up against the Malians. You have 16 cattle on the Malian ranch already. Baltoon is having a lovely time with food. He's going to have a wonderful transition out of here. And we do see those villagers still trying to snack the cow that accidentally died in the middle of where his age up needs to be. And until that cow's finished, this man will not be able to age up. But we see one javelin thrower in queue, which means he is already thinking about that age up. The donzos, they need to provide the front line, but all the spears together, they kill Knight quick.
Oh, and there's a big engagement coming in now. Knights trying to brute their force way through. Archers trying to pick off as many donzos as possible, so the Knights are free reign. But B taking a lot of damage. It's really hard to engage into this. But Baltoon also already has a lot of resources in his bank because he wanted to go castle. Does he have enough units to defend? Now he's gonna guide with those javelin throws. Gonna go into a choke point because his donzos will be more effective. And B's gonna back off a little bit, trying to get in again. It's so difficult.
Now the donzos, B knows that's all he needs to kill, but the javelin throwers are plentiful. And Baltoon, he's having a pretty good time at dealing with that. Oh, he pulls the cows for the food. He runs out of food, knows he needs to eat. Quickly, just gathering from the cows, trying to stay up to date with this. He's not ready for that castle commitment. He knows the moment he goes castle, this is exactly where he's been losing games before. He needs to think this one through. Thinking it through by just... Oh my goodness, I cursed it. He goes, stops gathering, and then we'll just go castle anyway. The javelin thrower numbers, he feels confident enough in these guys, but he does need to be careful.
Yeah, Knight trying to get in some charge damage, but it's so far away. Oh, they're engaging with the dancers, not getting braced, so they can back off a little bit again. Archers kiting to trying to get as many dancers as possible. There's still 17 dancers on the field. It's a lot of kiting to kill that, and both going to castle right now. And it's the Royal Institute for B. He wants to finish this.
Oh, getting that position for yourself with both of you. Ooh, I love this. The fact that he went from Guildhall to Royal Institute, this is so B of him. But it tells you that B is planning to end this game now. He cannot wait for the late game because, of course, when you're playing against the French or when you're playing against Malians, you know, the early to mid castle is probably where they shine brightest. But you have a few moments there before that cow economy kicks in properly. And he's most likely looking at making that game-ending damage happen right here and right now.
Yeah, we really see stables coming up for Baltoon because he wants to get into those sofas. We want to get that imported armor. That's a huge upgrade for the sofas. Immediately queues up all the veteran upgrades. They're a bit quicker for the Malians. I mean cheaper, not quicker. You know, you need to know the difference. And B doing the same. So we're gonna get a castle against a castle engagement. No hole in the wall anymore. So woodline villagers are safe.
Oh, now. Now, of course, with those knights, they are definitely still pretty scary. Even though you've got your Donzos here, now all upgraded. You see that archer upgrade still taking a while. And another archer paying the price. And another one taking a lot of damage here. And this is usually how things spiral out of control. We can see B with his raids. He's just not able to hit on the spot. These knights are doing their best at trying to find some damage. But they are purely focused on A moving and not the usual B aggression we see out of him. Quickly, a little bit of pressure here from Baltoon now as he's the one pushing, and it looks like he's pushing very aggressively. Javelin throwers getting quite a few victims on the way, but B just doesn't have that archer mass to actually contest this.
Yeah, he managed to cut off those archers and pick off a lot of them. So that's a lot of army value for Baltoon. There's one knight on top of Baltoon base trying to get a raid in. Even though B has more villagers already because he's French, so they produce quicker. Baltoon does have 18 cows to compensate. So big eco for both, and they're gonna fight over the relics any moment now.
Now, we see that B is the only man who's been thinking about the relics up until now, already having one on the way. So, he's definitely feeling okay. But, of course, the longer this game goes, the less relevant his Royal Institute ends up being. And now we're already seeing that Malian economy kick into gear. That timing I talked about is already gone.
Yeah, I haven't seen Royal Bloodlines as of yet. I don't know if you can confirm if it's already in. No, it's not in. Like, Royal Bloodline is one of the most important upgrades in the Royal Institute. Gives you 80 more HP on your Royal Knights. Javelin throwers picking off those archers again, and we got this back and forth again. You know, trying to charge in, get a lot of charge damage. Archers trying to pick off those spearmen, and the same for Baltoon, trying to get rid of all these archers so the dancers have supreme reign. And we got sofas coming in now.
Now that's the difficult part in all of this. This army that B is currently losing is not replaceable. Not with the food income he has per minute now. Royal Institute finally getting that Royal Bloodlines research, but B is still bleeding units on the way to the upgrade. These archer numbers, they are so vital. And the fact that he's sacrificing these knights before the Royal Bloodlines come in, it's pretty scary, but the army is starting to thin out, and the javelin throwers doing their best at just focusing the archers. The knight numbers, they do look like they prevail, but there's a ton more units with follow-up, and this time with horses as well.
Yeah, a lot of sofas coming in. They do really well against knights. They do really well against archers. Even get bonus damage against infantry. Javelin thrower trying to dish out damage as well, trying to pick off those low HP knights so that they won't be able to heal and won't be affected by Royal Bloodlines once it kicks in. And B on his turn trying to surround their javelin throwers and getting a lot of good hits in.
Now, these knights are doing an amazing job, but they all will eventually get cleaned up, as we can see. The archer numbers decent enough here at the front, but now we have sofas, and these sofas are pretty much sorted when it comes to dealing with any unit that doesn't penetrate properly. There's no orbs on the field for him, and the problem is these knights, they are now officially limited edition as all the food is starting to get depleted. Berries have been snacked on. Only 4 more berry bushes, so I guess like 2.5 left. Now Baltoon, he just keeps pumping units. With 0 villages on food, look at that income.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, I'm worried for B for his food transition because he's snacking on a couple of berries, but he's gonna need to stack up a lot of wood and get his farms in. And all the time, Belgium will just mess up more and more units. Even adding in a couple of Musufati, as it seems, they're really good against heavy units as well. They got bonus damage against heavy units. Most of the time used against men-at-arms. Not really real nice because they can charge into those Musufati, but I think it's just tankiness, like bulkiness.
And I think cannon fodder at this point. With those Musafatis, you also have the option of being the invisible force that runs around and just raids without you being able to keep track of them. B now moving out here onto the stone. He's about to get a little visit from the horses, and these sofas, they are not nice when they do pay a visit.
Oh, the sofas really pack a punch, and I like how Belgium is raiding with like 3 sofas on the side, while also controlling his main army, getting through some builds on the gold vein. No, they all hide into the tower, but they're cut off from all the army, so they have to run away. Manage to get out, manage to get away. Is one gonna pay the price? No, they will all survive, but did the villagers on the stone survive as well? That's the big question.
Now, the villagers on the stone were completely untouched, but those sofas, they are straight on the wood line. With the main fight here in front of us, the knights are getting completely cleaned up. There's no farm transition behind this. There's no hope of replenishing this army. But B, yeah, there we go. B taps out. He's had enough. He says, all right, you take gate number 3. We have 2 more to go, brother.
Yeah, we have at least 2 more to go, and we got the first win for the fish, for Belgium. Like, it's always nice to have at least both players win 1 game. Like it's always nice to at least score 1, get off that hateful 0. So I'm really happy with Belgium taking that game.
Now, yesterday, and you guys can take a quick look here as we see a little bit of the brackets from yesterday. Yesterday, I pressed the wrong button, so if something disappears, just let me know so I can fix it. But as we can see here, a lot of the matches from yesterday, they ended up in some 3-0s. Now, of course, this is not what we want to see again today. These boys need to bring their game face, and Baltoon is already doing that. Now, I see Vampire Crabs asking, are knights cooked? No, they're just cooked if you run straight into Donzos. There's a reason these boys prioritize our knight civilizations, and we can see why that is. Now, guys, for the rest of the day, we do see Beastie Myriad will be our next match after B and Baltoon finishes, and Marine Lord Numidan will be our final match for today. So, out of these 6 players, only 3 will qualify for the Homestead Cup that's taking place here in my house in Serbia. So, Gigi Dog is not behind me now, but her toy is, her puppet is. So, you will get a glimpse of what our life is like here in the Balkans. But of course, so will the pro players. And that is exactly what we're living for here. Let's go back to the lobby. Now, what we have in front of us today is an English veto. And honestly, seeing this, I am in shambles. I did not imagine that anyone would be vetoing English today.
Well, it's Cliffside, I think, if I look at the map, and Cliffside is a really, really good English map, so that's probably the reason why.
Yeah, English is great at those small spaces, especially with a little bit of longbow prowess. Now, of course, we have been seeing players just pull out a longbow here and there, as the king is still the favorite in most cases. But guys, we have an Abbasid Delhi situation, so let's go see what these 2 guys are plotting for us in game number 4.
Game number 4, let's go! And in the red, on the east side, we got Baltoon, our Tunis fish, playing their Ubids.
Now, Baltoon on the Abbasid is not going to be having an easy time against someone like B on the Delhi, because B is an aggressive boy, as we've seen time and time again. And from what I know about the tuna, he's a little bit of a greedy goose when it comes to the Abbasid lifestyle. The Abbasid lifestyle for Baltoon means a nice little fast castle, and if you have enough Ghazi raiders on top of you, that could just be fast castle into GG. He needs to be careful here.
Yeah, that's always a difficult timing. The other player has a lot of horsemen, like if it's Bahi or Ghazi Raider, for example. B can even heal up as Ghazi
Oh
after
no.
every dive. And if you then get a one range defense and you got like 10, 12 Ghazi diving the TC, it's really difficult to keep all your villas alive. But Ayubis has so many good castle upgrades, so many good age ups, that you kind of want to get to castle as quickly as you can.
Now, getting to castle can be a little bit harder because with Ghazi Raiders, you are on top of your opponent pretty quickly, but this man is going for the economy wing, and honestly, this is not what I think anyone expected. So, going for a good old eco wing takes me back to those earlier days where I guess we were still figuring out the meta. You were thinking, okay, 3 villagers, that's pretty great, but not just 3 villagers, also a little bit of extra food there on the berry bush. It makes sense. You will usually be able to respond to what your opponent is going to do in feudal, and this is the responsible choice. I just hope that this is going to be the right choice for Boltyn, but it does look like he's going to be staying in feudal, and I'm so glad I was wrong about the fast castle lifestyle, because if Boltyn tried that against someone like B, he would be in for a very, very difficult time.
Yeah, equal wings is solid. You get 3 additional villagers when the feudal age of finishes, so you get some more resource income early feudal. We see the Dome of the Fate for 3DB. It can produce scholars. Those are the monks for the Delhi Sultanate. They are also, I think, they're slower now and cheaper. I have to double check that. Like, they used to be cheaper, but I don't know if it's only time now that it's only slower now. We see a lot of production builds already for Boltyn, going for the barracks and the stable, so he's gonna duke it out in feudal already.
Yeah, juking it in feudal is going to be the greatest choice against a civilization that needs to have this early presence. Horsemen, a wonderful choice when you're up against the Ghazi Raiders. They deal quite well with this. Now, usually the Aeobids is pretty decent at handling it because they do have those dervishes, but in this case, it's just a raw old Aeobids. No nice little Aeobid healing that we usually see out of them. But the first unit, of course, is going to be the Ghazis for the Delhi. And this is something we had a little bit of a different experience with yesterday. A lot of players were going for Ghazi Raiders a little bit later and rather opening with that stable. Boltyn here going to open with the second building, of course, with the barracks. He's going to be able to respond to the Ghazi Raiders, but his horseman is going to need to find that damage and keep B under control. Because with this, we do see a little bit of idle time on the TC. Even though it's just 8 seconds. 8 seconds is half a villager, and that 3 villager lead just doesn't feel the same.
Yeah, Boltyn having some horsemen to raid around and trying to pick off a couple of units. Maybe even add in a desert raider, because you get the camel on ease buff. It debuffs your opponent like for 20% of the damage. So that would be a really nice addition. So those camels, they can look so scary, you know. It's really impressive. B adding in archers already against the spears. And Boltyn going for the berries, of course, because he has equal wings. So he gets additional food from the berries. Ayub is very good berry sieve.
So, when we see this type of composition, you know that archers and Ghazis are just going to be a bit stronger the longer this goes. Because with archers, you're handling this pretty well. You're able to kite backwards, and especially when B is in the driver's seat. B has shown us time and time again, he's a micro god. So, Boltyn is definitely going to have his work cut out for him. Now, with the Ghazis, you are going to try and find damage out on the map. And that's exactly where we find our Boltuna trying to get a little bit of food here. With, of course, that early game sheep still strong enough. You can see a few more under here, but B definitely got the majority of these with 22 sheep on his side. This man is not your standard Delhi who's going to need to go out on the map and get raided. He's going to be safely tucked into his base without any pressure.
Yeah, and Boltyn already adding his own blacksmith to get these military upgrades. B not a blacksmith yet. All the other upgrades are already done. I mean, a lot of them are done because Delhi has 3 upgrades, but they just take more time. We see a range defense coming in for Boltyn against those archers, of course. Archers doing 5 damage, so getting 1 damage off from that 5. It's a 20% decrease. It's a really good upgrade.
Now, with all of these horses, you would think he'd be able to fight this, but the archer numbers are massive. The spears are going to melt, so Baltoon with his own archers, it's going to take a while to reach those numbers, but you can see him completely stopping that spear production. He knows what's important. He needs to get the archer numbers up too.
Yeah, that's so dangerous against all those Gaussies already. 7 Gaussies in the field, 8-1 coming out. So you're making archers already against a big horseman mass. And Delhi taking those sacred sites because they can take sacred sites in feudal already, even get more gold from a sacred site than your average civilization. And their units can build walls, so we're already blocking the middle sacred site with a short wall. The Ghazi was blocking their own unit for building the wall, but it's gonna be finished anytime soon.
Now, the problem is these archers are just going to be able to snipe over the wall, do a little bit of damage over the wall, and slowly these sacred sites are already becoming inaccessible. Now, already 10 Ghazis on the field. Baltoon is feeling that timer, and it's not just because the sacred sites are being capped. He's feeling the timer because he knows that Delhi is getting further and further ahead. More Ghazis in queue and scholars to join. Now, of course, the army count is basically even if you take away the scholars, because the scholars are, of course, tucked here inside the base. But it's still feeling pretty scary when you know most of his army counters your composition.
It's still pretty even. Like, he got 9 scholars, almost 10 scholars, so that's like 1300 resources. So the army value is still kind of the same. But B is getting money from the sacred sites, and B is getting a lot of upgrades in, which Baltoon doesn't have. So if B can just hold out, I think he's in a better position. Almost got a Veil there on the barriers as well.
But only decapping the one site. The others need to back off because the archers, again, are in position. And that's the beauty of having this heavy archer composition. B has a response to most of what is on the side of Baltoon. But Baltoon, he is still looking at trying to shut this down on the sacred side. Constantly fighting because we know if Delhi gets ahead in feudal, it quickly skyrockets. But quickly we see the horsemen getting on top of B. Absolutely obliterating everything here. And Baltoon, he's doing a decent job, but the problem is the front line. The front line's completely melted. The Ghazis are still being kept alive.
Yeah, and we got 4 scholars in the middle, sacred site healing all those units. We got reinforcements coming in, even more scholars coming in. Be really committing to trying to win this fight. So if the mass just gets small enough, doesn't matter if he got the counter unit. 6 scholars can pretty much out-heal everything, and Baltoon has to back off.
Now, Baltoon just losing a ton of his units to that scholar healing. In general, with the Ghazis, they did such a quick melt session there for themselves, but the scholars, they are anti-melt units, just healing up everything, getting them back to standard temperatures. Look at that. That Ghazi is ready for another fight yet again. But you can see Baltoon is not ready to give up, but he realizes, I need to win this. So takes yet another engagement here. Spearmen here at the front, trying to do as much damage to the Ghazis as possible. But you can see the archer numbers, even though small, they are doing the work they need. And Ghazis are just becoming way too overwhelming. Scholars, being this far forward, not much is going to be able to take them down.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Like, I saw 2 horsemen hitting an archer, and every time the archer got really low, but Baltoon taps out and B takes another win.
This is already becoming a pretty scary set here. Now, on match point, B is looking very, very happy with his position. But Baltoon, I know we have 4 lakes in the picture. I'm not sure why, because I believe we're going to be watching Relic River. I believe so. Yeah. I don't know if we have 4 lakes in the map pool even. No, we do. We do. See, guys, this is...
You do. Yeah,
okay, okay. So yeah. we just have a duplication. Okay.
But that's not played that much.
Oh, it is 4 lakes. Actually, it is 4 lakes. Finally. Yesterday, we had a few 4 lake images that were all relic rivers, and I got really confused about those picks. But our picks here are going to be needing to show that type of, how can we say, the sneaky play that we see from B very often. B is someone who can look at the meta and he completely turns the meta on its head. But we'll see if that's going to be the case here, because we have Zushi and Order of the Dragon for these two. Now, Zushi and Order of the Dragon, both civs that we don't usually see Zushi here, but Order of the Dragon, they do get picked here because it's just a very well-rounded civilization, especially on the water.
Yeah, and then Sushi, of course, has some bonuses as well. Like you can supervise the lumber camps, you get additional wood, you can build more fishing ships. A couple of times you get some crazy meditation gardens, which gives you a lot of food and wood as well. But we see Baltune on the Heart of the Dragon playing in red in the north side of the map. Let's go for a duck.
Oh, a nice little duck to feed his army. So, of course, Baltuna is going to be snacking on them fishes. We do see Order of the Dragon sometimes going for Dark Age aggression. But, of course, when you're dealing with Zushi, you know... Oh, dealing with this map in general, there's two sides you get to go. And if you choose the wrong side, things can just not go your way as easily. B is going to go for a Dark Age play, aka... going for the dock most likely. He does need to... Ooh, there we go. I was about to say, where is that thing? But red does make it a bit more confusing than other times.
Yeah, and Sushi also has a faster building speed because it's a variant from China, and China has some faster building speed as well, so that duck goes up like really quick. I'm looking for some potential meditation garden, but I'm not seeing any hot spots as of yet, so it's probably gonna be like on the berries, gold, and some wood. It still gives you like a nice income, like maybe 80 to 90 resources. So that's what you gotta do. And meanwhile, they're collecting sheep.
I'm trying something, guys. Give me a second. Oh, there we go. Hey, I did it. Okay. Split screen, baby.
Cow would be proud, you know.
Almost perfect.
Cow's gonna look at this and like, oh, I wish I was that good with video production.
We did see the little windows pop up there, but scout on scout action. Yeah, Twitch chat, what can I say? Casting, pressing the buttons, and only making 16 mistakes. But with that loot we see here, it does feel pretty good, seeing that the sheep are evenly split. Finally, we get a situation where it's more even. And now the water is going to make the difference. The sheep is usually just a little bit of a fallback, but still, you do want access to that when your water is under siege.
Yeah, it's nice to have sheep in your base for a rainy day, but you hope to have your food income through fishing boats. Having these additional fishing boats means you got more food eco, because fish has a higher food gathering rate than like berries or something, so that's why a lot of people go for fishing. But that also means you can easier transition into castle, and Zushi has such a good castle age. They have a quicker age up with the Tang dynasty. You can easily supervise the stable. You get very fast lancers, like they come out very fast. Even if you go like the Mount Luke Academy, you got a research that even improves your supervision, so you get even more lancers, even more faster. So that's such a huge and difficult timing to deal with as an opponent.
Yeah, and Bolton, he's loving his little seaside here. The Swedish man, he knows that there are nice waters out to just keep on expanding onto. Not going for any units on land just yet. He's going to make sure that he's ensuring the water is on his side. But the real question is why he doesn't try to be aggressive with it. Order of the Dragon, they are so good at taking control of the water, but at the same time, the man is just trying to play it safe, get the food he needs, and do that switch over pretty quickly. Both of these guys off of gold completely, or still not on gold at least, but the difference here is, with Zushi's legacy, you very rarely need to touch the gold, because of course, you have enough taxes coming out from the wood gathering.
Yeah, I already saw the Imperial official dropping off some text, like you have to do that manually when it's supervising, but it's just an additional interaction you have to do. They also need less gold for the age up, because they are in the Tang dynasty, so they got a little bit cheaper age up as well, even to feudal. And yeah, we see a heavy investment to boats. We already have 7 boats for both players.
Now, Order of the Dragon is a civ that always looks like they have a little less villages. So now, their economy is still really nice, especially considering you are just a civ that gathers more, drops off better. Zushi, they match that pretty well. Oh, and we do see B now having the right amount to click that age up. But like you said, we need to look at some positions for that meditation garden. And honestly, getting 2 golds might be okay. but there's just no juicy spot to put it down. Here you could get some wood, berries, and gold, but at the same... Oh, and that's exactly where they'll put it. No stone gonna be in that lucky packet today.
Well, at least you made a really good guess and you told B where to put his meditation garden. So that's the caster experience, I guess. Mine are coming up for a Beltune. It has some special upgrades for your units. It has cheaper upgrades, research faster. No Aachen Chapel. The Aachen Chapel of the Order of Dragon has a little bit less buff gathering rate than the H3 does. So that seems makes sense.
Now, with the switch over to gold here, with 4, I'm a little bit... Oh, 5. I'm a little bit sus. But, oh, 4 again. But even 4, that's a pretty big number when we are just going for a little bit of water play. Now, of course, this could mean that he's just going to go and make sure that he gets the military ships needed, because military ships, they also cost a little bit of gold. Not that much, though. Not 4 on gold worth. So I'm feeling a little bit sus here. Baltoon playing a double safe on this lake, making sure that he gets all his fishing boats safe and secure and has the vision for if anyone tries to put down a sneaky dock.
Yeah, the counter dock play, like if you manage to pull it off, it's really rewarding, because if you get one archer ship on the pond of your opponent, you immediately can kill a lot of fishing ships and your opponent has to react with military ships himself. And it's really hard to estimate how many military ships you need, because you don't know how much your opponent's gonna invest. Meanwhile, we see barracks coming up for Beltune, and B with 4 on gold. I'm guessing he's gonna go for a pretty quick castle age.
Definitely. We see with 1 horseman in queue. Ooh, and getting a boat of his own. He's just making sure that this lake is not going to get docked by his opponent. And it's the reasonable choice. You don't want to risk anything here. And getting all those extra docks to just prioritize the drop-off time. He wants to make sure he gets the resources he needs early on. Now, with Baltoon going for a barracks, this is fantastic, but of course it's a natural response when you see a good old stable. Both of these guys, though, they are not producing too much, and this is just telling us one thing and one thing only. Both of them are going for the Castle Age, and honestly, Order of the Dragon Castle Age, that's my vote.
Oh yeah, both castles are really good. Like Order of Dragon, most of the time just go the Burgrave Palace, because it gives you cheaper units and faster production. So you already have your production up if you build the Burgrave Palace. And it always has value for the entire game, because it's always gonna give you cheaper units. And B, yeah, Mount Lu, Shaolin Monastery, both are reasonable choices. Shaolin Monastery can make monks, and they can hit pretty hard, but you can also pick up the relics pretty quickly. And Mount Lu has some special resources as well. Like you can get additional Imperial officials, you can get more money, you can improve your supervision. No, a lot of good age up possible.
Now, we see B is doubling down on making sure nobody is docking on his side and getting that second military boat, 1 on each lake, to secure this for himself. Baltoon, you mentioned about the fact that they can get value of this all game, but what's most important is the value compared to the Regnus Cathedral. The Regnus Cathedral gives you double the gold on relics, but of course, when you're up against Zushi's Legacy, you know they go for Fast Castle as well. And Fast Castle, they have a pretty good amount of movement to try and secure these relics early on. So it's very unlikely you're going to get as many as you need to get the same value as you do out of the Burgrave Palace. The Burgrave Palace, if you are constantly producing from it, it is going to be on par with a 5 relic Regnus Cathedral on your side.
Yeah, we see even a stable coming up for Belgium, so I guess he's gonna go in those gilded knights, you know, those have the power of 2 knights, so they can easily kill a lot of vills. Like, don't pay attention to your gold for like 10 seconds, all your gold vills will be dead. And we see the Mount Lu Academy coming in for B, so that's the age up with the special tags.
Now, as it gets completed, let's take a quick look at the costs here. 130 to 26. This is so cheap. It is so cheap. As you guys can see, it is heavily discounted. So this just means you spam it like a regular men-at-arm, especially when you have this much food income coming from the fishing boats. So this is why Order of the Dragon feels so good. But Monastery instantly being popped down as well. We do see Palace Guards coming up from B, and he's gonna try to do something about that. But the problem is just Men-at-Arms, they should be perfectly okay against these Palace Guards.
Yeah, Palace Guards are a little bit quicker. They got a bit more movement speed, but they also have less armor. So you get the mobility thing again. Like the Palace Guards don't really want to fight head on. They really want head on engagement. They just want to run around and try to kill vills.
Now with this we can see the numbers are going to be smaller, of course. This is still a long production time. 20 seconds per unit here. It's going to mean that the numbers are... It's going to take a while to reach there, but there's a knight. And the knight, that is the big question mark. Where does this guy go? And when we find out, let's put a little bit of a follow on him to see where he prioritizes this bad boy to actually hit where it hurts. So this knight, I was going to do picture-in-picture because I assumed that he would send this elsewhere. But it's so chunky, sends it straight to the middle of the map to try and fight this off. Very quickly getting deterred here by all the crossbows. B's response already preemptively being, you're gonna go for armored units, let me deal with that. And now, all of a sudden, a horseman feels like a much better idea.
Yeah, like the B already has 15 crossbows on the field, so they melt Gilded Knights as well, and they melt Men-at-Arms. So having your own spear crossbow mix maybe against the Palace Guards and the crossbowmen would be good. But opting for a lot of horsemen or a lot of spears as well. But now you're gonna kind of losing control of the relics and be already getting some relics in. I wonder how many relics both players will get.
Right now, Baltoon is on a single relic and the other relic goes over to B. So behind this, no one has a significant lead on the relics, guys. And for now, I want to keep the eye on those knights. And we see them finding a little bit of a connection, instantly getting a reaction here from the army here at the back. But the Palace Guards are the ones paying the price. And you guys can see the relics. Then the bottom left corner. The UI does require a little bit of clicking to get there. But in the end, at least we get to see a few knights trying to do the work, but another relic trying to be picked up here. The spearmen in position though, and it looks like they want to take this fight, but those crossbows are gonna be... Oh, never mind. They're standing right at the front, taking all the beating, and this is not the crossbow fight you want.
No, but the crossbows can kite at least, and spearmen do pretty well cost effectively against crossbows. And the main thing is Baltoon just wants to get that relic, so he wants to just chase those crossbows away to get the relic back to his base, losing another monk there with the relic in hand. And now we got two split armies fighting on multiple spaces of the map, so it's a lot of multitasking to do.
And this is usually where you lose control of games, when you need to focus your attention on both sides. We do see those knights finally losing a little bit of attention here from Baltoon. Baltoon is like, hey, I need to win this spearman against crossbow fight, so that knight gets to stand still and rest for a quick moment. But behind this, the wood is starting to run out. We see a lot more villagers being pulled over to gold here as well. And B just trying to get every bit of a resource that he can. But let's take a quick look at those relics as well and see how many have been picked up in this time. 2 over on the side to Baltoon and another 2 coming in for B. So B is going to be able to win that war if he makes it back to base.
Yeah, and B also has a couple of more fishing ships. So if you look at the income, like the income of gold is really good for B. Baltoon on the other hand has way better food income. I know he took the first upgrade in the dock for the food, for the fishing boats. I hope he took second as well, because that's a huge difference. Fishing boats carry more food, they are faster, so it really boosts your income by a lot. No, not the second one yet, as of yet. And you know, getting sacred sites, you know, more gold, it's always nice.
Now, Baltoon's army is starting to get to a scary, scary number. And B, he stopped making units. Now, when you stop making units, you start oh, never mind, he hurt me. He hurt me, Bart. The moment I started yapping about it, he was like, oh, let me make some units, throw her off. And now, gonna be going for Jugenu, though. And I really like this. I like this because he's seen... This man is not going for anything else, but all of a sudden, they are going to connect, and the problem is there's a few sneaky boys here in the mix, Gilded Lunchknechte, and those guys, they are going to make any army melt, especially with what B's showing us, constantly just standing still and fighting in melee.
Oh yeah, I really love Belgium's army composition. Like he's got the spears which are really cost effective. We got the horsemen against those crossbowmen and against those Huguenots. The palace guards are great, but they don't really want to fight head on. And this is a big engagement. We got some knights and horsemen not really knowing what to do. We got some pathing issues right there. And meanwhile, the crossbows are just having a field day and shooting everything in sight.
The problem is just the crossbows are not going to do enough against these horses, and you can see that those crossbows are running for their lives right now. The one Lunchknecht still alive, cleaning up everything in his path, but now the spearmen trying to get their way through. A scout will pay the price, poor guy, he was just there visioning. But now the crossbows, they need their support, and the support is going to need to be a bunch of spears. But with that, now Baltoon is transitioning. He's going for crossbows of his own. The palace guards in the mix, they definitely have done their work, but they're going to get harder and harder to handle with just going for melee units.
Yeah, and the Gilded crossbowmen are really strong. They pack such a punch, and you even got a couple of upgrades for them, which makes them even better. But we gotta use engagement again. The horsemen are like, yeah, with a couple of spears we can face tank them. We're just gonna clean up this army and take control of the map. We want those sacred sites. We want control of those gold veins, and be losing more and more army. Horsemen on top of those crossbows. Crossbows dropping like flies. Another one goes down, and another one. And we got some spears and crossbows cleaning up those spears on the right as well. And B is gonna get pushed back by a lot.
Now, with the sacred sites, he's been getting a little bit of extra resources here, but Baltoon and B are pretty much neck and neck when it comes to the income. And the problem is just Order of the Dragon. The later this goes for them, the better they feel. Especially with all of these discounted units, but also just being so much chunkier and so much better at raiding when you start getting onto these smaller wood lines. Now, the army, it might get cleaned up here, and it does look like that's going to be the case. And Baltoon pulling away with these very mobile horses, he will have to go and fight another day. Now, this is the interesting part usually for Order of the Dragon. They can start to switch over to having a bunch of prelates and getting their inspired warriors as well. Because with inspired warriors, Order of the Dragon, it feels a lot different fighting against anyone. But Sacred Site Victory has not been decapped just yet, holding on by the skin of their teeth. Skin on teeth? Yes.
Yeah, by the skin of the teeth. Yeah. That's the correct phrase.
Thank you. Language teacher, Bart. Appreciate it.
yeah. And oh, the spearman just got pulled off, probably by an army select something, and he just pushing into Baltoon's base because he lost a lot of those horsemen and cavalry in that choke point. Bay took a really good fight inside of the bay, forcing all these melee units in that choke point, taking a big fight in front of Baltoon's base again. Baltoon now has the defender's advantage. His reinforcements are quicker to arrive than bees. He pulled back the horsemen just so they don't get targeted by those spears, and he got a lot of spears of his own trying to tank the front line. And those crossbows are having a great day and cleaning up B's army again and pushing them back. It's going back and forth just all day.
Now the problem is, Order of the Dragon, their crossbows are just so much better. As we can see, these guys just absolutely obliterating everything. The poor Mr. B, the thing is, they do look like crossbows, but a lot of these are Huguenots, so the Huguenot still doing pretty decent work against these horses with firing 3 arrows at a time, but also not just doing as much. Now, again, we are pretty much equal when it comes to the villager count, because of course Baltoon does have those extra strong villagers, extra gathering villagers. B, he's overfishing. When you look at 43 fishing boats, this is not a sustainable amount that you can have on these waters most of the time. So let's take a quick look and see how this is going. Yeah, some of these are starting to replenish, but it does mean that he's going to have these bursts of food, and it's not going to be always consistent. He did try to go and cap a dock here on the side of Baltoon, but he was ready and shut this down pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's pretty even state of the game now, even though we're 20 minutes in. B pushing and proking. Not really going for Imperial Age as of yet. They're just massing units, taking upgrades, trying to get some control of the map. We see a couple of walls for Belgium, but not that much for us. It's still really open and anybody games.
Yeah, of course, with B's map control, he's looking a lot more commanding on the map compared to Boltoon. But with this army, he's pushing in, and he's fighting against a very scary one at that. This army is not going to do too well when the horses flank around. And we'll see if that's going to be the way Boltoon tries to place this, because those horses, they look very confident about moving forward.
Yeah, and Belgium has a lot of crossbowmen from himself backing the army up. It's 15 guild crossbowmen. It's really hard to judge. Oh, almost baited the brace and now going back in, trying to trickle away those spearmen front line so the horsemen can kill all the other units in the back. And we got a huge engagement again. Crossbows going up in front. Front line for B is dropping and horsemen are breaking through and they're gonna go to the back line. They're gonna wrap around them and they're gonna kill all those Zugunu and they're gonna kill all those crossbow. Then they are so much faster, they can just run past them and then poke them with their spears.
A Boltoon cleaning up this whole army disgustingly with all these very spicy horses. We do see desperation spears coming through. He needs to try and stop this, but the problem is those men-at-arms in the mix, they definitely soaked up so many of the shots, which just means the trades could not feel as effective. Zugunu just not looking like the powerhouse we've experienced on ladder up until now, but the Grenadiers are also in here in the mix, and he's hoping that they throw rockets because these little grenades are doing what they can, but look at these gilded crossbowmen. They are just going to move forward and break everything in half.
Oh yeah, be trying the same choke point again, but he just doesn't have enough units. The Grenadiers are debuffing the opponent's units so they get even more damage, but it's not enough if you don't have other units trying to dish out damage. You don't have the DPS, and B is gonna lose his entire army, and those horsemen just gonna run around and have a field day.
This army is looking scary, and it's just not stopping. Boltoon's red trickle is coming from all across the map. And Boltoon, he's starting to get into a spot where he can just get that map control we talked about earlier. Not even caring about standing under the towers, under the DC. They are just soaking up all the fire they need. And B, he needs to think about his next game plan.
Yeah, Belgium's just gonna camp the production buildings and they're gonna stand on top of them. He already has 1,000 stone. I hope he's gonna drop a keep just in the middle of the base. I think he can get away with that, and that would be the final nail in the coffin. Oh, even villagers, all the gold dying to a couple of raiding horsemen, and that Springle Tower won't be enough to kill them all.
Now, with this keep, he is sending a message. Boltoon says, get out of my game. And B will have to try and win the next one. So guys, Boltoon taking the second game off of B. This does not mean he is feeling calm about this one. Because of course this is still a 3-2. B is one game away from qualifying, but Boltoon, he's got to say something about this. Because of course, only one of these two can make it to the Homestead Cup, and if they don't, who knows? Maybe we have some Canadians next week who are thinking about exactly that same thing. We'll have to see between these two.
We'll have to wait and see. Like, we're first gonna check who's gonna qualify today. I wonder if we're gonna get a yeah. I've lost my words.
It's
Like
okay.
the setup, and it's not a setup. It's a Myriad against winning against Demu. It's
So
not a mix-up. It's not a setup. I don't know.
it's okay.
I'm lost.
It's okay.
I'm lost.
We learn to speak by this time. At some point, I think usually during the second set, we learn to find our English. We know how to say sentences. The first set is always just it's just a meme. We don't count that one. Don't worry.
Well, that's good to know that I'm allowed to make mistakes.
Yeah.
You know, that's what all people do in life.
So I do see some questions in the chat as well, and I will quickly go over them. Where is this going to take place? Well, this is going to take place in Niš, Serbia, and I see what is the fortress in the logo. It's the one in our city, the Niš fortress. It's not a crazy fortress, but it's still pretty cool. We'll get some cool drone shots if Arcane Tommy remembers to get my drone from my cousin in South Africa when he flies over. And that was another reminder to him to do so. So that we can make sure we get the best shots for you. And the players standing up top there like the real warriors they are about to be in our apartment. With Gigi Dog, hopefully. If she decides to be ready for all the people. So, guys... let's go and see the next game between these two. I see Beastie and Myriad is getting ready to draft as well. So, you know, things are heating up. They are confident in this. So let's go see if Mr. B is ready to close this out or if Tuna has something to say about it. But of course, we have Baltoon on the Byzantines. A civilization that has been looking scarier and scarier with time. But a little bit of a different opening here for him.
Yeah, and on the right side of the map, in the color green, we got B playing as the Holy Roman Empire on Relic River.
He's already starting this game out in very much HRE fashion by just going for a barracks. Now, luckily for him, there's also a nice patch of deer up front, but he knows where he needs to put his scout. He needs to find out where the gold is, where the berries are, so that he can do the raiding work.
Yeah, the spears are gonna have a lot of value on this map. Like some people like to dock in the middle because you got some fish there. It's not the most efficient, but it's an option. And you also wanted to raid their gold a little bit. You want to tower the berries because if you just let Byzantine do what they want, they will just skill really fast and they will get out of control because Byzantine got a great eco with their cisterns and with their berries and their oil.
Now, this is pretty surprising to see. Only having one on gold here means the Baltoon assumed there wouldn't be a follow-up. But now, there's 2 spearmen on his gold, and he doesn't really have a backup. The boys! The boys are pulled. The spears are ready to fight this and take control of their gold. But this is going to be a tough one. We do see one of the spears having to pull back, but B invests another one. He wants to get more spears and make this even harder for Baltoon to access.
Yeah, Bolton trying to get the 200 gold he needs for the A job, and B was just gonna poke those villagers, trying to get some idle time, maybe even get one villager down. That would be amazing for B. And this is gonna be a lot of micro attention. You're gonna need to make sure you won't lose any of your vills. Spearman gets attacked. Spearman's not getting a second hit. A lot of villagers already low HP, and they're gonna go back to the base because they have the gold they need.
Now, this is just that constant pressure we see from the HRE, and in the early game, this is so important. You want to set Byzantines on a weird path so they don't feel as confident to just overtake and destroy. But now, with the berries he's gotten here, he's already putting himself in a good enough spot to get that first pack of mercenaries, but he has a hippodrome. And the problem with the hippodrome in this scenario is the fact that you are playing against someone who already has the answer to your units.
Yeah, you're making horsemen into spearmen, of course, but you also have the triumph ability of the hippodrome, which gives you your units a lot of additional damage. It also gives you a little bit of healing, so you can tip the scale of the fight in your favor if you triumph at the right time.
Now B is very set on burning this camp down, and he is doing a fantastic job at that. But what is Baltoon's follow-up here? Now, if we look a little bit at his base, we can see that the woodline that he's going to have to access here is going to be in a pretty vulnerable spot when it comes to a little bit later of the game. Very far away from the TC, open for raids, and the Mightwork Palace being rushed up with 6. I feel like Mr. B is not looking at making this a simple one.
No, B just gonna go for the same or Holy Roman Empire play that a lot of people do, the Mightwork Palace, because it has an upgrade which increases your spearmen and horsemen damage. You got cheaper upgrades, military upgrades, they're faster, and with the new technology in monasteries, monastic shrines, that gives you farms around your monastery, you don't need to go Aachen anymore.
Yeah, Aachen is a great boost at your economy overall, but it does not have those very special upgrades that we'll take a quick look at in a few moments. Now, those spears, they've just been annoying. They've been absolutely everywhere. They've been annoying. They've been raiding places, but they've left the gold alone. So now, Boltun can think about what this means for him. But he does go for that first patch, or the first group of longbowmen. Now, getting the longbowmen out is wonderful. It feels good. But the problem is, he does not have a lot of olive oil. So these longbowmen, he's going to need some big packs to really make it work. And I just don't know if he's going to have that access for too long. And we do see with those spearmen, they do have the ability to get the dock there as well. And behind all of this, still 6 on gold. So the upgrades are slowly going to be trickling in here too.
Yeah, Belgium still has his berries in the back of his base, like on a completely west side. You see a small patch of berries next to the deer, so we can get more oil in that position, and it's pretty safe as well. Longbowman, just really good unit, but it's hard to get a mass up as a Byzantine, and yes, that's the upgrade I mean.
So with the Alpacs, those horses and spears are going to be hitting like trucks, and horses, they don't mind those longbows too much. Now, with all of this, we still see 11 villagers on food. And when you have 11 on food, this usually means your horseman production is going to feel fantastic. But ooh, one lone little villager gets caught out and he does need to pull back. But B is the micro god and he gets the surround and the kill. Longbows now will try to take revenge, but they're not that fast. They might get 2. Never mind. I called it incorrectly. Poor guy. And the spearman will make it back home. The thing is now, he is trying to find his own damage. He realizes, hey, you did get your value, you got a villager, and you're the HRE. So you have a lot more things that you get to fall back on.
Yeah, meanwhile he's adding in cisterns and aqueducts to connect those cisterns to each other because they get a higher water level. And with each water level increase, your villagers gather more resources. So that's one way to skill. Going to the back of the berries now. But probably gonna add another system for those berries, only wants the deer for now. And he's just trying to mass up all those longbowmen, trying to get enough oil for a big longbowman mass. Get the 1+ ranged attack, and those longbowmen will shred anything.
Now, I'm a little bit surprised here to see 3 prelates. This means he forwent production on villagers and rather went for prelates. Now, of course, it makes sense considering the bonus they give, but it's still a strange feeling to see this from the HRE because, of course, he wants to get that eco inspired. They work harder, they work stronger, and the problem is he's got all the eco upgrades now to keep this push going. And a push, this one's gonna be scary.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you look at the calculations, one prelate will buff up 8 villagers, and it is a buff of 40%, I mean, after 35 something. But it's way more than getting 1 villager out of your TC, so predators will always help your economy more than the additional villager. But Belgium is getting pretty widely spread now, with the berries in the back and the deers on top, with also berries there. So those horsemen's gonna run around trying to pick off some vills.
Now, with this, B is getting himself a nice little tower here to protect him, because at the same time he's pushing. He's being the one who's aggressive, but he is pushing while having the option to go to castle. And you can see, with all of this, Boltun is trying to expand his network to make sure he's got the bonus, but even these poor little villagers are not getting the boost they need to keep working extra hard. Now, the horse is already going back to the other side of the map. There is another group here from Boltun looking to do a little bit of a counter raid themselves. But both of them standing on the same side of the map, so B, he knows that he rather needs to defend than just commit to a raid. There's just no easy place for him to do so.
Yeah, and Belgium just investing in a lot of resource upgrades, trying to get his economy up, and B, meanwhile, transitioning to castle. Belgium with longbowmen, limited and horsemen. If B just gets a mass up of men-at-arms, he's gonna be in a huge problem.
Now, we do see he's got some units to handle this, and the Limited, they are definitely the answer to do so. But he also gets to go for that castle. He spotted the tower, he knows what's going on, he knows what he needs to do, and apparently what he needs to do is get his own raid going. Now, these 2 horse groups, having their own agendas, but a villager does not go down. Very quick work here from B. It does eventually get another one, and the second goes down, but a beautiful surround here. Oof. He's doing a good amount of damage.
The prelate is used. Taking out that prelate is way more important than taking out Vil. Prelate is more expensive. It boosts your eco more than just one Vil because it boosts 8. And we got the Regnus Cathedral coming up for HRE. We're going for the relics.
Now, that makes a lot of sense. Of course, you're not going to get the same amount of value from the burger for the HRE as you do from your usual OOTD. Now, this does feel like he has the control to be able to capitalize on this, but he still needs to be careful. Of course, with the docks he's got here, he's going to be able to pick these two up pretty easily. But the ones in the middle, they are going to be the contested area as well. Now, Baltuni is everywhere on the map trying to make sure that the units can't just run amok and cause the damage, but B is going to hit that Castle Age first, and this is also going to mean the upgrades faster.
Yeah, and Belkin going to Castle Age himself. He's got more units on the way, trying to prevent B from getting those relics, because every relic he gets gets improved by the Regnus Cathedral by 100%. So an average relic gives you 80 gold a minute. That's the equivalent of 2 Vils on gold. But the Regnus boosts it with another 100%. So now you have 4 Vils on gold for every relic you manage to take.
And you can see his response to this is not trying to age up at a normal time, but rather just going for a good old Golden Horn Tower with 12 villagers. 12 villagers is a significant amount to invest here, but it's also so that he can start going for those relics himself. Now, with all of this B behind it, let's go see, going to get a market to just rebalance that economy, but men-at-arms are the name of the game here, and I love this. Because Baltoon is going to need some time to make something to deal with that, and he doesn't even have an archery range to handle it.
Yeah, we also see a couple of knights coming out, because you like knights, you have that map control, you can raid around, you have the mobility, you can always puts pressure on different kind of spots off the map. Golden Hounds are now up, giving free units as well, because it spawns it spawns veteran units, and it also spawns mercenary units. So that's a nice addition to your army. And first relic already taken. Yes, there's the first relic coming down.
Now that, first relic I thought as well, but no, he's already got 2 in the base. Horseman getting dangerously close to being converted. Oh, I was about to say, he almost got 2 there. Tuna.
Yeah, we got a conversion. The wall happened. It succeeded. We got one. Yeah, it didn't even get deleted. But meanwhile, in the middle, with the Triumph ability, trying to chase down that couple of horsemen. But B already having a lot of units in his base already. He already has knights there. He already has archers. He has crossbows. He has spears. Like, B is set up for getting all those relics inside his base.
And the problem is, we can still see that relic count. Nothing is getting shut down. Now, of course, with this army, Baltoon is going to be able to do a little bit more of a pressure as he moves onto the villages here. Might get a few victims too. But as far as this goes for Byzantines, economically, he's still in a good spot. The problem is just, it doesn't look like he's about to win this fight, because this is a scary army, and those longbows are not equipped to handle these men-at-arms, or the horses.
Yeah, or the knights, and Belton has to throw away all these infantries. There's no way he can stop those. He doesn't have enough spearmen. The longbowmen are just too slow. They have a lower movement speed than your regular archers. Belton trying to take the fight, tanking with the cataphract, tanking with the horsemen, trying to hold the line, but he will lose everything.
Those longbows are doing the best they can with a bit of life they have left, but the last set of these longbows are gonna be paying the price with Baltoon's overextension. Cataphracts trying to make their way here just in time. The longbows are not able to kite and move backwards, but that's the sad part about this. They are trying to find their way through, but every single corner is covered by the units. B is just unstoppable, and he's got crossbows.
Yeah, some good micro can be using his archers to take down out those longbowmen, because they don't really do damage against the cataphracts. Knights killing those cataphracts. Triumph getting popped, but only for 2 cataphracts. That's not enough. That's not gonna save them. And Belgium is gonna push back in his base again.
And Baltoon's army, it's just in a state of disrepair. There's just nothing he can make right now. He's got 3 farms total, and we can see the olive oil per minute, only 23. Behind it, B has picked up his 4th relic, and Baltoon knows this might be the last time he is competing this weekend for the Homestead Cup.
Yeah, it's looking terrible for Belgium. Yes, he does have his 5 systems. Yes, he does have a lot of berry and a lot of oil, but he also has an army inside his base. An army he can't really beat, so he's under a lot of pressure. He's being pushed off his goal. 4 relics, 4th relic almost gonna go in. 5th relic in the south, pretty easy to take for B as well. And yeah, we always say that A3 on 3 relics is pretty disgusting because they get so much gold, additional gold income, but A3 on 5 relics, that's amazing. That's like Exodia and Yu-Gi-Oh! How do you beat that?
No way! This poor guy has sacrificed all of it. And now Baltoon, losing a few extra villagers here. He doesn't want to give this up just yet. Oh, and this veteran archer doing the work he needs to keep everything under control. But you can see Baltoon, he's stuck with the units he's got, and he cannot produce anything else. Every bit of resources he has goes straight towards cataphracts, but B is ready for that. He's just getting more and more crossbows.
Yeah, and even when the cataphracts are better than your average knight, it's still a matter of numbers. Like if you get 12 or 13 knights against 4 cataphracts, the cataphracts won't win that because the knights are just with way more people, and then it's the numbers game. Also 3 sacred tribes for B. He still has 10 villagers on goal as well, but he doesn't need to. His gold income is insane.
B, let's go see, did he? Yeah, he picked up that final relic. Oh my goodness. Now, just the massive amount of relics with the sacred sites. This man, it's like he's got 20 more villagers just from all the income on his side, and that just feels absolutely disgusting. Baltoon about to mine out that last bit of gold, and the next gold, it's pretty far out, especially when your opponent has all the control in the world.
Yeah, Bolton trying to stay in the game, trying to get some raids going, trying to get some favorable fights because he does know it's match point. Longbow trying to take out those crossbowmen, but getting pushed back by those knights again, and B's just gonna stream units. We see 4 more knights in the queue, we see 4 more crossbows in the queue, we even see 8 prelates already. And Beltune pushing it back again, trying to get out of his base, trying to get control of that second gold vein. That's really gonna be really important.
Now he gets the control of the gold for now, but the problem is just what happens if one single knight comes and visits, and he's showing us again and again, this is exactly what B intends to do. He intends to raid. Actually, B doesn't need to do anything. B just gets to sit back, relax, and win the game if he wants to. Now with this one cataphract, he's going to try to decap this, and he should be able to, but B, again, is pushing forward. He knows he's got the lead. He knows the damage he's done. And he realizes I've got a lot of resources in the bank and already getting those very expensive upgrades that we do see from the Archon at this point.
Yeah, the army value is such a big difference. B having double the amount of army value, cutting off reinforcements to the second gold vein, even trying to burn the tower. Crossbowmen taking a quick work of those cataphracts. 3 already going down, 4th, 5th going down. Only longbowmen left, and Beltune has to tap out. It's over, it's gone. B has qualified.
Yeah, B is now our next player to make it into the Homestead Cup. Now, guys, B is playing an Age of Mythology tournament, so he will not be here for the interview, but we will have tons of time to interview him in person when he gets here. So he did have to speed things up there at the end to make sure he gets through all of them. See, B goes and he qualifies for a live event in Age of Empires and then just switches to Age of Mythology and continues to do the same. So, yeah, pretty disgusting.
We perform there as well, yeah. I think it's always really impressive if you're really good at one game and then just transition to another and be really good at that game as well. Yeah, that takes a lot of skill.
Oh, definitely. This is something that these players, I'm just absolutely amazed by the amount of work that these guys have been doing and how easy they make it look. But yes, guys, we are going to be hopping into the Beastie versus Myriad game next. So we'll be right back in about 3 minutes and we'll continue the show then. So guys, go grab a cup of tea. I also choked on a bowl of rice here during the cast, but luckily God invented mute buttons, so thank goodness.
Yeah, at least it was just only a ball of rice.
Oh no, now I see it. Okay guys, see you back here in 3 minutes, but yes. And then the next game.
let me sit in my chair then.
Your chair? Okay, yeah, we have to be in front of the screen for the cast. You have to.
Yeah. I was foraging for food, so
Yeah.
that's the advantage of a wireless headset. I mean, you can just
Headless
walk
Eric.
around.
The headless headsets.
Headless wireless, yeah, a headless wire.
Yeah,
Let's
now,
go.
luckily for us, SteelSeries is sponsoring our live event as well, so everyone here is going to be decked out with all the wireless headsets they could ever dream of. So it does feel pretty nice to have the goods at the event. But of course, guys, thank you for the raids. I appreciate every single one of you came in here. We're waiting for Beastie and Myriad to begin, but we do have our first matchup. But before we go into all of these shenanigans, let's take a quick look at the bracket to see where we're standing. B, our first player to qualify for today, and now gonna be his first time coming to Serbia. And I think this is great for B, because he's Russian, and he doesn't need a visa for Serbia. He just gets to come.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice and easy.
Yeah, because we have issues with visa and stuff like well for our events, and sometimes people can't come because they don't have the papers, and it's nice that you can just hop on a train or hop into a car and just go.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Serbia. For most countries, not South Africa, South Africans still had to suffer through the visa process, but we got to get ready for it, and that's exactly with Anatan as well. Belarusian, he's not going to be worrying. He just gets to go on a plane, head straight to Nish, and he's welcome. So guys, that makes Serbia a pretty good place to have your AoE land. So if you're ever thinking about that in the future, do let us know. We're happy to help. But guys, all in all, let's take a quick look at the lobby and see what we're going to be getting today. We're almost ready to hop into the game anyway, just giving you guys a heads up on that. But aside from that, we see that both these players went for the Sengoku Ottoman ban. So Sengoku Ottoman ban, time and time again, we're just hearing, it is absolutely broken and necessary. So yes, Mr. Bot, do our introductions for us, good sir.
Okay, let's go! In the east, in the color yellow, playing the Macedonian dynasty, we got the one and only Beastie!
See, I love how passionate you are about these things. And while I set up everything, ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to press the button, so let's see if everything works. And on the red side, now I have to remember, is Beastie red? Yes, Beastie, with the scout, 4 sheep trailing each. And that is production, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. What did you say?
Oh! Myriad is red.
Oh, hold up. There we go. I'm wondering if we actually have sound and the split screen. Because I didn't set up the sound for that scene. So I'm worried that it just goes quiet the moment that happens. Guys, did you hear us in that time? Because that would be the one screen that I did not prepare for. And all of a sudden it looks like, oh yes, Whamenqt. Okay, we did have sound. Oh my goodness. It shows you. Sometimes when we have Tommy on the driver's seat, he knows what he's doing. There's sound. Thank goodness, guys. We did it. We survived.
Well, that's good to hear. So let's take a look at this civilization.
Oh.
First time Macedonian dynasty for me today. Yeah, you see something?
I see that Myriad is red, and I realized my ADHD was so excited about the split screen that I got the players wrong. Myriad on Golden Horde in the red!
I was like, Beast is getting introduced
Oh,
twice, and
no.
Myriad just like, yeah, he's in the game, but he's just father, you know. Yeah, that's. But yeah, we got Myriad on the Golden Horde, Beastie on the Macedonian Dynasty. Macedonian Dynasty, first game of Macedonia for me today. They got a silver income. He's already on the deer as well. He's feeling the comfort, he's feeling the safety to snack on those deers and then take his sheep in his base at a later day. And Golden Horde already has this golden tent up. Already this spawns a Batu for stone in the feudal age. And collecting gold as well for the age up.
Now, with the Hippodrome coming out, there are no surprises here, because we always see this from Macedonia. They are not going to be reinventing the wheel when you already have the best landmark in the game that can spawn a lot of horses all for free. But what we're seeing a little bit differently for once is Myriad is going for our old school meta, Khan and the Tor goods from the Golden Tent. Because a lot of people have been showing us that aggressive ability of the Golden Horde is so important when you get the building cards. The building cards, it just puts you in a spot where you are able to produce stuff pretty quickly.
Yeah, and we see the ASAP for the Khan and the Torgods this time. It gives a discount for your Khan and your Torgods. So that means Myriad's gonna collect some wood to make production buildings and fortified outposts, because you want to place those production buildings around your fortified outposts for additional bonuses. Imperial Hippodrome come from Byzantines. It spawns Scout, after that Horseman, and after that a Readery. It's a knight variant for the Macedonian dynasty. Those champions can be bought back if they die, but you get them for free.
Now, getting into a nice little position for the Golden Horde to have the Khan out and put a little bit of pressure out here on the Macedonians is so critical. Because Macedonians, they are in such a good spot as a civilization right now. They get the free horses, or the free hero horses, and then of course you just spam all the horsemen you want. Now, he doesn't really set himself up to get the wood needed. Oh, quickly realizes, oh, going for stone here, and now I have a big question mark. Does Macedonians ever do something crazy? Oh, no, this is just one load. He just wants to make sure it is defended. But this is a fast castle.
This is pretty obvious a fast castle, like no denying it. Beasts just want to go castle and spam herdery, because they throw axes at opponents, and they're on horses, so they can raid, and they have massive amount of damage. And you got these fancy upgrades with silver for them, which increases their damage or their armor. You know, it's amazing.
And I can see why this is going to be the play here from Mirror Chad, or from Beastie, because he knows that Mirror Chad might not be that confident in diving and actually shutting him down, because with Fast Castle, you need someone who's aggressive, who can actually punish you. But Beastie, not taking any chances, pulling his villagers back as well. Let's take a quick look at the sheep to see exactly what that split is. It does look like he's going to have more than enough to sustain him through this time. And as we can see, the Khan trying to get a charge in there. He gets a bit of damage, but no one really going down.
Now, one villager with huge damage, but maybe micro it out and put it on a sheep in your TC, just for safety reasons, you know, and half that will be safer under the TC than out on the gold. We see the champion scout coming out now. Torquid column come back in, trying to snipe that almost dead Vil. Second Vil taking a lot of damage as well. And Torquid is, oh, nice micro by Beastie, saving that one Vil.
And Beastie just showing us why he used to be top of the top and the night god between all of it. But Myriad, he needs to break through. A very confident player here on the, oh my goodness. And now we can see the charges are going to hit a lot different, as those villagers are a lot lower now. Now the Torgods are ready to suck up all the damage instead of the Khan. But the scout, he does not get that same level of protection.
No, and Scout going down, Torquid almost going down. Keswick trying to get some damage in, but Keswick are like somewhat weaker. Oh, Champion Scout going down as well. A lot of things going on at the same time, but Myriad's getting so much damage because he doesn't have any ranged defense as of yet, and the Keswick's, I mean the Torquid, not dying as of yet. 17 HP left.
He's getting quite close to it, but the Golden Horn Tower is the decision, and this is the second time we see a very defensive landmark from Beastie right in the middle of the base. Now, the problem with this is, he's going to be able to defend himself against some of this, but of course, the wood line is going to be open for raiding, and luckily for him, the gold should be a safe place, but of course, this is a very steadfast landmark that nobody can break through.
It's gonna be so difficult for Myriad now, because once Beastie ages up, it's really difficult to dive the Golden Horde Tower from Macedonian Dynasty, because they got crossbow fire, and they can garrison up to 10 villagers who can easily take those barriers for some food as well. And Beastie's gonna spam those Riddery pretty soon, and it's gonna be difficult for Myriad to get to age up as well. And you also need to wait 1 minute and 50 seconds before you got your age up because you're Golden Horde.
And with this, he knows that there's a timing here for him to do damage. But the problem is the timing is mostly missed when you have a very spicy tower there in the middle. So the gold secured. The tower just a reigning presence. And he doesn't need a single production building to get the one unit out that this civilization needs. And that's the Radari. And he gets his first one with the champions already waiting to accompany him. This is going to feel amazing.
Yeah, Beast even got this crossbows coming out of Golden Horde Tower, spawned 3 times per party, and those crossbows can camp in their base and defend against those raiding Kashyyyks, and he can raid with his Riddery himself. And Myriad already having issues with food, it seems, because I see a lot of units out on the map already on the south side of his base.
This is just a greedy goose move. You have to keep in mind, he had the opportunity. He's in charge. He gets to move out of his base for now. The question is just for how long. Oh, but some of these villagers are trying to secure a little bit more food. The horsemen, the Hippodrome horsemen doing a lot of work against these Torguds. Now, Torguds, they struggle a little bit in damage, but they are quite tanky. So they do take quite a punch before going down.
Yeah, we see Myriad also raiding with a party around Beastie's base, not really getting value as of yet. They're getting a lot of eco upgrades as well. First server upgrade coming in for the cavalry as well. Seems like we got an armor upgrade based on the server. We got an arsenal next to the gold vein for even more silver income. The Varangian arsenal, it gives you additional silver for every gold or stone that is mined. And BC is just gonna mess up and trying to take that fight.
Oh, and look at that. The reason the Radari is such a disgusting unit is that axe. You get to charge in, get the damage done with these horse heroes, and they are just gonna heal back up. So they're your front lines, and the rest of them, they are just there to support. The next hero is almost gonna be making his way out as well. But now this is going to start getting harder and harder for Myriad to handle, as we can see him trying to get a barracks here as soon as possible. But the barracks might be so expensive. This being so far out the front, the villagers just going to be paying the price. Them desperately running back. He's got the gold for the age up, but there's going to be so many losses between this.
Yeah, 2 villagers already going down, and he doesn't really have enough protection garrison slots, so he has to pop in and out trying to save as many villagers as he can. 3rd villager going down, 4th villager going down. Yeah, already 4 villagers down, and still has to wait for 1 minute and 40 seconds before his age up finishes.
Now, luckily, with that age up taking so long, he doesn't need to dedicate any villagers to it, so they can just focus on getting the work done. But the problem is, they need to be kept alive in all of this, and it feels pretty tough to do so. Now, luckily, Beastie is only on a handful of horses here. He is not in a position where he's got a lot of food or anything. You can see resources running pretty low here. So, of course, he doesn't have that huge, unstoppable mass that we do see from the Macedonians, but he's still respecting the fact that his opponent can be out here and raid him constantly.
Yeah, basically has a Riddery on the south side where some villagers were collecting resources, and already has 2 range upgrades, so he can tank there all day, chasing those villagers from the wood line as now well, keeping Myriad on his toes, and if Myriad doesn't pay attention, he will pick off some villagers. He's gonna chop away and gonna back off again, and meanwhile on the top side as well, getting in only 5 garrison slots on that fortified tower, so another village going down, and the others are being chased away. Pierce coming to chase them away.
I love this. Beastie going from every single angle to try and put Myriad on his toes, and being very confident about these horses taking on the spears, because of course these horses regen health. So the Hippodrome Scout getting a little bit low, but he just wants to get more villager kills. Every single kill counts, and he does overextend here a little bit, but pulls the horses back because these things are like trucks. They do not die.
We're getting some spearmen mass right now, so 9 spearmen out already. I don't want to face them head up, but you don't have to. You can just run around circles, attack the top side, attack the bottom, attack the wood line. Meanwhile, you can already gather some relics. I don't know if there are already relics off the map. Can't really see as of yet, but there should be plenty of time and even more villages going down to the crossbowman fire. Crossbow do decent against spearmen, but not the most cost efficient. But they do well enough.
Now, with this, he needs to be careful because he can lose all of these crossbows. I feel like it might be worth it for him. With him getting the relics behind this, it doesn't feel too bad at all. But we see Beastie already 8 eco kills. He is in an amazing spot. And while this fight was ongoing, he picked off yet another villager out here on the boar. And that boar is almost depleted. This is going to mean that Myriad, who had quite a bit of a good food situation, he's going to start struggling here. The towers getting now properly fortified with the spring emplacement. It just means those horse raids are going to get a little bit more costly for Beastie. But Beastie, with this control he has, is now feeling a little bit more confident to move out on the rest of the map.
Yeah, Beastie just staying in those rotary because they can throw access from a distance, so they do some decent damage against infantry. They can melee charge if they need to. They're coming back in again on the same spot on the top fortified tower, trying to find some eco kills yet again. And we are trying to chase him away, just poking and poking and poking, and slowly but surely wearing Myriad down.
And Beastie is still snacking on all these relics as 2 more get picked up. That might just be... Oh no, it's just 4. We still have 1 relic here somewhere on the map. Oh, there we go. But Beastie, he's definitely got his eyes on it.
Yeah, Myriad already transitioning to stockyards. Those are the food farms for Golden Horde. They are really efficient and really good to have. You've also got some upgrades for them. Like they can also generate gold if you get the right Imperial Age upgrade. But it's also an investment which you can put into military. So it's gonna be some defensive play for Myriad for sure. Beastie already taking this time to wall off the map so he has more map control.
Beastie is not on any sort of timer. He's got all the relics he needs, and now he's the one who's still just massing up those Radaris. Once they get their charge done, he just gets to throw any type of axe he wants, and you can see that axes being thrown, spearmen not even touching them. And now a bunch of villagers going to be running for their lives on food and gold here, and a handful more kills just easily going down. This is just Beastie playing in his element, feeling very, very happy about this type of engagement.
Yeah, Myriad is losing vills left and right. He's got 12 in his TC, but another one goes down. The wood line is open. He's gonna screen those vills and gonna go on top of them, kill another one. Already 19 vills down, and when all the army comes from those spearmen and crossbows come, Beast will just run away.
Now, and you can see those spearmen desperately trying to make something work, but the problem is just, it feels constant. It is just relentless. He doesn't slow down, and the Radari numbers just feels like they keep on growing. Even though the farms are set up, the villages are not safe. They're constantly getting raided and constantly under pressure. Beastie is not letting Myriad even breathe for a moment.
And Beastie even adding in more crossbows against those Kashyyyks, so it's only pure the spearmen which are a problem, but you can just run around them. He still has some champions up, even the scout champion is being remade. Myriad trying his best, already getting a lot of stone because he got multiple Uvus, but no relic for him as of yet. And there's a shaman getting picked off by Beastie. He also wants that 5th relic, even though he already has 4.
Oh, you can never have enough, Beastie says. He wants to get every single thing he can. And you can see this is a very one-dimensional unit comp of his. He's adding in something here and there. But the crossbows are all for free. Radari is the only answer you would ever need to anyone's composition here. He does respect the fact that the spears can quickly take him down. But you can see Myriad also just trying to deny that last relic that he hopes to get for himself. But these Radari, they are not slowing down.
Yeah, Beastie noticing that Myriad isn't that high in his cavalry amount. He only has a couple of Torkuts and only has the Khan. So he's already adding in archers which won't be getting picked off by cavalry. And those archers do really well with the spearmen head on. So Beastie trying to prepare a head on fight to finish this game.
And Beastie is looking pretty confident in doing so. There's nothing right now that Beastie's thinking about, like, hey, Myriad is going to make a comeback here. We have to look at Beastie's economy, though. He's setting up, he's got the 4 relics in the bank, 5th one on the way now. And this is just a happy camper right here, getting all the gold he would ever need. Now, with 1,500 gold in the bank, he needs to think about some other resources as well. There's just never-ending resources for him at the moment, but Myriad is the one who needs to step out of his base pretty soon. Of course, he was out here on the map for a while, but next up is going to need to be one of these golds, and it doesn't feel like Beastie is going to allow him to do so. This looks like Beastie wants to make that final push happen, though.
Yeah, Beastie has so many resources to work with. Don't forget the server income as well. That's also 500 a minute. He has arsenals on both gold veins as well, which keep on collecting silver. He's got vills collecting gold, which also gathers silver. A couple of spearmen already getting picked off. A couple of vills already dying. And Beastie is gonna go for a decisive fight.
And quickly, just a few Bogmagirs sniping out the spears they need, but you can see these Radaris are unfazed. They just turn around a little bit, try to get a different angle, but now it's getting to that point where you can just take the fight straight up into the spears, and that's exactly what he does. Quickly sniping down the Khan, and nothing else is left for him here. He is just completely stuck between a Radari and another Radari.
Yeah, Beastie just brute force him because he has such higher army value than Myriad does. That's like a 3 to 4 times difference. Myriad trying his best, kiting with those crossbows, picking off as much artillery as possible, but the archers still trade really well into those crossbowmen, and all the eco is idled out again. Meanwhile, Beastie is just sending more and more reinforcements into the field.
Beastie is now just looking at closing this out, and Myriad is probably sitting here thinking about what is next for him here. He has now lost the first game, but of course, this is still Beastie. It's not something that he is feeling too ashamed of, but he needs to think about what this means for him next. Because of course, Golden Horde has been showing us to be one of the better civilizations recently. So of course, he does need to think about what this means for him and whether he's going to be able to handle this going forward.
Oh, Myriad really did his best, and he knows he's at a disadvantage because both players are really skillful, but Beastie just has more experience in a tournament setting. And Myriad already beat Demu yesterday. That was the upset. You know, that's the word I was looking for, the upset. So he's already really proud of himself. He's also in the War Chief Cup final tomorrow, so he's got good things to go for him, and then you know, he can just play free. Like he has nothing to lose. He can just do his best and see where it goes.
Well, and we'll see if he cooks up something for the next round. Guys, let's go back into the lobby. I need to show you guys something. So, now first, give me a second. I need to make sure we have the sound right. Ooh, give me one moment. Okay, so as you can see, that's me and Beastie looking at a little cloth there. But before we start this thing, I need to add another audio output capture, and which means, 1 second, I need to mute our Discord sound here. So guys, let's take a quick look at what got cooked up here behind the scenes. So that was okay, and guys, I know you got an ad. I saw everyone in Twitch chat in shambles right now as they got an ad during all of that. We'll have, you know, we'll play it again a little bit later. But yes, the ad, hopefully very detailed on what the exact... Okay, guys. Okay, is everyone's ads done now? Are we gonna watch it again? Are you guys ready for it again? Because now...
You do have a solution against ads.
Oh, subscribing. Wow, then you're ready for those to take out. But guys, we can't, because I just got word, aka I just clicked on spectate, and I saw that these boys are already ready with their next game. So we're gonna go game 2, and then we'll head on over to a little bit of a rewatch there for the ad boys in the chat, for all the non-subscribers, the non-believers. So let me just quickly click all the buttons. And just so you know, guys, Beastie and I had to sit there and cook this thing properly. But in the end, we wanted to put a logo. How did you get the stamp on the bread? Hell yeah. That was totally there. But yes, we wanted to give you guys an AoE trailer that feels like real home. So let's go and listen and watch exactly what's happening in this next game. Ladies and gents, it's time. So let's hop on over to game number 2. All right. So, Mr.
All right,
Bot.
game number 2.
This
Let's
time,
go again.
Let me introduce the first player so that I don't get it wrong
Yes,
the
sure.
next time. Okay. So, Beastie Cutie on the yellow French. And guys, yellow is a color close to Beastie's heart. So you know this man? He is feeling confident about this game already. When you get your color, you get everything you need in this world.
Yeah, and on the east side, in the color red, playing as the Japanese. He's got the looks, he's got the voice, he's got the moves. It's not a Backstreet Boy, it's your boy, Myriad.
It's not a Backstreet Boy? You're saying Myriad is not a Backstreet Boy?
Yeah,
What
he
the
has
hell?
the looks, he has the voice, but he's not in the group, you know.
Not
You
yet.
gotta split fact.
Now, with these two gonna be fighting it out here in the early games, I can definitely see Myriad understanding the necessity of shutting down Beastie's French. By going for this early gameplay, which is very standard from Japanese, you easily get to transition into your fast castle, but you also get to slow down the huge night production from the French. Beastie, he's emotionally ready for this, so pulls the rest of the villagers to get what he needs. And Myriad, just not fast enough on the fingers to get a kill, I said, but no, I just condoned Beastie's villager to death.
Yeah, that's really nice thing about the Japanese, because the barracks is cheaper, it's only 75 wood, so you have additional resources. It's 198 gold, that's not enough for your age up, it seems. Maybe take 1 bill on the other side gold, you know, you got gold on the left side, send 1 bill there.
He already did.
Oh yeah, he did,
Fast.
he already did. Yeah, he's so much faster than me, that's why he's playing in a tournament and I'm not. And we are taking down the mining camp, but he did have some success because Beastie doesn't have enough gold to queue a knight or take wheelbarrow. Oh, he already has wheelbarrow, but not any other upgrades.
Now, with School of Cavalry coming out, this is the sad School of Cavalry, because this is the School of Cavalry where you can't make a knight, and he knows this. He's quickly going for some wood. He's just gonna get that archery range quickly afterwards and try to punish Myriad for being this far out. But of course, now Myriad is in a little bit of the driver's seat. Myriad is in the spot where everyone wants to be. They can just go for any build they'd like. Now he is ready for the age up, and Kura Storehouse with one single villager. It's telling us exactly what Myriad is going to plan.
Yeah, Kuristura is really nice landmark because it spawns farms every 45 seconds. So it's an easier farm transition, and you already have food for days during feudal age. Japanese really wants to go to that castle age, as you said, because they got the mounted samurai to make out of the stables. They have a deflective armor, so if mounted samurai and a royal knight charge on each other, the charge get negated. So mounted samurai, really good unit.
The Mounted Samurais are definitely the name of the game here, and I think a lot of players, they understand that this is exactly what Japan will be doing. You can see with those spearmen, he's on both sides. He wants to make sure that Beastie is not going to be in a position where he gets any gold to make him be able to react to this mounted samurai play that will inevitably come out. Now, Beastie, he did get a healthy amount of sheep here as we go and take another quick look at the sheep counter. Beastie in the lead here a little bit. And it does mean that he's going to be okay under his TC, at least for a while. Now, what I really wanted to see is if Beastie says it's worth it to get a horseman, and he does. So getting this horseman means that there has to be investment here from Myriad. Myriad can't just say, okay, I'm going to go for a naked castle. You have to invest in something, at least just to deal with the horse.
Yeah, you're already forcing the tower, and Myriad chasing those deer away, pushing those deer to make the gathering of the deer as efficient as possible when Beastie wants to go on those deer, because there will be a lot of walking time from the middle to the deer. Horsemen going out, going straight to the gold, and Myriad just collecting resources, already has his berry outside, going on a sheep now. He's gonna have some farms coming up, he can get some wood, and he just wants to go to castle, he just wants to get to that transition.
Now, with Beastie's follow-up plan, he's got to ask himself, what can I do against this? And of course, he's going to be able to quickly get his gold back at this moment. So he has a response to it. And with 14 on food, I still believe that there might be a lot of horseplay. Oh yes, I was about to say, he might just go and quickly get his control of the gold and still go for knights. But it's a little bit of a difficult spot to try and find damage. As we can see, this is a great and easy spawn to just wall off, and now your horses need to go to the other side. But with there being multiple ones, you can see that the one is keeping him busy while the other one is going to try and find some damage, but the tower is already in the position to stop any damage from coming on through.
Yeah, Myriad already has control on top side of his base, really wants to get control of the right side of the base as well, because you got double burn pack and berries. You got two of these big wood lines, but they're pretty far away. If you manage to wall that and wall a little bit to your TC, you got food for days. Meanwhile, we're already on 1000 food and 400 gold, so age up coming in.
Now, Myriad actually getting Japan in this whole series is already crazy enough. Because a lot of pro players are saying time and time again, this civilization is so difficult to deal with. Myriad doesn't lose a villager there, but the rest of them need to be a little bit careful here as the horses do decide that they will keep engaging. The villagers getting pulled back in just to ensure that they get a little bit of arrow fire, and one of these vills getting quite a bit lower, but the spear is in position to try and deter the horses. Beastie though, he doesn't want to have any deterrences going his way. The villagers trying to make a little bit of an angle to at least just get the gold they need, but the villagers quickly trying to repair this, popping in so nobody goes down. But luckily the upgrade will come on out and secure this tower for a little bit longer.
Yeah, that's one of the advantages of going horseman. You got more units, you got more HP, you got more torch power. So you can idle them out for a longer period of time. And you already see Myriad having trouble with his eco. He's 1500 food and only 500 gold. And he's having so much trouble getting the additional gold in. Like, his second gold way is in the front. You don't really want to go there. Going all the way to the top is really far away. And even when fortify the outpost, if you just keep torching it, there will be a moment where it catches fire and will just die.
And you can see the villagers desperately trying to repair this. The villagers standing here in shambles right now. Myriad being in the best position ever and just not able to hold on tight as Beastie is just spamming more and more units. And now he's getting a bunch of knights as well. So this now spirals out of control. Myriad, he knows he's in a little bit of danger.
Yeah, this is such a good timing push by Beastie. Myriad going for the market. This is more out of desperation because he wants to get to the next age. If he just can get out a couple of mounted samurai, he can clean up that army in the back of his base and he can put pressure on Beastie. Floating gate coming up.
Oh my goodness, but the floating gate is not something that's going to give him... The floating gate doesn't produce anything that makes his life better. These archers are just on top of him. There's nothing that he gets from this that puts him in an okay spot. He doesn't have any resources he can go on. We can see there will be a possibility of the wood line over here, but everything else is just untouchable. Now a bunch of villagers getting pulled to try and go for the berries out here. That's how desperate he is. There's just no more food for him. And now every angle is covered. And Myriad, just like the previous game, stuck between a horse and a horse. Quick in and out.
Myriad already tapping out. Like, it was like he still has some food in the bank. He has enough wood for his table, but he doesn't see any light at the end of the tunnel, and he just throws the game away. He's like, yeah, let's go next.
Now, I'm honestly a little bit happy to see that we do have one of the short... I think this might be the shortest game of the tournament so far. And it just shows you your fast castle into GG might just be the case if your opponent is able to produce units. So the Horseman decision definitely showing us what the right move was here. And Myriad just could not recover after that initial pressure. So let's hop on back to the lobby and see what is happening. But yes, guys, I think you guys have mentioned it a few times. What happens if Beastie doesn't qualify? Well, between these two, depending on who qualifies, the one that doesn't gets to be a caster. And that's the beauty of where you can get your information from. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a quick second to take a look. Oh, there we go. To take a quick look at our site so you can see exactly what we've been cooking over there in the world of the Homestead Cup. So we do have a website where you can go and get all the information on, and we will update all the information as the players qualify one by one. You do get your details. You can see our donation bar climbed a significant amount since yesterday, and I've added an extra section so you can see how your goals are going to be helping us during this event. Now, we put our maximum here as 20, but we know that that's just there to cover our costs that we are already spending to run this thing. Now, our talent is listed down here, and you can see all of us participating. You can see Beastie right now listed as talent, but if he qualifies today, albeit Myriad, they get moved all the way down to the players section. You can get information about our schedule and stay up to date with anything that might happen during the event, including us uploading our gallery eventually. So, if you want to get more info, I will post the link in the chat so you guys can go and pay a visit. But of course, what I would love from you guys, if you are here to support the community, please head on over and donate to the Homestead Cup. It's going for the right reasons, and it's going to be spent very, very wisely, I promise. Now, I am day 16 of asking why I'm not on the website, Cal, because we had to be very sparingly. Also, there's no section for Cal. There's our talent, and you just didn't fit that category. Okay, but Bart, we are ready for the next game.
Yeah, we're ready for the next game. Yeah, I'm ready. Like, we're just gonna see who's gonna be able to qualify. Depending on who's qualified, you still got next week. And we're playing on 4 lakes. You want to do an introduction for?
This time, again, I'll go for the Beastie introduction because I know myself, I know my weaknesses, and Beastie, he is the man in the driving seat of JD. And I say this because, again, he's being led to play Knights. And this is a very scary path for our red player who will be facing off against him.
Yeah, and the color red playing as a nice Templar. It's that Myriad, our favorite Hungarian Brit.
I also think it's our only Hungarian Brit in the scene. So, Myriad, he's got some big shoes to fill, and that's purely his own.
That he's the only one doesn't matter. He's the best.
The best, but he's also, in that case, he's also the worst, by the way.
No, you have to think positively. You know? You only need to see. You're gonna look for ways for him to win, you know? Yeah. You have to see Charles.
With that Spearman, this is something I talked about a little bit earlier with this map, where people don't always go for that Dark Age barracks, because you have to send your Spearman out to one leg or the other, but you can see here that Myriad is in position to block this wall from going on up, and Beastie is already in position to deny it. But as he moves from the one spot, the other spot will get filled, and Myriad, he's gonna struggle to keep this thing at bay.
Oh, and I love how he's using his sheep to block the wall. Like, he doesn't care about the sheep if they get killed or get stuck or don't get at the base, because you're gonna go for fishing anyway. And the sheep are making it so that, oh no, sheepies are gonna run all the way. So like, is he gonna open the wall somewhere? He's trying to burn the bottom side. Spearman almost there. Is he gonna make it? Or is the wall gonna fall?
You lost your voice there, poor sir, but he does make it! Disgusting! Beastie with the fast fingers getting the wall up and now fishing in peace almost. But he does need to get the rest of the walls up. We do see the scout fully focused on the one, but the spears, they want to go for the further one. Beastie with the fast hammer action saves yet another wall. And quickly, we get another spear, but Beastie has to be fast in the fingers. The scout desperately trying to, burn through everything. But yet again, those hammers are working overtime. And the wall
do think it's
stays
still
alive.
open at the top side.
It is.
Like at the edge of the screen.
It is!
If Myriad realizes, he just can walk around it, you know, let that field tap away and just stab him in the back.
I actually think that it might be open here at the bottom too. Because the wall isn't finished. Sometimes it doesn't close off completely. No, Beastie cancelled the pillar? Okay, never mind. Okay, alright, Twitch chat.
Okay,
They know.
That's just
Oh, thank goodness we have Twitch chat, guys.
At
But
least we have 1,000 more eyes, yeah.
yes, thank you guys. That's what I needed. But this villager, honestly, MVP of this game. I think we might need to cancel the set and just invite that villager to Homestead Cup.
Yeah, you can do some awesome interviews, but villagers getting bullied on the gold as well. Still, the wall's getting finished, and I don't know if he can out-repair 3 spearmen, but he won't be able to out-repair 6 spearmen. More spearmen on the way. So is this gonna build a gate? Is it gonna run away, or is it just gonna be stabbed in the face?
That villager might just be a sacrificial vill at this point, but it might just be worth it. JD now getting that poor little house up, as they are definitely going to be in need of it soon with the dock that will inevitably go down. But now, what would be really funny? I was going to say, if he just cancels the wall and go for... Oh, but he rebuilds it quickly, getting the wall up. He wants this villager to stay alive, and the spearmen were just deterred there for a moment, but School of Cavalry coming up, and the villagers do sneak through at the top. He cancels the walls and gets the wood back. Beastie? He loses a villager, but he wins everyone's hearts.
Oh, villager down and Doc getting burned. Doc also giving some population space for JD, so he's gonna need another house. Meanwhile, Myriad collecting a lot of wood, not aging up as of yet. Myriad probably gonna transition for his own dock, and is that a villager on the lake of Beastie? Like he's gonna take Beastie's lake and say, these fish are mine now.
And this is probably the best move Myriad could have made. He's already in a pretty okay spot when it comes to getting the gold under control. Getting the water under control. But now you gotta ask yourself, is Beastie not just gonna do what he did the last game? Now, of course, this is a little bit of a different position, as Myriad does have the spears to support him. But you can see Beastie is still investing in fishing boats. He's not feeling like this is it for the lake. He feels like he's going to make a move and he's going to get control back of this in due time. So, just the fishing boat is already giving us that type of information. He's not ready to give this up. And yes, the dock will go down now. But what happens next? And we can see Beastie is going to go back for that lake.
Yeah, Beastie almost finished his age up, and Merc still has to start his age up, so he's going to drop down an archer range. And just a couple of archers gonna deal with all those spears. Maybe even a JD in a man-at-arms form with cleave can do a lot of damage.
Oh, he goes for the archer. But he goes for the archer. He wants to get good old experience from these spears. I said
you can even queue a couple of those spears. I don't know why he's running. Oh, there's one spear trying to prevent that villager from getting the duck up, and Myriad's gonna go back with all the spears, trying to take out that vill. Second vill coming in as well. Beastie really wants that duck to go up, and Myriad wants to go up to the next age so can put a military ship on that same palm and kill all those fishing ships.
Now you can see this JD, oh, there might be another dead villager here, but you can see Myriad is hoping for 2 at least. Now, the villager is running for their lives, and quickly the spear will be able to catch up with that movement speed. We can see the differential is just starting to show. JD, though, she's loving this experience, but we do see double dock being the play. Principality of Antioch coming out, and another villager needs to run for their lives.
Yeah, Myriad already took 2 villagers down, maybe even a 3rd villager down, getting a lot of idle time on the dock as well, and that's what Myriad needs. He needs time. 3rd villager down, last pyramid gonna go down now as well, and 3 seconds. We got our first airship coming out, 2nd dock coming up as well.
And honestly, this went so well for Myriad. Myriad, oh my goodness. Come on, Myriad. We were just so excited about this, but no, Myriad just sacrificed 2 of his own villagers to equalize this little situation for himself. And now, the fishing that's happening on Beastie's side, it's going to turn into a water battle. And honestly, after these villagers lost their lives, I think Beastie might be in a pretty good spot to handle this.
Well, it's still Knight Templar on a water map, and they have an insane wood income. JD trying to pick up the Vulk, gonna queue it. No, it was on cooldown, but he will try and kill that Vulk, and he will succeed in killing that Vulk, so it's gonna be a 2-dock play for Myriad. First airship already coming out, and there's so much stuff happening now on multiple places of the map. Gold getting raided, JD raiding ships. It's a demo ship against the arch ship, you're not gonna win that. And for now, they're just poking at each other and testing each other in the water.
Now, rock, paper, and scissors is out here, but he does need to get rid of that demo, and he tries his best. Oh, JD getting a little bit of experience there as well. These ships need to be careful. With that Springald, they are in for a little bit of trouble here, but we do see 2 Springald ships coming out from Mr. Beastie on the water. Now, unfortunately, these galleys don't do too much work, but JD is trying to help to equalize this. Now, she doesn't have her arrow off of cooldown, but she is sucking on some good old experience behind this.
Yeah, Beastie opening with double archer ship, and then with the Springwell ships, now the demo ships are gone. With 2 arrow ships, you can easily kill those demolition ships, and then it's just a matter of who can build the most Springwell ships. And at the moment, Beastie has more than Myriad, so it's going to be really tough to defend that lake, and that lake's going to be so important in trying to win this game.
Now, he does get JD down, but at the same time, you have to ask yourself, is it the worst right now? Because for him, oh my goodness, there's a demo ship about to make a pretty critical connection, but not critical enough. The ship range just not enough to really make things explode, but Beastie is going for another one. And Myriad, he has to focus his attention on multiple fronts as the horse numbers will be increasing for Beastie. And you can see those horses this time is still horsemen, not knights.
Yeah, but Beastie's getting his eco kills. He already has 5 eco kills. Myriad only has 3. Those are the 3 villagers trying to get a dock up. Ship kind pretty even. Both are getting healed. Docks of Knight Templar are a little bit better. They give a little bit more healing, for example, compared with your average dock. But it's gonna be a battle for the fishing ships. Beastie still has 5. Myriad only 1.
Now, with all of these ships, oh my goodness, he gets another fishing ship. But this is still a scary army. He has to be careful with these demos. And you can see this. He's just trying to make a play here. But every single moment that he looks away, this could be a deadly connection. So with all of this, trying to get some good shots off. But these fishing boats, they are going to be in trouble pretty soon. And all of a sudden, now Myriad looks so scary here on the water. And the numbers are just on his side. Beastie losing a little bit of focus here. Also losing a bit of the horse. But all of the military going down, and Beastie will be losing his leg.
Yeah, great connection, great connection. This pawn is lost right now. Myriad will get back with his eco account with fishing ships. It's 6 against 8 eco kills. Myriad ahead with the eco kills now. And this is really good for Knight Templar, because Knight Templar has such good wood income, because they don't have to build lumber camps. They already get the wood upgrade for free. And they also get food while collecting wood. So Myriad is in a pole position right now.
Now guys, hold on. I just need to make sure the other computer is a little bit slow. So I am going to need to sync these 2 up so we can follow these properly. There we go. Ladies and gents, we're back. And JD is back at that. She's also ready for a little bit more experience, a little bit more action. And I am ready to see if Beastie is going to be able to find the right amount of damage to actually shut down Myriad. Because Myriad is looking good. But he's looking in one place only.
Yeah, he's losing a lot of vills on the gold again. There's like 6 vills lost on gold already. Managed to saving the last one. 2 spears coming in. Good vill on the gold jumping in the towers. Saving his own life for now. And Mirror taking strong control of the pawn and gonna add a lot of fishing ships already.
And every single charge that Beastie gets off here just means that that's a sitting duck of a villager. You can see the army trying to gather around now. And Myriad going for yet another dock. This horseman, though, he is looking straight at that villager. And he thinks that this is going to be another juicy pickup for him. And it definitely will be. But at the same time, you can see the pressure at the top. The pressure is building up for Myriad, losing another vill here. Just not microing him well enough. JD just snacking on anything and everything, and all of a sudden, Myriad's huge lead is looking like it doesn't exist.
It's vaporizing like water for the sun. Myriad was in such a pole position. He was like, yeah, I can add in pilgrims, and I'm fine with just a couple of spearmen, but Beast already transitioned to a lot of archers as well. Manages to push him off the gold now. He's gonna run circles trying to get more value. Can even try to burn a couple of ducks. Getting chased away from the deer as well. Myriad just chunking on wood, but wood is the only thing he got.
The problem is he didn't invest in any military ships here either, so not even being able to deter the knights from this lake, it's not putting him in an... Oh my goodness, that feeling when you got the markets, you know you're a desperate man. Now, luckily for him, these villagers also gather food as they are busy chopping the wood. So it feels alright, but he does need to get some units. And you see, Beastie is just going pure archer JD. He gets the archers, he knows what he needs to do, especially with his opponent not having anything that can actually kill his knights right now.
Yeah, Beastie just going for the kill, grabbing Myriad by the throat and trying to finish him, because he does know Myriad has 2 pawns, so if he just waits and sits back, Myriad could potentially skill more than him, even with all the eco kills he already has. So he's gonna put on the pressure, he's gonna keep on the pressure, and either Myriad's gonna break or survive.
Now, with this huge army from Beastie, you guys can see the army value. It's definitely going to be a tough one for Myriad to win, especially considering those are knights. And knights, they don't really care too much about your handful of spears. They're going to go right through them. JD is also going to be able to get close and heal them, but she doesn't even need to. This is just a complete walkover. These horses are just made of paper. And even though they're doing okay against the archers, they're melting like butter. And so is JD's experience, just increasing. She's about to hit level 3.
Oh, and all those villagers dying as well, trying to run away, not to have any pathing issues while garrisoning in. But there's only 15 spots in that DC, so it's elbowing who's allowed to be saved and who has to die. And even more villagers, and he taps out as well.
Wow.
I think it was a really good game for Mir. Like, he took that pawn, I was like, oh yeah, he got this. Like, he's in such a strong position, and then everything just crumbled.
Yeah, honestly, that villager I see in Twitch chat as well, that villager was MVP. Yes, there was no one else that played the game better. I'm actually going to go to Beastie's room quickly to disqualify him and just get that villager a one-way ticket to Homestead Cup. We'll have both these guys to be our casters because that was absolutely disgusting. Definitely an amazing showcase here by the Beast and his hands on that poor little villager. Now, guys, what we're going to do is we're going to watch the video again. This time, you guys need to tell me, does anyone have ads? Are you guys ready without ads this time? Alright? Alright? Yes. Okay, no, we still have one more game. Did Beastie qualify with this map? No, at least one more game. Okay, ads. You have an ad? Okay. Oh my god. That is such good timing. Holy crap. See? This is why we ask. This is why we ask. But before I play the video again, while they're busy yapping about the ads, I will just read out. We got another $140 donation since the last time we spoke about it. Guys, thank you so much. I actually want to take a quick look while we're waiting for everyone's ads to be done. Let me just quickly go see where that puts us. We're almost at Core joins the lineup. That's pretty good. But we're at 16% funded. That is so exciting. I'm so happy. That means I don't have to go into too much debt anymore. Yeah. We spent we spent.
Yeah.
I went to pay the accommodation for the players 2 days ago, and as you just pay, you realize, oh my gosh, this is getting expensive, and we still have to buy food. But yes, you've suffered through a LAN event. You know how it is.
Yeah. It's always tricky because you have to put the money in advance, and then you come at this critical point like, yeah, we can organize it, and we think we have enough donations and there will be enough subscriptions. I think we can get away with it organizing it. So you announce it because at some point you have to make the decision. Like it's really difficult having all the money already before announcing the event. And then you always have to hope that people like the event and donate some money and take subscriptions and buy merchandise, so you can keep those events going. Because yeah, we do these events because we like the game, we love the game, and we want the best players see play that game and
Mm-hmm.
trying to perform.
And that's exactly what we hope to bring you. But guys, one more look at the video for those of you who had ads. Let's go. Fake stamp?
Yeah.
What are you guys talking about? That one was real. We worked so
Yeah, of
hard at
course.
getting that
It's really
stamp.
impressive having that stamp on the bake, you know?
Yeah. We really worked on that one. But yes, just like that, we
Yeah,
made
it seems
we
you had,
cooked something.
yeah, it seems you guys had a lot of fun just making the video.
It looked like a studio, guys. We had like 3
Yeah.
different cameras there with the lights from every single angle, and it still was a big meme in the end. That's just how we do things. Good memes all around. But I do have to admit to you guys that Beastie's mom did make the dough. We tried. But she was there telling us, no, you have to let it rest. I was like, couldn't we put it in? She's like, no, Stunny. So, no. So we did get gluten-free dough, guys. We did try. But Beastie's mom did come in to consult. But ladies and gentlemen, we have match point. And we're about to hop on in. So, let's go and see what Myriad can do against the Beast.
On the left side, in the color yellow, playing as a Delhi Sultanate, we got Beastie.
Pew, 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 Delhi on the Beastie. Now, on the other side, Mr. Malians, Myriad on the Malians. Myriad, he's looked like he wants to cook, but he just didn't show us that he's got what it takes to bake that bread fully. I say that and then I see, oh my goodness, he's going for a dock with double villager.
Yeah, he's on top of the mountain, just like his base, and he's feeling confident. He's like, yeah, let's just dock it. It's skill early game, and then just roll him over. Delhi just going for the free upgrades again, because it's only need time, no resources.
Now, the problem with this Malians age up is sure you're gonna get the wood, but Malians is for a reason not a civilization we see on water. And I guess this is also a reason why Myriad decided to pick it. Going for something like this puts your opponent on the back foot. Your opponent is not sure what you're doing. And of course, this is exactly what he most likely wants from Beastie. He wants Beastie to be like, hey, what am I supposed to do against this? Now, we are about a minute behind the actual game time, so we are going to try to catch up a little bit, but we do see Myriad finally adding some extra houses in here. But this does mean that the age up is going to be significantly different. Now, Myriad, he is very, very far from doing that transition into the age up, but Beastie already going for the Dome of the Faith and setting himself up to get that initial production building to produce the Ghazi Raider. And I'm saying Ghazi Raider with confidence because I was wrong every other time with people going for a barracks opening.
Yeah, and Delhi has this upgrade efficient production, which is already being researched. So if you put a scholar in the stable or barracks or whatever military production he chooses, you get double production speed, so they come out really fast as well. And for before you know it, you got like 4, 5, 6 Ghazi on top of your fishing boats.
And I honestly would like to see, so as far as I know, we have the fishing boats from Malians, and fishing boats from Malians, they drop off gold as well. That's what I wanted to see. Yes, we do get some gold from the fishing boats too. So it gives a little bit of an advantage compared to normal fishing boats, but still, you have Malian fishing boats. It's not really like their economy is known for the water, and it might just be for a reason.
Yeah, and Beast already scouted it pretty early when the duck was going up. Already saw the scout of Beast like, oh, what is he doing? So Beast knows exactly what Myriad is trying to do. Myriad getting its age up now. Probably gonna go, oh, he's going stable already. So he's gonna fight with feudal sofas against Ghazi raiders. That's gonna be an interesting one.
Hold on. You say sofas, but I've seen those scouts getting microed like an absolute menace. That's the problem with Beastie. You think he's gonna go for sofas, and he might. He's got the gold in the bank. Actually, he's got the gold in the bank. This man is floating a lot of gold, and oh my goodness, double stable for the man. He is looking at making this a pretty tough time. Sofas in the queue. I've seen him go for scouts against the Ghazi Raiders and just out micro his opponent so much that you would rather just lose your mind.
Yeah, and we see these boats getting burnt to the ground. Not enough garrison space inside the dock. 2 are already hiding, but we're still 3 out, so there's only space for 1 more. Meanwhile, Myriad Sofa is on the way. The first fishing boat's going down, so that's already 75 wood gone. Next fishing boat's gonna go down as well. No saving for him. And basically will just go burn down the dock then.
Now, I'm waiting for the presence of the sofas, but these sofas are non-existent, finally making their way out here, but the boats, they have definitely not paid themselves off even. We do have a galley here, or a hunting canoe, the word I've never said in my life, because I've never seen Malians being pulled out in this scenario, but the hunting canoe is out and he deters them with the help of the sofa, singular. But, of course, Beastie is just gonna go back and get his horses healed up, and then go again.
Yeah, the sofa was really important there, just to chase them away, because the guards are already trying to surround said hunting canoe and burn it down, because the guards can just run over this water, and it's such a tight space, you can easily surround a military ship and burn it down. And yeah, the Ghazi going in again, because they got infinite help because of the scholar healing.
Now guys, I realize I messed it up again. I said Myriad and Beastie is playing Malians because it's again a civilization the man always goes for. But no, Beastie is the one on the deli. The Civ, I always ask him, why do you pick this? You always lose with this. But he's looking to change the tides. And is actually gonna take down what is seen as the #1 civilization currently. One of the #1 civilizations currently. But now those sofas getting a little bit of a surround from the Ghazis, but Beastie does need to back off. He can't just overextend like this. He does get some decent damage. Myriad, he's doubling down on these sofas and he's looking pretty confident at it. Now, what's different about his opening here is not just the dock, but it's the fact that he doesn't go for that early cow that we see from players time and time again to just ensure they get ahead economically.
Yeah, instead of the cow, he's got the dock and the fishing boats. A lot of Ghazi really low health. The first one gonna go down. The scholar also in a terrible position, but manages to get away. So Carl's gonna heal them up. A couple of spears already, but also archers coming in from Myriad. He already has the archery range. And now a second pit mine getting set up as well. So Myriad going for much more equal advantage as he can.
Now Myriad making his way out to trying to find some villagers, and he knows where Delhi is supposed to be, out there on food. So definitely will find some damage here. And just like that, getting some decent connection. Beautiful surround. Beastie's villagers right now just paying the price. 2 going down. And another auto attack should cost him so much more, but Myriad is not optimizing that fully. He is! He gets this around, and 8 dead villagers in one fell swoop. Beastie knows that he needs to do another chunk of damage to make up for that.
That was an amazing raid by Myriad, just walking around those fields, trying to trap them and block their pathing, and getting all 8 of them. Meanwhile, Beastie trying to take the sacred sites, already got 2 of them, but he's gonna need a lot more for all those dead fields.
Oh, he's gonna need miracles, because once Myriad starts getting going with all them cows as well, it is gonna be disgusting. You can see Myriad saying, hey, I just killed the vills, let me get ahead further. But we did see that before. We saw Myriad doing exactly that before, and it was tough. He was not able to close that out too well. So Beastie now a little bit on the back foot, but at the same time, he needs to find an opening to do a little bit of damage. And Myriad, he cannot be greedy.
No, Myriad has to be careful with his engagement, even though the Sofa have bonus man against the Spearmen. A lot of Spearmen, but Spearmen are just walking and not attacking, and a lot of them already down before the fight even begins.
Now, behind this, Myriad is finally starting to produce those cows, and a lot of the Ghazi's already going down. Beastie's food is going to start getting non-existent, as we can see in the base. Beastie has got a little bit of wood here in the bank, but he's not the man who's known for early farms. So I think he would rather just be hungry than make farms at this point.
Yeah, Myriad's not gonna put on the pressure anymore. They're gonna take a look at Beastie's base, look what he's doing, trying to find some more value. 2 cows already added in. He's decapping the sacred site as well. So Myriad in full map control, and it's gonna make a decision like how do you want to proceed.
Honestly, remember what I said earlier about always telling Beastie he should stop playing Delhi because he always loses with it? This was not Beastie on the Civ. This was Myriad doing great. Don't get me wrong, but I do feel like the Civ is cursed for him.
Yeah, I think that's all the games he played against May. Like it left a scar.
Every single time he plays against May, I hear about it, and I hear how he keeps getting sniped on ladder. But maybe that sniping is his inspiration at playing Delhi at these events, and just like that, we can see it. He's struggling right now. This is a man who's not in a happy spot. He's out on deer, just snacking what he can, but there's one more deer for him up for grabs. And there's a ton of Sofa ready to collapse on him. Behind all this, though, he was able to secure some sacred sites, get that trickle of gold in. Back onto the berries. He doesn't have any PTSD from that last interaction, but if Myriad is a smart man, he will go and cause him a lifetime of PTSD.
Oh yeah, Myriad doubling down on those cows. He got 10 villagers on gold even. He already got his eco upgrades in. He's got 700 gold a minute, so it must be producing cows from multiple mills. Like, there's no question about it. He's doubling down on his eco, just trying to outskill the Delhi.
Now Myriad, he's getting to a scary amount of units here. So with those cows, he's gonna feel pretty great about that. But he still has to be careful, of course. Ooh, with the scholars being pulled, it looks like Beastie is actually looking at a type of an engagement, or at least a trade here. The archers trying their best at just focus firing all these spears, and one by one, they do get sniped out. The Sofas, they are going to be able to trade pretty well, but he does need to be careful. And Myriad is very far forward. With these scholars, he's able to heal a significant bunch, but the archer numbers do eventually get a lot thinner.
That is so difficult with the Knight Archer composition, because you can't fully engage if you have an equal amount of army, so you have to kite with those archers, but they get a lot of hits by both spearmen and horsemen, and the Gauls and Spearmen just have to A-move and just have to do nothing. Like, they will just kill everything in their path. It's gonna be so close. Skull is trying to out-heal, and Myriad is gonna back off because he just can't win against the healing because of the mass is just simply too low. Now we got these guys, he's trying to hunt those archers because they're a little bit slower than the sofas. And both backing off for now.
But the problem is, this trade was a lot better for Myriad than it was for Beastie. He may have lost more, but he has the ability to replace these units. He still has a little bit of eco here on the water, just ensuring that he can support that economy. With all the cows in the pens, this is a perfectly fine trade for Myriad. And he just needs to keep being active. But not right now, he backs off like a dog with a hurt paw. And he just doesn't look like the confident man with the sofas on the board.
Yeah, Myriad has more vills, he has more cows, he has more units. It's just a matter of not taking an horrible engagement and just roll this one out. He should be able to get a point on the scoreboard for now if he just, you know, takes his space, takes his time, be quiet about, be calm, and then be trying to get the sacred sites again.
Beastie is trying to make that move to just get the trickle of gold into, with everything focused on food and wood. He knows he just needs to get every advantage he can, and we can see those spearmen trying to wall up yet again. He does shut down this fishing, but the fishing is definitely, it's gotten its value at this point. Now, it was a pretty expensive investment at the start, but in the end, it does look disgusting as Myriad is just snacking on all the villagers, and Beastie might be getting, he might be getting the sacred site, but he's paying with his life. All the villagers on these berries going down, and Beastie is fast asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, getting all these notifications about the sacred site, the wolf attacking, the ghast being attacked, and not seeing those vills on the berries. And there will be a point where you realize, like, oh god, they're all dead, what happened? And that's gonna be devastating.
Now, after the sacred site's capped, you might feel like, alright, I got a little bit of control, hell yeah, brother. But behind it, there is a Myriad on his way to castle, and that Myriad is fully stacked with all the cows a man could hope for. So that sofa composition is just going to get larger and larger, and Beastie does not have an answer in this world. The farm transition is slowly starting, but farms, they just don't stack up to the Malian economy.
Yeah, and farms are not really what you want to see in the early game of the Delhi, because you can still get Pro Scout for free, you can get some deer in, you can go on the berries, because berries are a really good food source for Delhi as well. They got bonuses on berry gathering, and farms are just meh, if you look at that. And Grand Fulani Corral coming up.
With fully stacked cows, this is going to be a very happy beast. You can see him adding... a very happy beast. A very happy Myriad, guys. It's so weird to see Myriad on the Malians and it not being Beastie. It just feels like a complete crossover of worlds. But Beastie is also hoping to go castle. And honestly, I assume this is because he wants to go for an elephant. A singular elephant. Because elephants... He's scarred by them. I've heard him passionately speaking about elephants before and how crazy they can be. So maybe that is exactly what he has on his mind. The refuge, the answer to all his prayers. That single elephant that will rule them all.
Yeah, he also got all these castle upgrades, like all the eco upgrades, all the military upgrades. You got the special upgrades in Compound of the Defender as well. They take time, but they are free. So if he manages to get to castle, and if he manages to survive long enough, maybe he can get back into the game, because you got a lot of resources converted in time that the Myriad has to pay for. But Archer upgrade for Myriad already coming in, Sofa upgrade already coming in, and Myriad's gonna go for the push. Will we see the age up?
Now, with the push here from Myriad, he is about to discover all the units. Let's see how confident he feels about this. And it looks like the answer is a very... Look at all the villagers running for their lives. But the Sofas do engage head first at the same time. There's a small little raid from Beastie. But all of these units, now with the age up clicking, Myriad knows this is go time. I'm not backing out now. Sofas just charging straight up forward. Archers doing their best at sniping down anything and everything that can kill them. And the name of the game right now is just the spears.
Yeah, if he can snipe all those spears, the Sofa will just reign supreme. It's just about saving those archers, not losing too many sofas. A lot of spearmen already gone on Beastie taps. Now that's 1 point for the Myriad.
And Beastie keeps his Delhi loss streak alive. Myriad with 1 point on the board now. He is hoping for that reverse sweep so he can make it to the Homestead Cup, not as a caster, but as a player. Yeah, that's a big one. He's coming nonetheless, guys. Don't worry. You'll see Myriad on the screen. It doesn't matter which way this game goes. Myriad will be here. And he will cast, even as a player. But this is all about the style points as well.
It's
and
all
the extra
about
prize money.
personal ambition, right? You know, I'd rather be there as a player, as a caster, if I have the skill.
I see already calling out the Whamenqt curses in motion. Guys, calm down. Calm down. Beastie still has a lot of leeway here. Maybe he's just, you know, he was just playing Delhi, guys. Calm down. We still got time. Now, with all of that said, I do want to thank another $20 that dropped for the tournament. Thank you very much, guys. Again, that will be 1 room of accommodation covered for a player already. We have a deal with a hotel, by the way, and it's 25 euros per night per person, basically. So we do get a pretty good deal on all the players, and that's why it's affordable to bring everyone to Serbia. It's going to be quite nice. It's a pretty good.
That's gonna be quite. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. And what I like, I see Mongols against Chinese, so I got to root for Myriad right now because he's playing the Mongols.
Disgusting.
Yes. No. We gotta love the Mongols. They already butchered on Mangudai. You know, they need some support.
Now, with Mongols on the board, I like this. We saw what Myriad did early on 4 Lakes, and 4 Lakes, I like that Myriad. Beastie's villager, the guy, that woman, she carried the game. But Myriad on a water map, I'm starting to feel like there's something to it. And if someone is going to turn this around, it could just be Myriad. Yeah, guys, calling out Serbia for its cheap hotel rooms, yes, it is cheap. It is cheap, so if you ever want to come make a vacation here, we can't necessarily help you, but check on booking.com, it's quite cheap. It's a nice little situation for us, and I know that we're very lucky to be able to host a LAN in a country like that. By the way, Bart, we got flights for 20 euros a flight for some of them.
Wow.
Yeah, we have a tiny little airport,
amazing.
And it has the cheapest flights. Love it.
Yeah, but it's just facts, you know. One country it's really expensive. Like I've been to Norway and you pay like 10 euros for a beer, and some countries are really cheap.
Oh, and I just got, by the way, guys, I know a lot of you might not be interested in this, but this will be on the stream as well. We got a cocktail maker. I got a slushy machine so that we can make slushies and margaritas on the go to make sure that our players are fully filled up for the show. Yes. I think it's loud, right?
No, it's fine.
So they've got everything. There's even a ping pong table outside. So there will be a tournament as well between the players. We're really hoping to see Beastie and Marine Lord face off in something other than Age of Empires, because then there might be a chance.
Yeah, the cocktail ping pong party, you know, that sounds good. No, nothing can go wrong.
Nothing can go wrong. Cocktail ping pong with everyone hanging out on a patio. Definitely not spelling any problems. Oh, I do see a ton of gifted subs coming through. Thank you very much. That will go straight to the We'll go straight to the donation bar when we're done here today. We're at almost $3,200 funded, guys. Thank you so much. But we do have a 3-minute timer on the board as Beastie and Myriad are making sure that this very serious game is on that 5-minute delay. So let's go take a quick look at the bracket to see what is still up for grabs here. So Myriad and Beastie, we know right now it's 3-1, and Beastie is looking kind of good for this, but Myriad on Mongols, I believe as well. Behind it though, or after this, we will see Marine Lord and Numidan fighting it out. And I'm so excited Marine Lord signed up for this week's qualifier, because I was very worried he wasn't going to come to Serbia. But after all, we do have our Lord coming to try and just school the rest of the guys at a live event after Wallaloo as well. So, Bart, looking at this bracket, we still have 2 spots after this weekend. Which names do you think still stand out here for possible qualifications?
Ooh, let me take a look. Like, we still have Demu. Like, Demu did lose against Mirror yesterday, but I think he's still a good potential candidate to win one of the qualifier spots next week. Yeah, you still have people like Kiljardi and Baltune and Valdi. Like, they're all really good players that all have a good chance to win if they have a good day. Like, if they're in shape and they get favorable matchups or and good spawns. I think Corvinus is kind of a dark horse. You know, you can never know what happens. Now you can play these crazy games. Yeah, I think those are the people who have the best chances to make it.
Yeah, there's a lot of big names here that I think will compete for those last 2 spots. Now, of course, we still have 2 people that people are asking about, Papipo and Wham. Are they signing up? We don't know. We asked and we got some uncertain answers. So if the Canadians decide to do so, it might just be a lot harder for the rest of these players to actually fight their way through, but we believe. I think there's also a lot of people riding on the tuna. People really are excited to see Baltoon making it through. So, yeah. No, but I think the names you mentioned here today, definitely someone like Valdi is also, we've seen the name again and again, breaking through to the top 16, but not to that top 8 just yet. And with the Canadians not signing up, this opens that bar to being the top 10 instead. So the top 10, definitely something I think a lot of players would be fighting for. And I see a question, where is Core? Guys, calm down. Core, he is on our good old pastor desk or analyst desk, whatever we decide to put him on in that moment. The poor guy, he will have a job. Don't you worry. He will have a job, and I'll show you yet again. You can go and get all your information from the site, and you see Mr. Core here ready to roll as one of our talent. But I have some noises playing in my ears, and that can only mean one thing. We might be potentially going in the final game here if Myriad does not give it his all. So, Myriad on the Mongols, going in red. Say Beastie is the one who will be dead, but with him opening with an Uwu, I see a lot of Dark Age shenanigans on the way.
Oh yeah, amazing rhyme. That's a proper introduction right there. And on the top side of the map, playing in the color Geno, as the Chinese, it's our guy Beastie.
Beastie, our guy, you say, but this guy is very much deterred. The fish are not that interested in poor old Beastie, as we see that dock just not in the optimal place for the best. Oh, actually,
yeah, the duck is on the side because he can build a wall if he gets spear burst. That's the only reason. Now, of course, you want, their barracks is coming.
And this was interesting. I was wondering here for a second if Myriad was actually considering just going for a dock himself, but no, just quickly decides barracks is the way to go. He spots the dock, he knows where it is, and Beastie, like you said, in the corner, is ready for this. He's played this game before. Disgusting. Here we go.
I'm so sorry, I got distracted by my wife bringing me food, so could you repeat that?
I said the wall is coming up. The man is ready for the fight, and I think this might just be a massive investment from Myriad though. Because now we saw how many spears he actually needed to defend this, and that was a significant amount. The difference here could be the Khan though. The Khan is a unit that can poke the villager down eventually, so you can't just repeat this or repair this wall for the rest of your life.
No, and the Khan can shoot above the wall, so the village will keep on getting damage, even if it's just a little bit. But that's the thing that Mongol does. Like, he could have also opted to go for a dock and, already deleting the wall. remaking it from the outside. So they're trying to save that villager and prevent the spears for burning down the dock. Walls are up and villager is running away. It's gonna be the question, still a long way. Will he make it?
Now, I just saw in chat people are saying we have a remake, and I'm not too sure we do. Are you guys sure? Because on my timer, this still no. Okay, no, never mind. Twitch chat was just baiting me. I was so excited, but he did take 3 sheep as bait here. Just very quickly, taking care of all of those sheep is just gonna mean that Maria doesn't have anything to fall back on if he decides to go for water and lose it after.
Yeah, we're just gonna go for water as well. Like it's just a question about, are you gonna go open Uvu with barracks? Are you gonna go Uvu dock? Are you gonna go dock? But we see a dock coming up next to the dock of Beastie, because as Mongols you already got stone from the Uvu, so it's pretty easy to get the Abbasids on the dock, which will be a menace if you put it against the enemy dock.
Now, with these 2 spears, he's going to be able to find some other damage here as well, and quickly just poking away at the villagers. Although Beastie, he does need to get a little bit more gold than your usual China does, because, of course, or than your usual civilizations do, because he needs to be able to make that first imperial official. So, with all of that, it does look like he definitely got enough for the age up and to be able to get that first imperial official, so he is going to be a very happy camper.
Yeah, it's a nice spawn for Meert for his aggression, having the gold vein on the same side as the dock, so he could have a massive value from those spears. Meanwhile, Meert already taking wood, trying to dock himself, also already having a lot of gold for the potential age up. The only thing he still needs is food.
You say, you say only thing, but that is a lot of things, and instead of going for anything that's too spicy, he goes for the spiciest, level 6, and drops them straight at the dock. Sorry guys, my throat from casting, it's starting to wear down, so we are seeing the consequences thereof. Beastie though, he's under a little bit of duress here, and if he does burn down this mining camp, Muriat will be denying a little bit of gold here too. So that does feel like it's definitely worth it here for the man. Now, first Imperial official already queued up, and that is exactly what he's going to need to be able to get the gold to try and fight this. But the problem is, without any gold, he's not going to be able to make anything on water that can really fight against any ship bigger than a junk.
Yeah, and the Khan doing Khan things by shooting a villager at the wood line and putting the Falcon above it. Meert also trying to get the bounty off the mining camp. Scout gonna attack the Khan. We have an archer ship coming out. So it's gonna be the question, can you burn down the dock before all your spears are getting killed? That's gonna be huge, or that's gonna be a huge downfall. Khan, almost 2 or 3 more hits. Is it going down already? At least it's 3.
And losing the
God,
Khan,
no.
it is so massive at this point, because losing the Khan here means that you are just putting yourself in a spot where you don't have this map presence. You needed this to be able to pick off the villages on the wood line, and it gives Beastie that breathing space that he didn't know he would get. The dock though, he wants to get this burning, but the problem is the arrow ship is doing good work at denying this. But the burning will begin, and he does get a little bit back from this.
Yeah, the burn was really important. If he didn't get the burn, he would have been in a massive bad spot. At least now Beastie has to send a veil or 2 to try and repair the dock, and he can build his own military ships to try and kill that veil and try to take control of the water. The dock is gonna go down probably, and we got a new dock coming up already.
Now this, getting the double dock here behind, feels absolutely disgusting, because he's going to be able to shut down anything coming out of Muriat. The double dock play, we see it's not really doing what he hoped for, but the naval arrow slits will make this a little bit harder to shut down. And of course, getting a boat in between is going to make this even needing to be a little bit more of an investment. So one of these galleys will have to back off. But the problem is, the war junk is going to do an amazing job at just staying alive.
Yeah, left dock is gonna go die, so fishing ships are gonna rotate to the middle one's dock. The closest dock at least is under fire of the arrow slit, so that's pretty safe. Oh, Springle ship surviving, not getting the full blast radius. Already the demo ship ready for Beastie himself if Mir tries to get with the Springald ship, which is coming, so it's looking really good for Beastie.
Beastie getting control of this game back completely, and now Myriad is thinking about what this looks like for him if he doesn't fight the water, but rather just stay on the land. He's getting that second naval arrow slits as well to just try and not die instantly, with Beastie going to be able to run away with this water economy so quickly. Now, another disgusting connection about to come on through onto the boat, but you can see he's just trying to get him as far away as possible so that there is that little bit of a delay. The naval arrow slits now is going to be doing some good work, but behind this, Beastie is most likely just looking at getting more ships on the water.
Yeah, this is the problem of Mongols. Like, they can do some Dark Age aggression, which is really fun to do, but in the feudal they just don't have the eco to back it up with more units and have the tempo and keep on their aggression. They need a lot of pressures for that, or a second to see or something. So Beast already skating with a lot of more wheels, with a lot more fishing boats. He's supervising the lumber camp, getting a lot more resources than the Mongol player, and you can see it in the amount of boats. Like, Beastie has 4 boats against 1 boat of Myriad. That's not good.
Now Myriad, he realizes, I was gonna say, he realizes this is not gonna be an easy fight on water to win, but he's still investing on the water instead of going for a little bit of that land pressure. While Beastie, he's also investing on land. And this is a massive difference here, because with this, he's quickly gonna be able to shut down anything that could stem from the water, but at the same time, he is not under duress if Myriad decides to go for some land units. Now the Khan, it does seem like it went down yet again. So this Khan, he was just not meant for the world. Keeps on dying every single time he gets a little bit of a poke
He
in.
can't be doing this anytime.
Oh, villager!
Villager gonna die as well, being thrown into the wayside. But it's tough for Mir to do. Like, even if you want to like go castle and go for like a Kashyyyk all in or men at arms all in, you already spent so much resources on the water, so you're already down by such an amount of time. And Beastie already has spears against potential Kasyyyks already, and you can even put up some towers with arrow slits. It's such a difficult position for the Mongol one.
Now, Myriad, he is trying to get as many boats as possible to actually make this work, but with the galley not focusing in the right spot, that connection was disgusting. And another Springald ship will go down, but we do see Demo ship constantly making some amazing connections, and Beastie is just back in control of the water. Slowly but surely, Myriad's docks will fall one by one, but it looks like he's doubling down, getting now wheelbarrow as well. But spears here, they did find a victim between it all.
Yeah, Myriad's really trying his best because it's match point, and he just doesn't want to throw the style in too quickly. But another explosive ship trying to come out, trying to take out those Springald ship is gonna get a connection with 1. So 1 Springald ship gonna go down, but the Spearman's gonna burn down that dock.
The problem is Beastie has vision on all of this. So yes, Myriad says, hey, I'm gonna try to make a play here for the water again. Actually, not even going for a proper water play, but rather just going for a fishing boat. Realizing his food is running dangerously low. This is actually saying so much about his state right now. Beastie is perfectly fine on water, getting now control back of this part of the lake, and now he's gonna be able to push out and get proper control here. Now, Beastie, he's showing us the sign that he wants this. He wants to be able to play this video game in his own house in 2 months. And just like that, Beastie putting down the pressure on Myriad's side. So even though Myriad, he was able to get 1 fishing boat out of desperation, he is starving behind this.
Yeah, Beastie even taking more and more eco upgrades now. He's taking the Imperial official upgrade, so he gets more gold. He's taking the double board axe, so he gets more wood income, and already has more eco. So slowly but surely he will skill more and more, and will have way more army than Myriad can ever have. And Myriad is just holding on for dear life.
Now with that 1 fishing boat, he is able to repair at least a little bit of a ship to try and make this a favorable connection, with the demo ship gonna... Oh, that's not a demo ship. But the demo ship is coming here from the front, and he does make a decent connection. but only again getting one. Springald ships taking every bit of fire that they do not want to take. Oh, from every
That's
angle.
just not enough. There are 20 spears on the field burning those docks as quickly as you can build them. They're already getting burned down, and the spear's gonna jump on the Uvu in the production next.
Now the archers coming out is a very welcome sight because, of course, with the archers we have so many spears. This is just the natural answer to this. But the problem is they are a little bit too late. Those spears are very easily going to be taking down the dock. But all of a sudden, some of them turning around to try and fight this instead. The dock does get set on fire, but we can see those spear numbers just reign supreme. The ship will not make it out today, and Beastie is the only one left on water. Myriad now in a very tough spot. 14 fishing boats already for Beastie, and more will be joining.
Yeah, Myriad's floating a lot of wood now because he was expected to fight out it on water, but now he doesn't really need the wood anymore. Nothing you can really do with it. Trying to get on the board desperately because he wants some food, and Beastie already 1000 food and 300 gold, and gonna go castle pretty soon.
Now, with all of the villagers on gold here, Beastie is going castle. Myriad, he's in a little bit of a different spot here. We now see him going for a stable, double stable, trying to get those Keshiks out too. This just feels like he is under complete duress, feeling like, hey, maybe I can win it on the land. But I think that ship has sailed, or at least gotten sunk by so many of those demo ships. But Beastie now going to be going for, I'm sure, a lot of vision out here. The Imperial Palace coming out, providing vision of everything and everything around, and with the barracks follow-up. This is a man who's feeling very confident in his food income and is going to be spamming a ton of palace guards.
Yeah, it's gonna be the palace guard all in. It's gonna run around all the map because palace guards are really fast. Palace guards do really well against spearman archer combination, so the transition into Keshiks is good. But it's still feudal age Keshiks against castle age, yeah, palace guards. And Myriad doesn't really have the eco to back this up. Like, he's getting chased away from the boar again. He still has to get his towers up. Beastie doesn't mind losing his spears because there's no use for these spears after his age up finishes.
And they have definitely, even though the age up finished, they got their use, they got the Khan, and that was all he could ever dream of. Now, with this, it just means Beastie's Doomsday Parade is about to arrive. And you can see, rallied right at the front of his base. The fun is about to begin. The pump is about to begin. With all these fishing boats, I can see Beastie just triple investing 24 boats here for him. This is going to be a pretty rough fight. Now Palace Guards here at the front, ready to fight, and Myriad getting a little bit of a shock here as he's like, oh yes, Castle Age units. How do I handle that?
Yeah, Myriad confirming what kind of units Beastie is going, so the Keshiks are still a good choice, but he kind of needs castle age, he kind of needs some crossbows as well. Meanwhile, Beastie already has a fishing eco upgrade and already has +1 range defense and even more upgrades coming in with survival techniques, with horticulture. Once Beastie has some mass, you just can run around and pick on that boar all day, because that's the only decent food income Myriad has right now.
And with the +2 ranged upgrade, you get into such a sweet spot with all those Palace Guards. And you can see Beastie has so much gold, he cannot even spend it all. Now with all the taxes also piling up here, trying to spend anything and everything he can find, getting drift nets as well. But now those Keshiks, they are the only damage dealers to these Palace Guards. As we can see, those archers trying to fight. But look at this thing, it feels like he's taking 1 damage at a time.
Yeah, the Keshiks do decent against them, but it's still 4 Keshiks against like 8 palace guards. Reinforcements coming in, archers are there, but they're just there as spectators. They don't really do anything, and Myriad getting pushed back to his double tower. Does have an arrow slit on it. He doesn't really want to garrison the villagers because he's gonna need that food, but they are forced to, and reinforcements coming in from Beastie. That's another party of palace guards getting ready to wreak havoc.
And this just means those villagers are going to sit idly in the towers hoping for a better day, but unfortunately no better days are underway, with the Keshiks trying to get their little bit of a damage in. They heal on every hit, but apparently the palace guards are just attacking a little bit better as those Keshiks are eventually falling one by one. But the palace guard spam is not stopping at any point, but we see the villagers still in that outpost not giving food, which just means that Myriad is struggling to keep on producing, but he is sticking to feudal for now, just getting as many Keshiks as he can afford to try and fight this. And he is able to clean up a few of these, and with Beastie focused elsewhere, it looks like the tower will be defended for now, but the Keshiks, they are going to start struggling against this with all of those upgrades really starting to do the work. Now +2 melee attack is going to make this a bit harder. Keshik's doing an amazing job at this though.
Oh yeah, because knights are still a soft counter against men-at-arms, and even with the feudal against castle age, they hit really hard. But the village got stuck in the tower for a long time. They should be happy they already got saved. And meanwhile, we already got 18 palace guards. We got multiple military upgrades coming in. We already have one melee upgrade, second melee upgrade coming in as well. So there will be a point where they're just gonna run them over.
Now, with all of these fishing boats, 36, that's an absolute disgusting amount of fishing boats. And just like this, we see Beastie's Palace Guard raids. They know what has been poking at them, and he just wants to get rid of that, already getting the burn, but maybe forgetting he's not playing Mongols. He doesn't get those resources returned, but it does feel like a pretty nice push here. Just going out in style, setting everything on fire, and the Kurultai, Myriad is...
29 vills.
He's hoping to get...
that's desperation.
He's hoping to get something. I don't know what it is yet, but he's hoping for a miracle. And very quickly, the Keshiks just charging in, knowing that they get that extra bit of healing from the Kurultai. The villagers in shambles right now, and only now queuing up that veteran Keshik upgrade. It shows you how overwhelmed he has been, with all these villagers desperately trying to get into the TC. He's quickly doing a bit of damage, but the Keshiks, they're staying mostly alive. But eventually, the palace guards just run on right through, with the villagers, most of them being idle, just not able to support the remake of any of these units. And Beastie still has 30 more palace guards that are about to arrive.
Oh yeah, Myriad would have loved to get that fair and before the fight, but Kurultai gives a lot of additional damage. It gives a lot of healing. Khan also has defense arrow now. Palace guard's gonna transition or switch to the villagers, trying to kill as many vills as possible, just throwing them away. But we still have 30 palace guards more, so even when the Keshiks are stronger and they even are the better unit, they just get outmassed.
And it looks like Myriad is holding on to a dream here, as this is his last chance this week to qualify, but there is still next week. So he's hoping that that TC is starting to be turned into the Japan one. Just shoot the rockets, but even rockets wouldn't be able to deal with this heavy mass. But Beastie though, he's got 62 total on food. This man has more resources that he knows what to do with. And being 20 minutes in the game at 140 supply, it feels unheard of.
Yeah, palace guards is having a field day, finding villagers on the deer, finding villagers on the gold, and eventually Myriad has to tap out.
Now, I do have some good news for you, Twitch chat. We do have our interview already ready for us, as I did find the man strayly walking around. And now, this is not our usual winner interview screen, but we do have a little bit of a showcase right here. Mr. Beastie, you made it.
Right.
How does it feel to actually qualify for a tournament?
I've done it.
You did it. You
Yeah.
didn't put it on daily though.
Hey. What do you mean actually qualify? Chill. We didn't qualify for one, we qualified for the other one.
Okay,
You know,
that's
we'll take
true.
those.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. No, I'm really excited to see that you are cranking. 'Cause you looked pretty strong here, of course. But now you've regulated Myriad to being a caster at the event.
Right, well, it was him or me.
I was actually going to ask you, how do you feel now that you've lost the caster position at the Homestead Cup?
Or
Yeah, of course. I know how you feel about them casters. No? So,
casters making bank.
clearly, you're making zeros of dollars here. But in our case, what I want to ask you is, did you feel that Myriad is looking strong enough for next? if he has another opportunity to face off against Baltoon, against possibly Numidan or Marine Lord. Ooh.
I think a lot of it is gonna come down to the brackets because it's only players going, so a lot more heavy matches. And Canadians signed up. Greater role.
Yeah, that's one thing I think most people are worried about. The Canadians. If the Canadians come in as our dark horses. Oh, yeah, you need to... Give me a second. I'll just move it closer to him, guys. I need to bring the microphone to his mouth.
Can you hear me now? Test, test, test.
Yeah.
Audio is cutting.
Yeah, its microphone was... All right. Now, with all of that being said, you know the list of players. Let's quickly go to the brackets. And tell me, how do you feel about these? You are facing off against B, Anatant, Vortex, and Lucifer already. Chances against those. Practice.
I mean, pretty good, but it's like the tournament is like 2 months away. So.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's not like we're playing tomorrow, you know.
Yeah, you have 2 months. How are you going to prepare for the next 2 months? Are you going to play League of Legends?
I might be running Cyan top.
Cyan.
A lot of Cyan top and maybe some Teemo here and there. Yeah.
Okay, so guys, you just heard it. Oh, yeah. Okay, that is anything else you want to say to? I honestly don't know what to ask you. I know all your strategies. I know your top laners. I know how you play ADC. I know your mid laners as well.
True.
Do you have anything else to say to the Homestead Cup crew?
No, but I'm trying to get some players to shave their head for the tournament. So it'd be amazing if we all did it, like doing like a sub goals where we shaved our heads, you know, for like 5K, 6K, 7K, 8K.
That's a really good idea.
But I don't know if they want to do it, but it'd be pretty good. No, not Marika.
I'm not going to shave my head, guys.
I mean, the players.
Yeah, I wouldn't shave my head for like 20K. Calm down. Shave it for like 50K. If I had 50K in my pocket, maybe. Yeah, yeah, I would. I would shave my head for 50K.
Damn.
There we go. I think I found my prize. What about you, Bot? What would you shave your head for?
Oh, depends if Vortex is joining the subscription party, getting shaving bald. Like, that would be fun.
Okay.
But, yeah, I don't know what price.
He also doesn't have a prize.
No. Like, I think it's not really about the
Vortex
price,
would-
but if people could like, if I could help my kids with shaving my head or something, that would be easy to do.
He said if he could help his kids to shave his head, he would shave his head. That's kind of sweet. I would do it for Totter as well. If someone was like, Totter needs you to shave you, I would shave my head instantly. Yeah, I get it. And she's not even a kid, she's a dog. So, the right cause. Okay, guys, we found it. Vortex joining. I don't know, Vortex is pretty heavy on his hair. I don't think
Vortex can just shave his beard.
Yeah, ooh. And the little mustache. And the...
I don't know, but yeah.
And the goatee.
Goatee? Yeah. There's a tiny little mustache and a goatee. And then we also have... Who's the other person? Marine Lord wouldn't shave
Marine
his
Lord
head.
bald?
No.
Yeah, he would never do it.
No, Marine Lord has an image to uphold.
Lucifer would never do it.
You don't think so?
No.
Lucifer has a pretty good hairline, but...
I think Anatan would do it.
Yeah, Anatan's 100. Anatan's already in, but Demu... I don't know if Demu would say yes to this.
They should wear a wig for like a week.
Yeah. Would that be the goal?
Oh,
God,
yeah.
This is derailing so much.
Like if they wear a wig for a week, if they're bald,
Do
they have to wear it all the time.
I think Doncon hit the nail on its head there. Due to being bald, Vortex has been disqualified from the Homestead Cup too.
Wait, Pastor has a good point. Them was to glue everyone else's hair. See, that's a
really good one. We just okay. I'm in, guys. We can make a mismatch wig. I'll get the hairdresser. I'll ask her to get me some head glue and do it, and she can just.
Yeah, I don't
stick all
think
the...
they would do that.
I don't know. Maybe she would for the right price. This is Serbia.
No,
after
she
all.
would. I don't think they would.
Okay, guys. But anyway, next series is gonna be Marine Lord Numidan score prediction.
I mean, probably 4-0 or 4-1.
We do have a favorite here, it seems.
You know that Malian game? I had no idea Malian could produce that many units. I never played against it.
I was actually like Malian fishing. How did you?
Yeah, I was just like.
But you played Delhi again. I thought we talked
No,
about
but
Delhi.
I had. So basically, I knew that he's gonna pick OP civs.
Yeah,
So I could just pick whatever, and I have OP civs.
smart.
I had Byzantine and China left, and Yushi and all the OP.
Yeah.
And
Good draft.
OTD.
Good draft. Good draft.
Thank
Okay. Well, congratulations. You now qualify. Give me your hand. Oh, are we going to show them our handshake?
Ow!
Oh, okay.
Come on! Come on! Oh my God.
Okay, let's do it again. Doop. Okay. Doop. 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 Doop.
You're so bad. It's
We-
really not that.
We,
Rick is always like,
we have a secret handshake, but I don't know the handshake.
it's literally boom, boom,
Probably
boom,
because
boom,
it's secret.
boom, boom. That's it.
Yeah, the secret handshake is too secret for me to know.
Tell me I'm gonna shave my head. Okay. Get this guy. Remember his name.
Okay.
Unless you're bald. And
Yeah. Okay. Watching 2 extroverts and 1 introvert on stream. I'm sorry, Bot. He's a
Yeah,
very
no,
big
it's
introvert
fine. It's fine. I'm used to.
to dealing with this.
Yeah, dealing with all kinds of situations. You know, you experience a lot of situations in school, and
Mm.
you know, and I'm married for 8 years, so I've been through all of it.
So you also have a secret handshake. That's what you're saying. Saying.
Yeah, but it's so secret that we never use it because other people might find out.
That's a good point. Yeah, guys, me and Beastie we're a brouple. Like we have a secret handshake and everything. But yeah, yell kids, says Bart. But guys, we'll be back in like 3 to 5 minutes while we get ready for Marine Lord Numidan. So we'll be right back, guys. See you in a second. All right, ladies and gents, Gigi Dog has joined us here and she's ready for the next game. But we do have our first map here. Dry Arabia with a nice little Delhi against Malians. And this might be Marine Lord's way of showing us how to play Delhi against that Malian eco. Did you die? Oh, you brought your dog as well? Oh, my
No,
goodness.
I thought we were showing dogs, so
Here we go. Twitch chat, this is for you. Dog reveal. Dog reveal.
dog reveal. Yeah. Beep.
Oh, there we go. There we go. We get some dog pets. Very nice. So, guys, let's hop into game number 1, Numidan versus Marine Lord, and see what these chads are up. And thank you so much for the $20 donation. I see it on my phone right now. Appreciate it. Oh, and right before another 20. And right 7 minutes ago, a 50. Oh my goodness, guys. Thank you so much for the support. I promise it will go to good use. You'll see it on stream. All right, ladies, let's go and see game number 1. Now, good sir, we have a situation here. We have a little repeat of a previous matchup, but this time it's Marine Lord on the pink Delhi, and I love this for Marine Lord. Beautiful color here, lovely.
Yeah, and on the other side, in the color green, playing as the Malians, we got Numidan.
And Numidan,
We got player portraits now. Amazing.
yeah, they were
Top
always
notch
here.
production.
I just forgot to press them actually, so this is more a skill issue, an observer, caster, double spectator skill issue than it was not having them. Apologies, guys. This is all on
Yeah, you
Whamenqt.
got quality difference in all kind of professions.
But we can see here the French Marine Lord, he has been dominating the scene for a very, very long time. And Numidan here with his holding that Swedish flag up high, representing Ves, he wants to make it that second Ves player to come to the Homestead Cup. Because right now, it's just Anatand. And their team is pretty large at this point. We do want to see more Ves blood making their way through.
Well, maybe you're lucky and we Oasis will qualify next week.
Yeah, the Oasis is our dark horse waiting
she
around.
is best, you know.
Now, early game, of course, nothing really happens between the Delhi and the Malians. Delhi and Malians, same old, same old. Delhi goes for free upgrades. Malians, they have houses. Wow. Wonderful start here from both of them. No crazy things happening. But of course, with Malians not getting any action in the Dark Age, it does mean that they just get to have their opening exactly as they want him.
Yeah, with 7 houses again, he's gonna have 3 cows and the cattle ranch ready when he hits feudal. So that's some nice food income immediately from the start. Marina going up with the Dome of the Fate again, so we got these cheap, slower made scholars. That's gonna heal the units, take the sacred size in feudal days, because that's what Delhi does.
Now, I actually wanted to point something out here, guys. Numidan, he's got a forward gold here. A forward gold here. No other gold to fall back on it, which is always also on the same side. Even if he makes a wall, he doesn't really secure any resources. While Marine Lord here has gold on the one side, gold on the other side, and a simple enough wall to secure these resources too. And ladies and gentlemen, I call this a Marine Lord spawn. And I might be thinking it wasn't a beastie spawn all along. The Marine Lord spawn is not just about his spawn, it's about his opponent's spawn as well.
Yeah, we see the first sofa coming out and second stable coming up. So Numidan gonna invest in a lot of sofas, trying to get the second pit mine up, but already getting harassed by those Ghazis, and the scout trying to take on as much burn damage as they can, because those gold mines, those gold veins do give passive gold.
Now the nice little passive gold trickle coming in from the 45 gold per minute here with one house around, but we can see almost 100 gold per minute coming from the other one. And now Numidan is just going to let those cows do the talking. And already having 3 cows in here means that he's ahead quite a bit already with that villager count. Of course, with the cows, you're investing your resources into them, so it does mean that you didn't spend those initial resources on actual units, and it does make it a little bit harder to get going. But between all of this now, we're already going to be at 125 food per minute between the two of these, and that is fantastic this early in the game. That means you basically have a sofa free per minute.
Yeah, I see all the upgrades from Delhi, which are free but just take time. And I love our marine already has a blacksmith up. That's what I was missing in the last couple of Delhi games. Not enough military upgrades, because they are free as well. So you only build a blacksmith for 150 wood and you can queue up all those juicy upgrades.
Now, the Spanish brothers showed us the way of playing Delhi by getting double blacksmiths and really capitalizing on that freeness. But Marine Lord, he's the kind of guy who invests in rather getting another production building and starting from there. And of course, this makes sense. You want to get your units out on the map as fast as possible to handle the Malian economy. Right now, Malians is already slowly getting ahead. Now 150 food per minute already coming in for free, and now they're going to start to do these little raids all around the map. One of the first scholars going down here, and this is a massive pickup this early in the game.
Yeah, those first couple of scars are so important to get the quick timing on the sacred sites, because sacred sites give gold, give 100 gold a minute if you own them, but they give 125 gold if you're Delhi.
Now that's a massive amount, and you can just imagine how that can skyrocket you, especially against a civilization that thrives off of their free resources as well. Now with the pit mine going down, it does mean that the gold axis is a little bit less, but you can see those sofas trading out effectively already. The problem is just if they don't kill them, they're gonna come back harder, and that's exactly what's gonna happen here with these guys. Just gonna go back and heal up, while the sofas, they are damaged for life.
Yes, they're hurt, but they're gonna get healed up and they don't haunt you until all the way over the map. We got some villagers on gear already for Nubadan, so he's already taking some additional food. I wonder if Mariner will sniff that out.
Marine Lord is clearly locked in on these sacred sites for as long as possible. Already the scholars in a little bit of danger here, but the Ghazi Raiders, you cannot ignore the pure numbers, because of course they do that little bit of extra damage against armored units. So even though the sofas will trade out better against them, it's not just like a normal old horseman trying to fight this fight. And he doesn't get this cap, but he might just be happy with this trade already. He has 3 on gold, even while having 2 sacred sites. Now, pulling them off, he realizes this is going to be more than enough, and he can just keep that production going. Now, the market coming in as well, and this is usually the sign of a Delhi who's a very, very happy gold gatherer.
Yeah, that's also usually a sign of someone who wants to duke it out in feudal and doesn't really interested in going to castle. He's just gonna make a lot of units, which he can because he doesn't have to invest into either eco tax or military tax or something else of that kind. And he can just spam units for days. He already took down the pit mine once, and he's probably gonna go for it again.
Now, for now, he wants to shut down all these sofas, just trying to have a blast by decapping, but we do see the massive amount of units going down here. The problem is, with this amount of units, we do have a set number of archers running around too. And this is usually where things get out of control. These groups of archers can easily be intercepted with this very heavy Ghazi-focused army. The Marine Lord only starting to add in some archers now. It shows you he knows what's going to work, and what's going to work is just horses. Horses, horses, horses. And they've shown us why that is the case. Now, that mobility already going to be finding him some stray villagers, no one going down, but it definitely keeps Numidan busy while he's just happily capping these sites.
Yeah, you get such a strange game because Marinard was adding in archers, then saw a lot of archers from Numidan myself and decided to double down on the horses. Sofas do have a heavy melee tag, so you would say they are stronger than the Ghazi. But the Ghazi is getting these insane amount of masses, already 23 Ghazis against 15 Sofa. And they are a little bit faster, and like we talked about before, mobility is so important because you can decide when to fight.
Now, the Sacred Site victory has started, but this is not what Marine Lord is aiming for. We can see that with the amount of Ghazis he's still producing. And now the Sofas need to back off here. Those Ghazi numbers are scary. The Archers, they're not going to have the greatest of trades here. As we know, they don't even have +1 attack, but the Sofas, they're taking a decent enough fight here. But with the army value, we can see which way that is going to be going. Already, Malians bleeding quite a bit here. The Archers firing away, but they're barely making a dent in any of these. Sofas doing a decent job with this, but again, we just don't feel the Archers in this composition. And you can see that trade very much went the way of Marine Lord.
Yeah, Numidan tried his best, like he got a really good choke point, so a lot of the Ghazi were running around and not attacking really. That's because they were higher unit mass and Numidan at range, but even with such a good fight, he still lost out on the fight, and there's so many Sofas went down. He only has 7 Sofa left, and Marino still has 18 Ghazi.
Marine Lord's army is looking fierce, and getting 3 scouts in here tells me this man's most likely pro scouting soon. Yep. He's ahead, but he wants food as well, and that just makes sense. You already have full map control, you have everything control. You might as well just get all the rest of the deer and not worry about a thing. But now, with all of the gold he's starting to bank up, he's just not able to spend everything from all of these sources of income, just pumping right through. We can see that the Sofa Numidan is desperately trying to decap this. The Sofas are going to be struggling to stop this, because again, these Ghazis are doing such a good job at just being so mobile and trading effectively. The charges from the Sofas, they'll be able to get a few hits in before the Ghazis back off if they feel under pressure.
Yeah, the Pro Scouts is also free upgrade for Delhi, because everything is free. And getting a couple of scouts to take all the deers on the map, that's possible. Why not? Because you got the upgrade anyway, you got the stables anyway. Even with the Scholar in the stable, you get 100% more production, so the scouts are getting out really quickly. Meanwhile, in the middle, taking even more fights and even getting better trades than Numidan. Slowly but surely, Marino is shutting Numidan down.
You can see those scouts are trying to be a little naughty, doing a nice little yoink here, or at least attempting to, but it's just about denying food from his opponent and not really about getting it for himself. Now, we can see the Sofa trades, they are just not feeling that good. Marine Lord not really investing in too many scholars here. He's being very conservative about that gold spend and getting it all just focused on the Ghazis, but the Sofas are going to get a decent charge off here.
Yeah, another pit mine goes down, and he has a marker to trade a little bit of gold for food and wood if he wants to, but every time you trade, the trade gets a little bit worse, so the first time you lose like 30 resources and it adds up. So at some point it's just good to bank some food and go to the next age, but Marine Lord opting to buying more food and making more Ghazi.
Now, you can see this is just a desperate man trying to keep the tower alive, but there's no answer to these units here. Now, with Numidan, he's trying to pop in and out and repair the tower for as long as possible, because he knows that's going to be 5 dead villagers. He might as well try to repair it. And quickly, Marine Lord gets us around. But you can see he's not just looking at closing out those dead villagers, but rather getting the whole of the economy, again, a full army of Ghazis, not a single bit of diversity.
Yeah, these are such amazing plays, like you hope to get like 1 or 2 fills, but he even gets the 5 fills on the top tower, and even gets like 5 or 6 fills on the bottom tower and a fill from the wood line, and before you know it, you're 11 fills down. But also Sofa diving the base of Marine Lord, so it's gonna be a base trade on fills. Who has the better multitasking, who has the better micro, we can run better with fills.
And with the villager counts, you can already see what that answer is. Marine Lord at 0 villager deaths and being the only one that has all the kills in his side. And another bunch of villagers being under siege here, and another one will fall. So now up to 12. Absolutely disgusting here, with the Sofas desperately trying to get home and shut this down. Now Numidan, he does have quite a bit of cows here, but you can see he's starting to snack on them. There's no other food source for him. He is starving. Villagers just constantly running for their lives, and Marine Lord knows where he needs to hit. He needs to hit in the free resources, and those are the pit mines.
Yeah, Mariner already has such a huge eco. If you look at the food income, it's already 1100 a minute. So if he just cancels the production of those couple of guys, he waits 30 seconds, he can easily age up and put the cat in the bag.
And Marine Lord realizes he doesn't need to. Just keep making Ghazis, and 4 more Ghazis in queue. Now bringing the scholars forward for the heals. He is just looking at closing this out with an only horse composition. And honestly, this is just showing us that that one-dimensional composition, if you don't look at punishing it, it's quickly going to snowball out of control. Numidan just going for constant sofas. It's just not doing the work it needed to. But you can see he gets another bunch of stray villagers here on the berries. And scholars might be going down here by the hands of the sofas, but that's not going to be enough. He can kill all those scholars and he'll still be in a perfectly good spot, as we see Marine Lord queuing up another bunch of scholars behind this. And the Ghazi Raiders, they're trying to find the damage, but the damage has already been found. The pit mine burning down yet again, and another wave of them coming through. Numidan has had enough.
Yeah, and Willem tried to add in some Danzo, but there were so many Ghazi running around already. He already lost so much eco that the game was over.
Now, I also am just wondering why there were no Donzos, but I guess it's because of the archers that he had seen earlier, or the archery range at least. And quickly, Marine Lord reading into that, just saying, you're not going to be making anything else. My units are a bit cheaper. I have a lot more economy. Let's just see how this goes for you. But guys, let's head back. Oh, that was very quick. I may have forgotten to add the transition to this. But guys, we are going into Socotra, and we haven't seen Socotra this weekend at all. Now, why do you think that is?
Ooh, it's a pretty small map. It's a pretty niche map. Like you have the option to dock and build a military ship, aeroship, and then you can easily arrest the gold of the opponent. So it can really catch you off guard. As far as I know, players just prefer like Dry Arabia because it's just a well-balanced spawn map.
So with Socotra, a lot of people, I think, are a bit scared of the RNG-ness of it as well. A lot of players have some good strategies that they try to force out of. But we'll see if Mr. Numidan is going to be one of those with the crazy strategies, because he just lost the last game. So this was his choice. So guys, let's hop on in and see what Marine Lord and Numidan will be cooking for us on Socotra. Now, early game. Green Numidan. If it's green, it's healthy. He is going to be living his best life. But keep in mind, very small map. This is something that Abbasid flourishes on.
And on the south side, the guy, je ne parle pas néerlandais, c'est Marine Lord on Macedonian Dynasty.
Okay, that was... we should definitely do a little bit of a French accent here. Right now, Marine Lord is thinking to himself, what am I even going to do against the Abbasid? It's such a shitty civilization. I can take this down when I'm sleeping. So I don't know what Numidan is even trying to do.
You cannot even take boar with Ayubis because camels don't like boars and they eat broks, not really meat.
Okay, now time for us to do the Swedish one here on the other side. Tutti frutti, we are going to play a little bit against the Macedonian dynasty. They are a very good composition, or a very good civilization right now, and I think this is going to be difficult.
Pippity pappity poopity pappity, poaching fish.
Something sticky fish. Ja, det väldigt vanskelig idag. So, Numidan knows this is going to be a difficult one. And
this is some top tier casting, like nobody's gonna top that.
Now guys, I know what you're thinking. Wow, are they actually native Swedish and French speakers? No, we are not, but we are just the top of the top casters here for you to bring you the best accents of the week. Now, unfortunately on this channel, you do not have the redemption point for accents, but we do have something even better. We have a boar. The problem is the boar here is supported by 2 wolves, really just the bodyguards of the boar. But luckily, Mr. Marine Lord has 5 very high functional heads, and they are all saying the same thing. Just put him to safety, scout, back off. And the boar, you will now be deliciously eaten by all of my workers. But the bodyguard's coming in a little bit too late, doing a little bit of damage, but just not enough.
Yeah, nice take of that boar just outside of the wolf aggro range. Managed to secure 2000 food pretty close to his base even. That's what a lot of people love to do on this map, taking the boar in the middle. And Marino does the same, so he's got a nice food income now. Probably gonna take survival techniques to boost that food income. Meanwhile, Numeron going up with culture and logistics, so it's gonna be dervishes.
Now, dervishes is the same thing every single time we see from the Abbasid. If it's a standard game, it's a nice little dervish game. But the Hippodrome coming out, what a surprise! I'm joking. Of course, same thing here as well. Macedonian Dynasty, it's a one-size-fits-all. Hippodrome is always going to be the best answer to any question you may have.
Yeah, Mirinos has got to decide for himself how much he want to contest the map with a couple of horsemen, or maybe a couple of the, horsemen.
Horsemen.
Not really else he can make. Yeah, it's just gonna be horsemen because they beat desert raiders, they beat archers, and Numeron, I don't really think he's gonna opt for spears because spears aren't really the best unit Ubis can produce. They most likely want to go to some type of camel.
Yeah, the nice thing about the Abbasid is they have an answer to the horses. They have dervishes. And you're wondering, yeah, but what about the dervishes? What about if he goes for dervishes? Every single time you can answer with the dervishes. So with these dervishes, as long as he doesn't lose them, he should be able to trade out effectively no matter the unit that comes his way. But not for too long, of course, because once the Radari champion comes out, things do get a little bit out of hand.
Yeah, they're such a powerful unit, they're really quick, so it's really difficult to catch them. Even with a relic, they still have a really high movement speed. They heal themselves with an aura, they heal units around you, but they can also single target heal. And healing and fuel is just so strong.
And now with that stable coming out, I am ready to see what Numeron has on his radar, but double stable. Oh my goodness, Numeron, he's going to be an aggressive boy, and that I am ready for. Now, especially with the fact that we are still going for gold, but we have enough production buildings to actually put the pressure down. I love this. I just can see this being something he needs to punish, and he knows it. But, of course, with the horsemen out, and soon to be the scout out as well, this is going to start being a little bit harder to do. He has to be careful, even with these dervishes.
Yeah, I was finding it so funny with the Ubers, like, doesn't matter if they build stable or archer range, they will make desert raiders. And the desert raiders are a good choice against the horsemen of Marinord. They can even snipe with a ranged attack, try to get some vills. And Marinord protecting his boar vills with a couple of horsemen and a champion he already has.
Now, with these horses, he's able to sustain against most things, at least initially. But we do see with the Desert Raider numbers, it's going to start getting scarier and scarier. Yes, horses do beat Desert Raiders, but with the right micro, you should be able to trade out quite well, especially with the support unit that's standing right behind them. Double stable is making this possible for him. Now, behind all of this, not getting any upgrades, which I'm kind of surprised about, especially staying in feudal. He's definitely just going to try and make sure that he gets as much as he can on the ground. But with this, at the same time, cavalry, now getting their bit of armor and extra HP, is going to make sure that these horses take a lot more of a punch before they go down.
Yeah, Marinord already taking a couple of eco upgrades because they scale really well. Like, it's 150 resources for an eco upgrade, depending on which you take. But it has a 15% increase on the gathering rate of those villagers. So it pays off really quickly.
Now, with Numeron poking his head out here already, the dervishes, Marine Lord knows he needs to pull back, but it doesn't matter. He's gotten his value from this boar, and he had no consequences thereof. Now there's just going to be a bunch of camels trying to poke at an eco that doesn't want to be poked. But Marine Lord, he's got some other plans.
No, that's the cheeky thing about Socotra. Like, you can with a good spawn, deny all the gold. Sometimes you have a small gold vein in the middle of the Socotra, but you also have these Socotra spawns where all the gold veins are near the coast. So one airship can deny all the gold if you're lucky. For Numedan, he has lucky that there's at least a couple of gold veins in the middle of the island, so he's not cut off completely from gold, but it's gonna be an issue.
Now, with that boat slowly making its way through, Numedan is asking himself, okay, how do I actually do damage to this? Because that is, I think, the question everyone's asking. There's nowhere that he can go and really effectively trade. Maybe trying to sneak in here, but then that just means he's going to be behind all of those horses that can surround and do the real damage. But with the dock from Numedan, he's ready to respond to this galley and quickly pulls off the villagers from the gold in timely fashion. There is not going to be anything dangerous waiting for him.
Yeah, that's a nice response from Numedan, already saving all those villagers from certain doom. Meanwhile, getting more and more berries. First berry patch almost run out. Mirror banking some resources now, maybe slowly trying to get to castle, but also adding in some spearmen already against all those desert raiders camels, but it's gonna be difficult to catch them.
Those spearmen are going to be quite punishing for someone if they don't micro. Now, Numedan, he's good at what he does, but if there's someone who can make this work, it's definitely Marine Lord, and Marine Lord already making it work by getting 5 villagers in the early stages of the game. Absolutely disgusting. Very, very quickly, just getting himself this far ahead. But now, with these desert raiders, he's able to pick off 2 horses, but honestly, definitely worth it.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult with those desert raiders to dive with TC, even with the dervishes healing back them, because they have very low armor. No ranged armor as of yet for Numedan. I don't think he has a blacksmith yet even. And Marine Lord is feeling pretty confident.
Marine Lord is in a wonderful position here because from this spot he gets to decide what is next. But apparently what's next is a market. He needs to trade. Right now the food is running a little bit low. He does have the berry patches to fall back on, but he doesn't really have a ranged attack to deal with these guys. So now, yes, those horses were great, but you just spent a lot of resources on that. Now, of course, there's still a champion who's going to be making his way out, and that might make this a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, at least Numedan has the camel on ease. Like the camels, they can look at your horses and they get afraid and do 20% less damage. Villagers are almost getting dived upon, but at the last second they get chased away. The horsemen trying to connect, spearmen trying to connect as well, but this is the mobility issue that you got. Desert raiders can just kite and shoot from a distance and take the fight whenever they want to, and slowly but surely more and more units are dying.
Now, what's very surprising to me here is we're already seeing a little bit of a weakness here from Numedan. He's not able to control these dervishes as effectively with the dervishes, and this could cost him the game. Those attacks, the attack moves that he missed out on is massive, but the champion has arrived, and we all know what that champion is. Now, with these desert raiders, he's trying to get a little bit of damage done. He knows he suffered a lot here. But this army is starting to be scary enough for him to need to back off. Now more camels joining the party, but again, they're just not doing it at the right time every single time. These camels are just not able to trade as effectively. He's trying to get those spears out quickly, but the horses are starting to catch up, and this might just be the most dangerous fight of his life.
Yeah, that's really getting a lot of damage, but getting healed at the last second. Even hitting with the swords and then after that sniping with the arrows. That's the fun thing you can do with those desert raiders. You can switch between melee and ranged. So you can pick off units that are trying to get away or barely able to stay alive. Numedan backing off again, and Mjolnir trying to retake his boar in the middle with the tower.
Now, getting this ball back is 1,200 food, which means he doesn't need to think about food for another 1,200 food. That is a significant amount of time he's got to get himself at least an age up if he wanted to, because right now he's not investing in any units, but you can see this type of pressure here coming out from Numedan. He knows he needs to do damage and he needs to do it now. This is going to start getting worse and worse as time goes on, because Abbasid is also not a civilization that is doing too well with the later feudal age. Now, you do have your 2 dervishes doing work, but this might not be enough when these numbers start gathering. And as I say that, he's switching to the archers, which makes a lot of sense. He needs to find an answer to these desert raiders.
Yeah, and archers are really cost efficient against those desert raiders. Of course, desert raiders are faster, so they can pick the fight when they want to, but in a straight up fight, archers are better. That's the nice thing about Macedonia City. They can make spearmen and archers from the same building, and now we got a double engagement on the bottom side and the top side.
Now those desert raiders are just doing their best at kiting back and forth, but the Draman is showing us how ships are supposed to melt, with Numidan just losing focus completely. Now that water fight is for the fishers. Let's go back to our let's go back to our desert raiders. We can see the desert raiders able to get picked off at least a little bit here. And Numidan, he's going for castle, but Marine Lord, he's thinking the same. He's just being a little bit more responsible about it. With the food getting less and less close to his base, he's got to be careful.
Yeah, at some point your eco just gets so big, and them all gonna be able to hit those dromen, and the fire against fire, and the dromen goes down. The airship trying to take down the Springald ship, but probably not gonna make it. No, he's trying to kite away, and now the demo ship coming in, and that demo ship will destroy that other ship.
Now, we are going to keep an eye on both fights, don't worry, Twitch chat, but it does look like the ship eventually had fallen with that connection from our demo. Now, of course, here, getting reinforcement wing, I'm actually quite surprised to see this. You are constantly going to have camels, sure, but is this going to be the amount of value you need to actually shut down the Macedonian dynasty? You're going to be having desert raiders against a ton of archers here from Marine Lord, and Marine Lord, he's getting a +1 ranged upgrade as well. This is going to be starting to do a lot more work as these desert raiders engage in on. And you can see very quickly one getting picked off. Ooh, never mind, not getting picked off quickly enough, but it does look like these trades are not going as effective as they used to. Another camel going down, 3 just quickly falling to the ground, and this is going to give Marine Lord the breathing chance he needs to actually go and win this.
Yeah, still 1 minute till reinforcement. Kind of unusual wing for castle, but at least your camels can make siege now, because Marine Lord has a lot of archers. If you just can pump out 1 or 2 Manganiques, that would be amazing for a direct fight. And Numidan's gonna try to capitalize on his castle age timing, but he's gonna have a problem with food. Food on the right side is being denied, but he still has a barrier on the left.
Now Marine Lord knows exactly what's in store for him. Going for the blacksmith, I love this. But the Golden Horn Tower coming up in a very cheeky... Actually, I'm actually thinking this is not a cheeky enough spot. He's not securing the gold here, but honestly, it doesn't feel like Numidan is able to shut down any gold right now anyway. There's still a back one to fall on, but the blacksmith going down just means that those archers are going to be hitting like trucks for a while. And you can see the idle time on the villagers is starting to come out with the food. There's just none of it.
Yeah, you see the resource income tab above, like it's 500 food against 800, it's 160 wood against 500, it's 600 gold against 300, so that's the only resource that Numidan has more than Marine Lord, and he's queuing up all those upgrades now for castle, you know, the veteran C, and we would have really liked some blacksmith upgrades as well, but still first he will need to build a new blacksmith, and Marine Lord is just banging on the door.
Marine Lord's banging is getting a little bit loud as well, because these units of his are going to be veterans very soon, and there's not a lot to deal with them. Now, a Manganique, sorry guys, a Manganique, he is going to provide a little bit of a source of presence, but it's going to need to be a very deadly shot to make this worth it. Now, with the camels, all of this is going on, and he's trying to find an opening, but both of them being quite conservative about this. They know how risky this could get. With the camels staying in the base, but behind this, Marine Lord just getting his strongholds, making sure that his areas are safe. This does feel like Numidan is just sitting on the back foot waiting for Marine Lord to make a mistake. But that's not the way Marine Lord operates.
Now we see the double Manganique incoming. Manganique, they can throw stones like your regular Mangonel, but you can also put it on fire, and then it does a lot of damage against buildings, so it's really good at taking down like towers or production, or even a Golden Horn Tower if he wants to.
Now, with Marine Lord's presence out here, he's starting to become scarier and scarier as time goes on. We now see another upgrade here for our archers, which just is going to mean it's going to get even harder for Numidan to really break through with all these ranged attacks. That is the only thing he's got in his army. Yes, we've got 3 camel lances, but at the same time, we do not have enough to actually take this down. I'm so confused. There's nothing in queue for him here. He's got the resources for something. Oh, never mind. The only something he's hoping to make is a Manjanique.
Yeah, he's going for the mass siege threat. You know, siege is OP, and then the one with the most siege will win. At least that's what he's hoping to achieve. I do agree with not making too many camel lands. Camel lands are not the most cost-efficient unit, even though they're a really cool unit and they really hard counter other knights. But Marine Lords, we're having a big spearman archer composition. Yeah, they should be able to take out those 23 desert raiders.
You can see with him moving out on the map, it's starting to become scarier and scarier because Marine Lord is slowly getting everywhere. We can see he knows exactly what's going on, where it's going on, where every villager might be. And look at that, the camels. He knows where the camels are. This is his moment, and he knows he gets to move out here all for free.
Yeah, I see all the camels on the right side, so we can target Eco on the left side. There's still some barriers on the left side, there's still some wood on the left side. You can try to pick up some vills, check if there is anything to do. We see a lot of gold in the bank from Relord. Of course, you want to keep on gathering gold and stone for the silver income, and the silver can be converted into massive military upgrades. And Numidan is going for a lot of food.
Numidan is just a desperate little goose right now. For the gold, at least, he needs to get units out here. But at the same time, his wood lines are completely... They're running quite dry. This one is quite small that's left here. So he's moving out to the front ones, knowing that this is not going to be something he has access to forever. But 4 Manjaniques definitely is not going to be something to scoff at. But Marine Lord, he doesn't need to attack into the Manjaniques. He gets to go straight to the base if he pleases.
Yeah, I can just go on top of the production and go on top of the TC, and I always switch to the right side of the map if he wants to, because that's kind of where all Numidan's eco is. Like, he has deer there, he has wood there, he has gold there. If he loses that position, it's over.
Now, with the Manjaniques, he should do a decent job at holding this. And what I'm actually loving to see is that Marine Lord has not gone for any Radari. And this is the first time we see Macedonians not going for Radari. And earlier when I was like, the answer is Radari, Radari, Radari. Oh, Dervishes as well. The Dervish timing is over. The Dervishes are not going to have that same effect. But Radari, a lot of players believe in the full Radari composition. But here we can see he is respectful. But the fire arrows are raining from above. Oh, that's just a lot of units though.
Oh, and they're clumped up so together, so the Manjanique doing a lot of damage. He's trying to spread them a little bit. We got some line formation here and there. Desert Raiders are dropping because they're not really a frontline unit. And the Manjanique are getting surrounded, so they don't do that much effective damage anymore because they're just hitting a couple of units. We're also kiting a little bit, and Numidan taps out. That
was the most anticlimactic fight I had seen in my life.
All of Numidan's eco was there. Like, if you lose that position, you lose the gold, you lose the food, you lose the wood. It's over. It does not no coming back from that.
Oh, Numidan, completely Numidan, as we saw that joke in Twitch. Thanks, guys. It was wonderful. But with this, you see the power of the ground army. The spearmen just didn't have an answer. Sure, the fire rocks raining from the sky, they're scary, but they're clearly not scary enough against units. And that's why mangonels, they are used for those archer clumps, but that's exactly what Marine Lord knew and he was prepared for. So guys, let's go into the lobby and see what these guys are going to be playing next. I think at this rate, Numidan just has to ask himself, how do I take a game off of Marine Lord? Because Marine Lord, he's been at the top non-stop. No one takes down the Marine Lord quite hard enough to really shut him down. But if Numidan has something in his arsenal, I would not have expected it to be Abbasid. Especially against Japan. Japan being something everyone bans. Sengoku, yes. Ottomans, yes. But Japan is always that number 3 on the list. But he decides he's got something cooking, and that thing is Abbasid. So, Abbasid, thoughts?
Yeah, Abbasid. They're known for like having the multi TC play. So you go like Eco Wing, you go 2 TC, you go 3 TC. You have this upgrade in House of Wisdom, which gives you really cheap farms. So you could really boom with them, but they're kind of slow. And that's kind of the issue with Japan. They got such a huge tempo, and they can get to castles so quick, and you got all this mounted samurai flooding your base. Even with a couple of camels, it's gonna be difficult to defend against all that aggression. Um,
Now,
yeah,
with
it's just a matter of can you survive as Abbasid?
So Abbasid, we've seen some shenanigans from Abbasid on this map specifically, though. I recall a little time when MSN just used to make clown cars with the Abbasid here, and people would absolutely lose it. Dragovan, also one of those people, but let's go see if Numidan is going to be that spicy as we are ready to hop into game number 2 or number 3. Number 3.
Game number 3.
Wow, wowie,
No,
wowie.
time flies. Time flies when you're having fun.
No, Marine Lord here on the pink yet again. Oh, I love this for Marine Lord. He's choosing the best color out there. That's my color. Meoasis and I have thought about this color as well. It's definitely the representative color here. And Marine Lord, he knows what's important. But Numidan now on the Abbasid, he is up against a Dark Age rush, and Abbasid is not known for handling these too well.
Yeah, I don't really know if Numidan will expect it. Like, you can Dark Age rush with Japanese because the barracks is only 75 wood, so that's only half the cost of your average barracks. That's also why it's so good, because it's, yeah, not losing that much resources, you're not investing that much resources as others is. Yeah, the color pink, I'm more of a purple guy. You know, if I have to choose, it's gonna be purple.
Now, for the fact that you are wrong, I just wanted to show you the beautiful scout pattern. Even though they're running right next to each other, guys, we put a lot of effort into making this work. So you guys are gonna watch these scouts run almost next to one another and appreciate the sheep that will follow. But I see a spear, and that spear, he is heading straight for the base. But the thing is, that is exactly what we see from the other side as well. So Numidan is gonna know that the spear is coming. He's fully aware. The scout is going to know exactly where they need to land. But 4 on gold is already telling us exactly what we need to know. He is aware of this problem.
Yeah, and sometimes being wrong is being so much right. And Numidan gathering enough gold for the age up at least. Probably being forced in a military wing. Like, I like Eco Wing better, but Military Wing isn't that bad. You get 2 spears and you get 2 archers to push away the Dark Age aggression. And you still have Boot Camp, which gives your infantry additional health. So you have some good things in the Military Wing as well.
Marino didn't invest too much into this Dark Age rush, but with the 2 spears, you're kind of forcing your opponent not to think about that second TC either. So the Eco Wing, not necessarily something that you can easily go for on this map anyway, because usually with Eco Wing comes that second TC, and your stone being all the way in China, it hits a little bit harder than it would usually if you get rushed. But with Military Wing coming on out, he's going to have a response to this early game aggression. And Marine Lord is going to need to invest a little bit more into responding to it as well. Because, of course, with that Dark Age rush, you easily get to go to your Castle Age. But Numidan is going to be able to stop that. Oh my goodness. That came from the soul.
Yeah, we didn't hear that. We didn't hear that. We just ignored. But yeah, all burps aside, I mean jokes. With the Military Wing coming up, he only has 76 gold, so he doesn't have enough for fresh foodstuffs. Fresh foodstuff is an upgrade in the mill as Abbasid, which gives a discount on the food where you produce vills with, so you get cheaper vills. Also, not enough gold for wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow is really nice to have. It's a big eco improvement as well. And yeah, he has to take back this gold first before he can get those eco upgrades.
Oh god. These things happen in front of 1,300 people at the same time. Guys, that is the beauty of Whamenqt. These things just happen. Ladies and gents, Marine Lord, the one villager age up. He's looking at being feisty. He's looking at being a Castle Age man. And Numidan is going to need to force the problem. He's going to need to be that aggression that we saw from Beastie earlier. When he was playing against Myriad, he showed that you just can't be the greedy goose that spear rushes into Castle Age. So, is Numidan going to allow Marine Lord to do that?
It's gonna be interesting. Like Myriad has double wood line in front, which is always a little bit tricky because if he can get in between, you can attack both wood lines. You're gonna run out of wood, and wood is so important because wood is production buildings, wood is farm, wood is towers. You can't really survive without any wood. And also the goldfin is pretty accessible with the aggression. So 2 spearmen and 2 archers on the go. Do we have a stable at the base of Numidan?
Yes, the stable and
Yes.
barracks are responding with both. And it makes sense. You want to make sure you're
Yeah, we're going for the triple comp.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we're going for the triple comp.
And with those spears, you're going to have a wonderful time at shutting down any horse shenanigans at the early stages when he only has 1 samurai. But with this tower, he's hoping to stop that aggression. The problem is just, we saw how to do it earlier. Was Numidan watching that game and taking notes to make sure he can do the same? Because keep in mind, even with his units being up front here, this is still a risky move. If he starts to lose these, he needs to pull back. He cannot afford to lose this. Every single one matters.
Yeah, a lot of damage already. And Myriad, at the first instance, had a tower on the top side, maybe to protect his wood and all, but decided to put it on bottom. He has the spears in the tower, so they will always shoot. Maybe even get a fortified upgrade if he gets 1 more stone in. We see the ram coming out. Abbasid has a free siege engineering, so they don't need a blacksmith and research siege engineering. They just can make rams from the get-go and make siege and castle also from the get-go. And Numidan is going to try and deny Marina's gold.
Now, Marine Lord is trying to respond accordingly by getting these spears here as well. And I like this from Marine Lord, making sure that he gets some form of a unit. But the problem here is, there's a ram. And rams are really good at surviving for spearmen. Now you can see, he has to back off a little bit here. He doesn't want to fight this at all. And it looks like this was enough. Marine Lord deterring Numidan instantly, and those 2 archers just not going to be enough for him to feel confident in this push. Now, building up a significant portion more of wood, I was going to say, but instead getting a production building, going for the archery range. And I was waiting for this. Is getting your archers out is going to feel a lot better here because, of course, you need to answer to the spears. You know he doesn't have a stable. But Marine Lord, he's changing the course of action. Going for a little bit more wood, he needs to be responsible about this. And he needs to get a response. And that response is going to be Yumi's. Disgusting.
Yeah. Marine Lord recognizing the threat and not like, yeah, let's stubbornly go castle because I really wanted to go castle. He's recognizing the amount of units at the front of his door. He's recognizing this is 1 TC Abbasid all in play. And he's reacting accordingly with the arrow slits on the tower. No fortified as of yet, but he does have the 1 stone. Hoping it's gonna come in soon. And it's gonna be the spear archer combo against the horseman spear archer for Numidan.
Now, this composition is still getting a little bit scary here as Marine Lord does have the numbers to sustain this. It feels like this push is going to be a little bit harder. And, all of a sudden, Numidan pulling back here. And I'm surprised to see that from him. He realizes, hey, maybe Marine Lord's answer might just be a little bit too much. But I felt like he had the numbers here. He just did not feel that himself.
Yeah, Marine not over-investing in units and seeing him backing off, immediately stacking up some eco again, already on 800 food and 550 gold, so it's pretty close to that beloved castle where Japanese likes to go.
Alright, now Marine Lord feeling a lot more confident in stopping production. in the I was going to say swapping production in the military units, but queues up another bunch of Yumis. So Numidan also not too certain about where he wants to attack. You can see that with the movement of his ram. He's trying to re-angle, but clearly stating he's not feeling the confidence in this gold.
Yeah, he's going for the food because the Kurastara has already spawned some farms. There's a wood line there as well. He's trying to poke, see if he can get any reaction out of Mirlord. One horseman's getting lured into TC range. Is it gonna get sniped? It does take a little bit of damage. Archers shooting at the Vil but not getting the kill. And Mirlord getting closer and closer to his beloved castle age.
Now, with that castle age, he is going to need the resources to make this happen, but you can see investing in a little bit more of an archery range here to make sure that he gets the numbers up to deny this. But Numidan, that number of horsemen is seriously growing, and the +1 range defense is going to make this a lot harder.
It's gonna be so difficult because Japanese have Yumi archers. They're a little bit faster than your regular archer. They're also a little bit cheaper, so you can more easily throw them away, so to speak. And you can guide a little bit better because they have a higher movement speed. So it's really difficult for those horsemen to connect and really kill them.
Now, with this type of swirling around, we can see he's just not sure about this. And very quickly, things are getting out of control here, I would say for Numidan, because Marinord is comfortably making this and just not able to get on through. Now, with all of that, we see quite a bit of a struggle here with these making a little bit of a wraparound, and the floating gate is coming on out, but Marinord has the units to defend this.
Yeah, really important to keep the scout alive so he can see what Numidan is doing and he can have the pressure on his army. He's just trying to show his strength, like I'm strong, I got a lot of units, you can't attack me while going to castle behind it. Only going castle with 6 Vils, that's a really slow transition to castle, so to speak. But at least you're still gathering a lot of resources.
And with that, you can see he's trying to get as much wood in the bank at the same time. And I'm honestly wondering why this is. Just trying to do a little bit of a food transition behind this too.
Yeah, like a big mass of Yumu will always hit hard. Like if you get the double attack upgrade for archers, the double range attack. He already has the first one and he's almost gonna get the second one. But Numidan trying to commit but can't really, like he's poking. Going for culturing himself now, trying to get Vils on the gold as well. But Marinord on top with his reactions and paying with a lot of units for it.
Yeah, just like this, quickly just sniping out what he can, but the floating gate is coming in and there's not much he can do about this. The problem is just, there's no stable, so no mounted samurai will be coming out here, but Numidan will have a pretty good answer to most, but it just feels like the culture wing is so far away at really doing anything.
Yeah, you still have to get the preservation of knowledge. That's a technology that reduces your research cost by 20%. So it's really nice if you get into a very long game, and even if you get to Imp, you get really cheap Imp upgrades. But that's still a long way out, and we're just going ham on the Yumi. Already got 18 Yumi out, already got veterancy in. Soon the second attack upgrade will be in, and maybe a bannerman here for the Yumi, and then they do a insane amount of damage.
Now, with all of these Yumis, you have such a strong presence, but Numidan, it doesn't look like he wants to wait this... Oh, actually, it looks like he does want to wait this thing out. All of a sudden, just pulling back completely. And when you pull back in this position, you're telling your opponent exactly what the plan is here. You are waiting for your age up and your upgrades too. The problem is just, what is this going to...
Yeah, Marinord going in, Bannerman on the way, the second attack rape almost finished. Those Yumis are really fast, they're gonna catch a lot of Vils if you're not into position. Numidan age is up, Scout going down.
Now, with this rotation here, Marinord is going to be able to start picking off some villages. And very quickly, it looks like this is going to be a pretty deadly push here. Now, with Marinord getting those units together, it feels like all of a sudden, this push is going to be something Numidan cannot respond to. Very quickly, the archer mass just piling up, and you can see him trying to get a mosque up, but Marine Lord is the one on the front line ready to take this push.
Yeah, the knight coming up immediately gets a lot of damage because we only have one range defense and the archers really pack a punch. Meanwhile, Marine Lord already transitioning into a couple of mounted samurai behind this, so we get this classic knight archer combination, and we got a big engagement here. Horsemen trying to force their way through to the Yumi. Spearmen trying to take out as much cavalry as possible. Knight going down again by the Yumi, and the Yumi can just guide all the way back and take good engagement for ages. Veterancy kicking in for the Abbasid Numidan. Camel Archer right there to debuff cavalry that isn't there yet. More knights coming out, and those knights will chase those Yumi down.
Now, with all of this, we can quickly see these archers doing a ton of work against the lancers, and it shows you the power of the +2. Numidan just not able to remax any of these units, and quickly, the numbers are starting to add up. Numidan doesn't have the resources for this, and you can see this in the food per minute as well. Marine Lord still gets to fall back on these external food sources, but now Numidan is under siege. He's pushed off of every single resource. And just like that, Numidan, he's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Marine Lord has the map control, so he can go for the deer, he can go for the berries. Berries also a good food resource for Japanese. Meanwhile, Marine Lord in the back of his base because he feels confident. He's trying to hunt those food sources of Numidan, trying to shut him down for any food income where he can. Getting another monk right there, and even the camel goes down again. More knights trickling in and out, but one knight against so many Yumi, they will still take a lot of damage. Two knights already down before they even connect.
Now Numidan is very quickly running out of options here, giving those lancers as sacrifice, and now archers just quickly getting overwhelmed by all these mounted samurais. And just like that, Marine Lord takes the next game, now on match point yet again. Now guys, due to technical issues, I just need us to take a quick 3 to 5 minute break, and we will be right back, and then we will continue with a match point for the set. I have... Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I had a little bit of a World of Tanks issue. I accidentally put a 7v7 team on a 3v3 map. Like you do, of course. But luckily for us, this doesn't mean the end of the world for Age of Empires. This just means that we are seeing a nice little greedy goose Byzantines go for 3 villages on stone. And our green Numidan is looking at taking a round, or at least a match, from Mr. Marine Lord.
Yeah, and the bottom and the color pink, playing as China, China, China. It's M8 Marine Lord.
China. Can you do a good China impersonation?
You mean a China man or a Trump yelling
A Trump,
China, China, China?
a Trump China, of course.
Yeah, I should
China.
ask Jiggly for that. Jiggly is a really good China, 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 China.
Now, with these two civilizations, we expect no dog egg shenanigans, of course. China is not something that will rush you, but oh my goodness, if it was, it would have been a great tower rush.
Yeah, we still have the potential barbecue rush, which I'm hoping for, because Numidan going greedy on the stone, berry and gold next to each other. Like, I have hope. Like, I see chances.
Chances. Now, we have to take a look at...
Chances.
Ooh, the chances. Numidan, he's getting all the chances right now, with all the sheep being right there attached to his scout. What a happy man right now.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of sheep for our Byzantine player, so that means Murdered has to go out on the map pretty soon to snack on some deer or some boar, so maybe a more defensive Barbican, but it's probably just gonna be the Imperial Academy because that's just such a solid landmark.
Now, Imperial Academy, time and time again, but with 5 villages. This is kind of... It feels like a little bit of a I'm rushing this up situation, because when you get into a spot where you want to build this with 5, with all of your building speed already part of your civilization, you want your Imperial officials, and you want them now.
Yeah, this is definitely rushing up, like China has a double building speed compared with other civs. So usually you have like 2 or 3 building the Imperial Academy, and 5 is double. So it's like having 8 to 10 villagers rushing up the landmark, and he doesn't even have enough food for his... Oh, he does now for the Imperial... Yeah, Imperial official coming out.
Now, with this, Marine Lord is absolutely cooking. And when I say cooking, he's cooking a fast AF situation of getting something on the map to shut down the Byzantine greedy goose play. Now, of course, China's a civ here that loves to go pro scouts, but oh my goodness, I mean, okay, hear me out. If I had my 2 deer packs like this, it would be so easy to secure, but of course Byzantines, they are a very mobile civilization in themselves. But Marine Lord, if he wanted to, he could just move here and do this. But of course...
I think he's just moving there. He doesn't have any villagers on gold, and he's pretty heavy on the wood and food. I think he's gonna make a lot of units to put on some aggression, and then just make a mill on the deer. Put an IO there with some vills and snack on all those deer.
He doesn't need to invest anything with that. That is just the beauty of this. And Numidan giving us a little bit AoE 2 vibes with our double houses being built next to each other. I feel like everyone who has a little bit of a sensitivity when it comes to houses not being built properly, Numidan is here to save the day just for you as much as you need. But now, of course, Marine Lord here, sitting with 9 on wood, he is the man ready to build that first production building. And let's see what the choice is. And it's none other, ladies and gentlemen, than a stable.
Yeah, we got a stable coming in. And those houses from the Byzantines, they have this special upgrade which improves their vision and their range. So you could spread those houses around your base, take that upgrade, and then they're basically like towers. You got a lot of vision of the map.
Now, he is trying to see exactly what Numidan might be cooking, and of course, this is exactly what you need. You need to know what your opponent is cooking, so that you don't run into any surprises there whatsoever. Marine Lord is not the kind of guy who's going to get surprised. He is aware of anything and everything happening in front of his base. And right now, anything and everything that's happening in front of his base is going to be destroyed by horsemen. But at the same time, he's like, you can never be too safe. He's going for pro scouts anyway.
Wow, that's amazing. With so many villagers on gold and just getting that money from tax. Still wants all his food under his TC. It is pretty safe, of course. He's trying to raid it on the gold vein, but villagers already evacuated. We got some nice cistern play, like it's a nice square around it. And we got one cistern in the back to the berries.
Now, with level 4 cisterns, it feels good. And now with the connection online, level 5 is going to feel even better. If Numidan wanted to take a game off of Marine Lord, this is the game to take. Because, of course, he has that eco advantage. He has the ability to just scale a bit better, especially with Marine Lord now going for pro scouts. He's going to have a ton of food, but so will Numidan, and he'll get some oil out of it as well.
Yeah, the system has such a huge boost on the resource gathering, especially at water level 5. Like even water level 1 is already good, it's like 10% or something. So he already spamming out a lot of horsemen. He already getting a lot of oil from the berries, and I wonder what mercenary contract he will go.
The mercenary contract he needs is the one we see from every single player. And that is most likely going to be a bunch of longbows, but we can see how quickly people make mistakes with those. For Marine Lord, he's investing every bit of food he's getting from these pro scouts into more horses. He knows the power of the cavalry. We've seen him on every single cavalry civ out there. He is an absolute menace. And now going for a handful of archers here as well. This is going to respond to all those handful of spears that Numidan wants to push out.
Yeah, already scouted the barracks and the first spearman coming in, so he can't really take that direct fight. All the deer on the same side, so he can't really pivot to the other side of the map. He needs to be on that side of the map because that's basically where all his food is. So it's gonna be intense micro, trying to save those scouts, trying to pull those deers in, and meanwhile taking out the horsemen of Numidan.
Now, these horsemen numbers are starting to get quite scary, and with Numidan investing in spears as well, he's got a response to the horses, but he's got a response to horses that have a little bit better of micro, because that's Marine Lord. He's the micro king here. The man is going to be able to handle this with ease, but behind that, Marine Lord's archers are going to provide that stable force you need to handle this. Numidan, though, going for those longbows, he knows that this is the unit he's going to need if he wants to snipe out any archers that dare step forward. But +1 range defense coming in first.
Yeah, that's something you usually see because the longbows already have additional damage, so getting even +1 more damage makes them giga OP. This makes them dish out tons of DPS. But the Archer of Marine Lord, they do like 5 damage, so having 1 ranged defense makes them only do 4 damage, but the horseman is still going down. So it's a reasonable choice, and Marine Lord pushing out.
Now, this push is going to need to be careful, but at the same time, it also needs to do a bit of damage. Because, of course, you're still up against the Byzantines, and Byzantines, they are just going to scale so well into the late game. The longbows are stepping very far out of this base, though, and that might just be what he wants, as we see these archers trying to snipe down every bit of Limitanei they can. But the army from Numidan is still so scary. The archer numbers, they just don't do the same as the Limitanei would do if met with a bunch of horses as well.
Yeah, good engagement from Numidan because the horsemen can't really fight because there are spears in the mix, and the archers, they are trying to kite but still getting a lot of damage. Luckily Marina got back to his base, so he's safe again, but he did lose a couple of military vills, but in the meantime did manage to get back in the deer because he puts Numidan back into his base. Horsemen going out to the deer pack again, trying to intercept more scouts.
Now, behind all of this, you have to ask yourself, is Numidan going to actually find the damage that, you know, he wants to find as a man who's playing against Marine Lord? It's not just about the fact that you are playing a civilization that scales a little bit better, at least at this stage of the game, but it's rather about your opponent's ability to survive, your opponent's ability to really capitalize on your mistakes, because the longer the game goes, the more mistakes you are prone to make.
Yeah, if we can switch to the destroyed value and army value tab, we can also see how much army they both have, and we do see that Numidan has a little bit more and has a little bit more destroyed, so it's feeling a little bit more comfortable. Also has 5 systems equals really good, even though China has more food income right at the moment because she's snacking on their rich survival techniques and being supervised, but at some point that will run out and the systems will always stay online.
Now, with all of this, we do see a little bit of a connection happening here, and Marine Lord taking that fight, but he's not sniping those longbows like you would need to see from him. Quickly, Marine Lord, he's the one absolutely getting cleaned up by a lot of these, but the limited A numbers are non-existent, and apparently the horses from Numidan are just looking too good here, with both +1 attack. Ooh. Finally, it does look like the archer numbers are going to be scary enough to start hammering away at these longbows. But the horse numbers, they're here to back up, and they are looking good.
Yeah, we're not having a lot of archers and not barely not enough longbows to one-shot those archers. But the Numidan does have more frontline. He does have more horses, but it's so close because it's only a couple of horses, and even if you have like 2 or 3 horses left, if it's against 18 archers, they're still not gonna take any damage and they will still die and not really clean up the archer ball of the opponent. Numidan deciding to back off.
Now, Numidan getting just equal in that fight is already what he needs to just get. With all of this, he's in a pretty solid spot to just keep on going with these fights and putting that pressure on his opponent. Now, of course, this is a pretty tough spot nonetheless. The archers from Marine Lord starting to get quite scary, and with them going to get veterancy as well, these horsemen might just melt like butter.
Yeah, I just want to say it's insane that the armory value is that close and the sword value is that close, but Marine Lord already going up to castle, and Numidan does have resources in the bank, but still missing on like 500 food, and then still needs time to get to that age up. Meanwhile, Marine Lord already in castle age, already gonna queue up those veteran upgrades. It can already drop down a monastery pretty soon and take those juicy relics.
Now, it does seem to be the case that Numidan is gonna have to think about what this means for him, and what this means is also just a castle age, a responsible transition into the farms as the sheep are starting to run a little lower. Now, with the Golden Horn Tower coming up, it is definitely not for the best position to be in when your opponent is looming around your base looking for a little bit of damage. Because, of course, your upgrades are still going to take a while. The villagers quickly pull to rush up that tower. They need this fast, but there might be a few casualties. Ooh, quick response here, though.
Yeah, good timing by Marine Lord trying to get Numidan with his plans down, but it's only archers and still a lot of horsemen in the field. Even if they're feudal against veteran archers, horsemen really pack a punch against archers because they do bonus damage. Meanwhile, the longbow take a good couple of changes as well, and Numidan almost castle already, and then just as his towers up and can camp behind his TC until the upgrades are finished.
Now, with this upgrade coming in, it is going to be quite hard to handle, but we do see this is going to take a while to settle. Villagers are fighting this as well.
Oh, this is not good. Villagers fighting, and villagers even trying to engage against those archers. A couple of them losing their lives, like, oh, maybe that's not the best idea. Running into those arrows, they pretty hurt. Meanwhile, scouts getting attacked by horsemen of Numidan as well. He does manage to push Marine Lord back, but did lose 4 vills for it.
Now, it does seem to be the case that Marine Lord here is getting quite a bit of food at the end of the day. He's able to snack on most of the deer, but of course the back deer pack was available for Numidan to get. But mangonel towers are now being researched, and that will very much occur against this composition of Marine Lord. But Marine Lord, he looks like he just wants to go for that pure Lancer composition, and I am here for it. With Lancers, you are not too worried about those longbow.
Oh, he has plenty of archers against potential spears, so we get the classic knight against archer combo again. On the other side, we have the cataphracts with the longbows, so they're 2 special units. They really excel at what they do, like they're really stronger than your average knight and stronger than your average archer, but they are a bit more expensive. Meanwhile, Monk trying to get that relic in the middle, and the raid happening on the goal. a couple of lancers going in, not getting a kill of a build as of yet, meeting the cataphract. One villager finally going down, second build going down, going back a little bit too early, and it cost him his life.
Now, with all of that, it looks like Numadan is putting himself into such a bad, tough position, losing all these longbows, and it just doesn't seem like he's going to bring up an answer to anything Marine Lord is offering on the table. Even with that huge economic lead that we do see from the Byzantines, it feels like it is impossible right now for him to actually just recover 14 dead villagers, and Numadan, he is bleeding oil and units.
During the fight in the middle, he lost all his vills on the barracks against those two lancers raiding. That's the multitasking that those top players can do, and losing a lot of those longbows were devastating as well, because you can't really mess them up that easily. Like, you need oil, and they come off the mercenary house, but you can't spam them like English does from their archery ranges. In the backside, the raiding party is getting cleaned up, but they did their job. They killed like 10 vills. It's okay, it's alright.
Now, it does seem to be the case that Numadan is trying to still just go into the longbows, but the longbow numbers are just not able to recover at that same pace. But now Landsknecht are coming out here from the Golden Horn Tower. He needs to find an answer to these lancers, and the lancers are just not responding to these cataphracts.
Yeah, Numadan lost map control, so he's going for these olive gardens beneath it, next to his TC, next to the Golden Horn Tower, because he can't really get food on the map anymore. So that's a big investment in those farm transition. Meanwhile, Marine Lord still has his deer under his TC, can still move to the boar, can still move to the berries, putting up Barbican of the Sun, so he gets Song Dynasty and get those granaries up and farms whenever he wants to.
Now, with all of this, this does seem to be the case that we are going to have a difficult time here for Marine Lord to actually get shut down. With Barbican of the Sun, we have Song Dynasty coming in, and all of a sudden, we are in a position where Numadan is not able to break him. And now that eco lead is just going to increase for Lord.
Yeah, Song Dynasty means you get faster vills, just like the French, you get faster vills with Song Dynasty. So 1 TC is just enough against the 1 TC of the Byzantines. You already have some relics in as well. Song Dynasty also gives you access to the granaries. This is a building which boosts food income from farms if you build them around them. You can even supervise them for even more food if you want to. So Marina is just setting up for the late game.
So with all of this, now you get into just constant raiding from every single angle, and Numadan doesn't have the economy really set up to, respond to this constant pressure. The relics as well, Marine Lord is just snacking every single one, and the last one is very safely tucked behind his base. He's got the boar under full control, and now the berries still on his side. He doesn't even need to think about the farm transition just yet. But with the extra monastery coming out, he's finally finding a little bit of refuge for the 5th relic to go straight into his economy.
Yeah, I mean, you're taking even more upgrades. The 2nd food upgrade coming in as well. Real Baron finally dropping in, even building up some sort of fortified towers, so you can't easily burn them with a couple of cataphracts. Numadan's just sitting in a base like he really wants to get out there, but he's scared for what he's gonna meet on the field.
Now, it does look like every patch of berries is going to be utilized, so Numadan does not need to slow down, but the problem is he's already dead on arrival. We can see the farm transition is desperately trying to expand, but it is so susceptible to raids, and you can see this deadly army just waiting to go and do the real damage. Just a lance and a scout trying to find some damage in a wood line, but Numadan pulls back just in time so he doesn't actually suffer the damages.
Yeah, we're gonna check what Marine doing. He's taking some sacred sites as well, because they give 100 gold a minute as well, and you get that sacred victory timer going. Like if you have all sacred sites and you can manage to keep them for 10 minutes, you also win the game. Like you don't need to kill your opponent. Numadan going out on the map. He's gonna meet the force of Marine in the middle. 3 vills there, eyeballing those cataphracts and running away right now.
Now, it does look like this is a push for Numadan that he feels like he needs to do the damage in, and that is the case. But we do have a few strays running around here just trying to find their own bit of damage. Both of these players playing it quite passively at this point.
Yeah, and Marino seeing a lot more crit effects than he expected, I assume, because he immediately queued Textile. Gives you your village additional health so they don't die that quickly, but also immediately queues a lot of crossbows. But going back into more lancers now, because he thinks he can outmass the amount of crit effects and then just go for the surround and have the more massive units and kill them all.
Now, we hear a wolf trying to be the MVP of the game, and we have seen all the relics has gone over to Marine Lord. So switching back over here, we can now just take a look at that army value. It looks pretty thin, I would say, even though Marine Lord is a little bit behind in the army value. These are cataphracts. So cataphracts, they are going to do a great job at the survival. But all of a sudden now, I've been dooming and glooming poor Numadan here, but this fight might actually be really scary for Marine Lord. He did a significant chunk of damage. His income is looking good. But the later this scales, Numadan has a few farms. Marine Lord is starting to set that up, but it is also very, very exposed.
Well, the thing that worries me is the fact that Numadan doesn't have any eco upgrades, like 0. And Marine Lord has a double horticulture, like double food, double mining camp, 1 wood. That's such an insane amount of difference in eco income. Meanwhile, tower getting burned down, village running away, trying to survive so they can gather for another day. And Numadan's carrying away because he got a decent army, like he's got a big chunk of army, but I feel Marine Lord is just scaling better.
Now, Marine Lord's army is looking scary. The Landsknecht in between, they are going to be pretty easy to pick off in these low numbers for now. But I mean, low numbers, 9 is not that low after all. But Marine Lord's wood is looking good, so this means a farm transition is imminent and it's going to be swift. Now the archers doing their best at really doing some damage against these cataphracts, and it's working.
Yeah, crossbows dealing out damage, those archers taking out those Landsknechten because they do additional damage. So Landsknecht can't really connect and they're going for these towers. I don't think that's intentional. I think that's more of an attack move. Those archers, it would be better for them to hit some units. Marine Lord getting some good trades in and falling back again to mess up because he knows he has the better eco.
Now, with all of this, I see Marine Lord is just completely falling falling with all of his units. But the problem, it's not enough. His eco is just too good and the food income is absolutely disgusting here. Now, all of a sudden, Numadan is just... His cataphracts are doing the work, but eventually this feels like it's going to get thinned out more. Marine Lord's Lancer numbers, they are a little bit tamed, at least for now. But the farm transition is, again, looking healthy. Numadan, though, same thing. Both of them just getting that food up and running. Marine Lord's still out on the ball, but it should expire any moment now. There's, as we can see, it's almost there. The tower doing an insane amount of work, but you can see Marine Lord, he wants to keep that going.
Yeah, and the most important thing the tower is doing is buying Marine Lord time, because he was almost losing that fight there, like his whole front line was at the point of collapse, but in time he pulled back and Numadan didn't really want to commit because he was scared, and now the tower bought enough time to remass his army. Marine Lord was floating a little bit, but spending a lot of resources again, and he's got double the amount of gold income and he's got so much more wood to work with. It's only food where he's lacking a little bit, but once all those farms around the granaries are done and he's got a couple of Imperial officials supervising those granaries, he's gonna have an insane amount of food to work with.
Now, with all of this, these guys are in an amazing spot to be able to just wait it out a bit. You can just see with Marine Lord already banking up all the gold. He's in a decent spot. That food income is about to skyrocket with all these farms just being online. And he gets that map control pretty easily. But with these towers, that's going to be even smoother. You can see Numadan trying to capitalize on his civilization's special ability of getting mangonel towers to try and get control of this map. But with the villagers out here, they're going to start getting more and more exposed. Honestly, I'm a little surprised to see Marine Lord not constantly raiding its lancers, though.
Yeah, both are just trying to get as much vision from the map as possible. Like the tower on the in the middle of the cliff side, it gives you a lot of vision. So it gives a couple of option into siege. We see Numedan pushing. We see only pushing the field from the tower away. A couple of longbows trying to away, but they're gonna pay with a couple of lives from them. But the cataphracts are gonna save them. Meanwhile, we see the astronomical clock tower coming up. It's an H3 landmark of the Chinese, which gives you the Yuan dynasty and also gives you the ability to make pagodas. Pagodas, special building. If you put a relic on it, you get way more resources than if you just put it on a monastery.
Those pagodas are going to feel good. You only get to have 3, but that is going to be 300 food per, or 300 gold per minute, 186 food, 186 wood, and a bunch of stone in there as well. 75 stone per minute adds up so quickly, and you get to reinforce your towers pretty easily at that. So now Numedan, even though he's got that Byzantines economy, he's just not in the same spot as Marine. Both of them still. I'm just surprised to see how neither of them are feeling that confidence in raiding.
Yeah, I think both are just thinking about that it's a match point and they just don't want to give the game away, like give a throw. Marine already having almost 4,000 gold, so he can easily go to the Imperial Age whenever he wants to, but he first wants to get his pagodas up. Pagodas have such a quick return of investment, like in a couple of minutes you already get the resources back that you invested in it, and after that they only give you more resources, so it's only bonus. We see a stone wall in the middle coming up, just next to the army of Marine Lord. So the Great Wall Gatehouse is going to be placed there.
Now, with this type of push that we see from Marine Lord, he's just trying to deter. He's trying to deter and get Numedan to focus straight on the Great Wall Gatehouse at the front, even though the farms look to be a little bit exposed. And honestly, I'm quite surprised to see them not being covered, even by any sort of protection, but Marine Lord is feeling confident in this. And with all the gold in the bank, every Imperial Age upgrade is going to come in so smoothly.
Yeah, and the Imperial upgrades are getting queued already, and we also see the Imperial incoming from Numedan, so it's gonna be the classic late macro game, which Numedan really loves. He's known for being going for these late games, but Marine are pretty confident in all sorts of positions, and taking out the tower in the middle to try take away the vision of Numedan, and Numedan trying to repair it as best as he can.
Now, quickly, the trebuchet doing the work, and this is a beautiful clock towered trebuchet, so it does have that extra HP and won't just be taken down by a little all raid. But for an engineering company coming out all the way here at the back, it just means that Numedan wants to face this. The problem is just, I kind of like Marine Lord's army, and I like his timing here, because right now this is when he chooses to attack, and this attack is going to hurt. Longbows are just not going to be able to handle this type of Lancer push, but we do have a Mangonel tower that's going to be able to fire down on these archers. But Lance is doing a great job at pulling back. They do have their elite upgrade now, and the longbows, but the longbows, they're all going to die.
The longbows don't have the lead upgrade yet. The cataphracts need to be there for the tanking. But there's not enough damage yet. It's going to be a huge fight for Marine Lord. Front line against front line. A couple of Lancers diving inside the Eco Cataphracts, trampling on the back line of Marine Lord's back archers. A lot of units are going down, and it's going to be difficult for Marine Lord to win this fight. Surely but slowly, he's losing more units than killing.
That was crazy, the fact that this was the fight for Marine Lord. Those longbows were melting, but apparently the cataphracts were just not the dark horse, just the horse. And that was the horse they needed. Now 30 village elite for Marine Lord, but again, this is under the cisterns, so it just doesn't feel exactly the same. Is Numedan just ready to try and make a difference here? Because of course, now Marine Lord does have the sacred sites. That feels great and all, but that was a pretty heavy fight for Marine Lord. He does have the resources to replace it.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is an amazing fight for Numedan, and he has a small window to capitalize on that. Like if you can get on top of the production, or you can dive into the eco, but if you look at the resources a minute, Marina has so much more resources to work with. If you just get like a minute to remass, it's just a reset and nothing more than that.
Numidan just had an irreplaceable army deleted. So Numidan, all things considered, he did a decent trade there, but now these elite longbowmen are barely tickling these lances. Lances just soaking up anything and everything that's their step near them. And now the Sacred Side victory is feeling scarier and scarier as time progresses.
We got some ping notification at the bottom of Marino's base. I don't know if it's a wolf. I expect it to be a wolf. A lot of villagers just dodging that right there because the Lancers came back to destroy the gate and they just walked past like there was nothing wrong. Like, you don't see me, just move along please. A couple of villagers losing their life trying to repair the gate and the spearmen are chasing them away.
Now, Numidan is doing his best at trying to keep this dream of his life, of coming to Serbia. Honestly, from Sweden, you might be thinking, yeah, this is not necessarily the holiday location you were hoping for, but it will definitely be the biggest cultural shock of anyone's life. Coming from those first world countries, even Marine Lord, the man needs to be prepared because this looks like he is ready to close this out, and all of a sudden, 30 dead villagers on the side of Numidan just starts to feel a lot heavier for him to make a comeback from here.
Yeah, it's a double amount of eco upgrade and eco deals. It's 175 pop against 150, and Marina is throwing away his army one other time into the breach, trying to take out as many units as possible. Numidan pushing him back for now, but Marina's kiting with all those hand cannoneers, and hand cannoneers, they do so much damage, and Lancers, they are such a good frontline unit, and slowly but surely Numidan is throwing away his own army, and the longbows won't be able to take this out.
Now, this is just a pretty cleanup, a big cleanup here from Mr. Marine Lord, making it look like Numidan's units are just made of paper, and in essence, that's what these longbows are made of. Lancers just working through everything. Numidan held on to a dream, the dream of taking one game off of Marine Lord, but the dream was all in vain. Hand cannoneers going up against the cannon, no match, but luckily they've got a front line of elite lancers, and quickly, Numidan, he's given it his all, but he has had enough.
He's given it all, but it's another Marine Lord win, and that means that Marine Lord once again didn't even drop a single map. That's pretty impressive.
Now, with all of this, we can see that Marine Lord is going through to Serbia, and that said, the man is also ready for his interview. So, Marine Lord, welcome. Wait, there we are. So Marine Lord, the real question is, are you excited to meet Gigi Dog? I figured that was the only reason you were like, hey, maybe I should come to Serbia. Yeah, okay. It was all about Gigi Dog. Get him a little bit sun, guys. Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. Sorry, guys. That was me. Oh, you didn't hear Marine Lord. Guys, he said Gigi Dog was the reason. Sorry, guys. Budget production. It is what it is. But can you guys just blame Cow in the chat, please? Guys, just exclamation mark blame.
That's always the right thing to do. Like, if you don't know who to blame, just blame Cow.
Now, after this little bracket, did you feel at any point a little bit scared in this journey, or are you feeling pretty confident in your gameplay currently?
Yeah, I feel very confident, but I practice with Nomudan, so I know it's very good. So we never know. I think it's insanely unlikely he wins 4 maps, but yeah, it's not impossible, I think.
Now,
sorry.
No.
Most people below top 10 don't really have a chance, but I think Nomudan is one of them that kind of have a chance, I think.
That's what I was going to ask you, and I'm sorry, we just keep yapping over, it is what it is, you know, women. So, when you look at how Numidan played today, and you compare it to the others, do you think he has that shot at those last 2 spots as well?
Yeah, I think the 2 favorites should be Nomudan and Baltun for sure. Maybe Demu, but I'm not sure if he's doing too well. But yeah, if I had to pick right now. But I'm not sure how the seeding is gonna work, so if they can meet or not. but I will guess not. So maybe Whaletunes and Numudon should be favored. And I practice with both of them right now, so I know they're pretty good.
Oh, so if people want to practice for Wololo and they need to get your secret strategies, we know how to reach out, who to reach out to.
Yeah,
So,
I guess.
how are you feeling? Because of course this event takes place after Wololo. How do you feel about your chances right now to take the biggest event of the year, actually?
Do you speak about this one or the
And then the
Wololo?
Wololo, of course.
Okay. I think it's pretty high. Like, I don't have insane chance because obviously, like, my opponents are very good right now, I think. But I still think I'm pretty favored. And I think if I just play decent, it's gonna be fine. Plus, every time I go to Red Bull, I feel very confident and I just feel like I play my best. And I think other people tend to not play as good because maybe nerves or like, I don't know. Stuff happens, right? But to me, it's more like I get better when I get on stage and I play bigger match, unlike some other people. So
Oh,
I think, yeah, should be good.
yeah, usually the biggest question is whether people crack under the live pressure. And I've seen that from a lot of our players. They just perform differently from how they are live compared to online. I think Baltoon is one of those few people that I feel like he, at a live event, actually shines a little bit brighter than just online. So, yeah, no, I guess for just the future, who do you think is your biggest opponent right now?
I mean, I think most of the time, the people that are the scariest to me are the people I can't really watch. So, for example, Lucifron didn't do too well at the Red Bull qualifier, but I think now he's a little bit practicing in the secret. So maybe Lucifron is gonna be good. And I feel like obviously everyone is good, but Vortex, Swam, and everyone else, I tend to watch them more. So I don't really feel scared because I just know what they're gonna do. But yeah, Lucifron, Another is good. I don't know. Maybe a little bit for everyone is okay, but I don't really feel scared about anyone.
Oh, I'm glad to hear this confidence in all of it because at the end of the day, you want to be the best, and so far it's looking pretty good. So, any final parting words before we let you go and move on with your life until April?
I mean, a shout out to my sponsors, to my people, and that's it. Thanks to you guys for organizing this tournament, and see you soon, I guess.
Yeah, see you soon in Serbia.
Yeah,
I'm
see you
excited for
soon.
it.
All right.
Oh, good. So, guys.
See ya.
That was the Marine Lord Chad. Guys, thank you so much for joining. Again, if you want to go support our event, please head over to ageofrts.com. We have all of our details in there. Optivlamp, thank you so much for joining me today. I have to go fix World of Tanks brackets because players are waiting for me as well. So
Yeah, you got priorities. Yeah.
the real job is waiting for me, guys. The passion,
Yeah.
it needs to wait until next weekend. So we'll see you back here on Friday for our last weekend of the Homestead Cup Qualifiers. Thank you for all the support. And Optilam, anything else you want to say?
I want to thank everybody for watching and supporting the event in general, and we'll see you next.
Oh, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here. You'll see us next week. And get yourselves ready, because this is going to be a good one. The final last two spots. Are you Team Tuna? Are you Team Valdi? Or is Numachad the one for you? Guys, thank you so much. We'll see you next time. Bye.